This is
Obscurigami.
I am
Thomas. And I am
Ben.
And you're listening to Obscurigami, the podcast about
obscure things.
The Journal of Obscurity.
I like that, journal.
Journal of Obscurity,
That's a good...
I feel like journal has a certain kind of like casual connotation to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too formal. Whenever I'm tagging the podcast on the various services we upload it to,
Mm-hmm.
I'm always like hesitant to put like educational as a tag.
For obvious reasons.
Even though like that's kind of like it's very hard to categorize this podcast because I don't really just want to say, oh, it's educational, because I don't recommend
how do we categorize it then?
I categorize it as both education and humor, and I hope that kind of like threads.
What if the site that you're using only allows one choice? Which way do you go?
That hasn't been the case yet. So far,
Right.
I can just like
tag
it with multiple things. And,
but if it came down to the wire,
but if it came down to it, I think I would go with educational, because I think it ultimately, like, we are talking about information,
right?
And trying to like tell people about things, however poor of a job we may be doing at it. So I think that's probably the best descriptor of the show. It's
just not complete.
Yeah, and I don't want to. I kind of don't want to overpromise. Keep expectations low. Don't
Definitely.
expect to be educated.
Low expectations is kind of the founding principle of Obscurigami.
Yes. Yeah.
And it's been the principle that's kept us going.
Yeah.
For all these months.
It's probably been like 6 months now. What time?
Has
when
it
did
really?
we start? We started before November last year.
know.
So, yeah, at least half a year at this point. Wow. What do we got to show for it?
Pretty soon it'll be time for our anniversary. There'll be like cake and ice cream. It'll be rad.
We'll have to throw a 1 year pizza party or something. Just not pizza party.
Should invite our fans, our listeners. Should have a contest. Well, today's topic, like all of our topics, could potentially not be considered obscure, depending on where you're from in the world. If you're from the good city of London, you may have heard of the ravens in the Tower of London. The ravens, there's 6 of them that live there, and they have been kept there allegedly since the 1600s. And there's a superstition that if the ravens ever leave the Tower of London, then the Kingdom of England will fall.
Interesting.
So naturally, a lot of effort is put into maintaining their population.
Yeah. How do they keep it at 6?
They have a captive breeding program, so I guess they rotate them out, and they don't allow them to mate. Their wings are clipped, so they can't.
They can't leave.
They can't just fly about and
it's not a desirable enough location to live that other ravens.
There's not a lot of ravens
around
naturally in the area of London anymore. There were in the 1500s and 1600s, but since that time the population has dwindled considerably. Although in 2004 they found the first wild nesting of ravens in the area, but other than that there've been no reports. So these 6 ravens are allegedly it was King Charles II, either him or his royal astronomer that started the tradition, and depending on who's telling the legend, the opposite person, the person who didn't start it, was really annoyed about it, because the royal astronomer was using the Tower of London to stargaze, and the birds were pooping on the lens and creating havoc. In that version of the story, the astronomer's the one who wanted to kick them out, and the king was the one who wanted them.
Okay, so in either version of the story, they just were living there on their own to begin with, like they weren't put there initially. Right. Okay.
In that version of the story.
Right.
The other legend is that they came there because that's where the executions used to be performed. And their ravens are carrion eaters.
Right.
So they would be drawn by the stench of death and the corpses lying around. And then still another theory says that they were brought there to dramatize the executions, to have like a dark black bird there for theatricality.
Yeah.
But there's
how French.
But there's still more theories that say that the ravens didn't actually show up until the 1800s, that they were actually like a Victorian idea that was created, sort of like retroactively
applied to
history.
Interesting.
So it's very unclear how they actually got there. The most historians believe that it was in the 1800s that it started becoming a tradition. And of course the numbers fluctuated over the years. They weren't always 6 of them, but 6 has been the traditional number.
What's the lowest it ever fell? Do you know?
During World War II, the tower was closed to the public due to the Blitz. And at the end of the war, there was only 1 surviving raven.
Oh, wow.
And Winston Churchill stepped in, like the fearless leader that he was, and insisted that the population be brought up to normal. And since then, it's been pretty well maintained. There's always been 6 ever since then. They started their captive breeding program in 1987. So prior to that, they were all wild caught ravens.
Yeah.
The ravens were sort of institutionalized and given like military IDs. So they're treated as if they're members of the military in some form or fashion.
Yeah.
Not exactly clear on how that works specifically, but they have their identification and they're there. They're part of the guard of the Tower of London.
I'm just imagining ravens with little like lanyards.
Yeah, see, none of the photographs show them wearing their ID.
Yeah.
So I don't know how they carry it. Maybe it's just like stored in their living quarters.
Yeah. I wonder, well, they're probably tagged somehow.
And I mean, there's a Raven Master who's one of the Beefeater guards.
He can probably tell them
specifically designated just for taking care of the ravens.
Yeah. That would be quite the job to have.
It's kind of like a falconer.
Yeah.
But way more awesome because you're specifically focused on, you're specialized in one type of bird. And not only that, but you're specialized in like birds that are like symbolic of a nation in a way.
I always wonder with occupations like that, if the person doing it like set out to do that or just casually like fell into like they were just going through the paper one morning and it's like falconer needed for military work must be willing to work with ravens, and then you have to do background checks and stuff.
If I was advertising that job, I would definitely advertise it as Raven Master because that term is just
but then in the Google searches, you know, how many Raven Masters really are there in the world? So how many people are searching for Raven Master job, Tower of London?
That's true. But, you know, I feel like your pool might be smaller if you used Raven Master.
Right.
Raisin Master. If you use
Raven Master must be proficient in Photoshop and Microsoft Excel, 5 years experience minimum, needs a bachelor's degree in AV and
aviary studies.
I wonder what kind of bachelor's degrees you can get that have to do with birds.
We're about to find out.
Go on or continue, and I will.
The current Raven Master is kind of an interesting fellow, and there will be an interview with him linked to in the show notes. But if you want to know a little bit more about him, it is a job that requires military experience. You have to have some, in order to be part of the Beefeaters, you have to have military experience. I think 22 years. So,
avian biology major.
There we go.
This is what you would be.
Avian biology, or is there like a branch of zoology that applies?
Avian biology is just the first thing that came up.
There we have it.
So, I imagine there's probably other bird-related degrees you can get, but that seems to be the main one. So yeah, your path to this job would probably be more like you want to be a beefeater, and then you just also happen to be into ravens.
Right.
And then the current raven master dies, and I'm assuming there's some sort of like ceremony, and then
presumably
they take the birds into a room. This is what I'm assuming happens. They take the birds down into a room, and they put them all there, and they bring in like 10 potential candidates. And then like they line up the birds, and then they just let the birds like fly around, and they fly whichever one they fly to, that's the next raven master.
I get the impression that before Churchill kind of reinvigorated things, that it was not very seriously maintained.
Yeah.
That it was just kind of like a little bonus extra to like get people to come to the Tower of London and take the tour.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And then there was also ravens. But now it's very seriously maintained.
It's
and
much more venerated.
Their diet is very regulated.
Yeah.
And
That's funny that like it's basically almost a superstition, but it's got more intense over time.
yeah.
Like it's not just like a casual thing anymore.
Yeah, it's interesting that it has a reputation for being so old, but we can't even be sure if it existed for 200 years prior to when we definitely know it existed.
Yeah.
It's a bit of an oddity.
That is weird. That's a good one.
I wish I could say definitively
How
more about the origins of it,
Yeah.
but there's really not.
We just have a few legends and theories.
Yeah.
And why is it so vague? Are the accounts not trusted, or were they just oral for quite some time and the written account?
There was naturally ravens in the tower.
Right, for a while.
For a long time.
Yeah.
So nobody really knows at what point it became like an institutionalized tradition.
Yeah.
Like there's not documentation of, at this point we're going to start a tradition of.
Right.
It just became at some point.
Yeah.
Somewhere along the line. And most likely during the Victorian era.
Yeah.
So around the 1880s. That's what most people seem to gravitate towards.
It's so funny. I just wonder, like, what the initial...
Wouldn't you love to be in that marketing meeting?
Right, or
To
just
be
like what were the initial discussions, or who was there making that decision initially, who was like, we've noticed, I want to bring it to the attention of the board that the raven population in the tower has been
dwindling
in a steep decline. We are concerned about the future of our great nation, or even just, that our...
or even just we need to like make up a story and circulate it.
People are getting much less spooked by... There seems to be a rise in crime because executions are less feared because of the rate, but there's less ravens. So we got to keep the image up.
Yeah, I'm not sure at what point they stopped performing executions.
The executions were probably stopped before the ravens were.
See if I can dig up that information real quick.
Forced to stay around. Those poor birds all cooped up there, clipped wings.
They are allowed to kind of
flutter
around the grounds. They just can't really fly distances because their wings are clipped. And I don't think these ravens are the best treated ravens in the world, so I don't think they have much motivation to leave.
They're probably very happy as far as
they have a diet
ravens
of
go.
Meat and eggs and all sorts of healthy things. They get to meet, dignitaries like Vladimir Putin and other passing through people. I'm sure some people feed them, tourists.
Do you know their names? I'm assuming they have names if they have ID cards.
Yeah, that's in the show notes. I'll pull it up real quick. There was a raven named Charles who was killed by a dog.
Oh.
He was not the happiest of ravens.
It reminds me of that story or joke that people tell about the ham, like the Christmas ham or the Thanksgiving ham or something, where like the mother cuts the ends off of the ham and puts it in the plate, and one of her children asks, why do you why do you cut the ends off of the ham? And she's like, well, my mother always did it.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go and they ask the grandmother, why do you cut the ends off of the ham? And she said, well, my mother always did it. And they go to the great grandmother and they ask her, why did you cut the ends off the ham? And she said, well, my pan was too small. And it's just kind of this like, how do these things start? Well, there's ravens there. Well, why are the ravens there? Well, for whatever reason. We don't even know. We don't even know what reason, but we must have these ravens.
So there are several ravens in the batch. There's more than 6.
They kind of
currently.
They give them shifts.
And,
well,
I guess they take shifts, or either that, or this list hasn't been updated in a while. I'm looking at the Tower of London website.
Or you just have to have a couple spare ravens on hand in case one dies and you can't get another one up.
And
there
that's always a concern. What with dogs and in 2006 there was a lot of concern about the avian flu.
Right.
And so special shelters had to be constructed and the birds had to be taken inside. And
if your raven population drops too low, I mean, what did you say? It was down to 1 during World War II?
It was down to 1.
If that's not a sign that the raven population is the sign of the times.
Definitely.
Then I don't
They
know
almost
what
didn't
is.
make it.
Yeah. Can you imagine if that last raven had died?
Hitler would have been victorious.
What the world would look like today.
Yeah, we'd all be speaking German.
Yeah. Amazing.
All because of that one raven.
Wow.
Their names are Bran, like Raven Bran.
Yeah.
Portia, Porsha.
Okay.
Not like the car.
Less of a raveny sort of name.
Portia Raven.
I can still.
Aaron Raven.
Aaron. Okay.
Merlina.
Merlina.
So like Merlin.
Right.
But with an A on the end and a female.
The female version.
Right.
Yeah.
Moonin.
Moonin.
Moonin. Munin.
Okay.
Who is the only Scottish raven, it would appear.
Yeah.
And also the oldest raven on this list, born in 1995.
Do they have an Irish raven?
No. Most of the ravens, in fact, nearly all of them, were born in Somerset.
Ireland is independent, though. Wait. I'm going to edit that out. I don't know.
No.
I know there are different, like, not immigration, but, like, the visa laws for Ireland are different for Americans than they are for the rest of Britain.
Yeah.
You can stay in Ireland for a year. It's one of the few countries we have a working visa, tourism visa arrangement with. New Zealand, Australia, Ireland, and there's one other I forget though. But are the only
Iran
countries you can automatically as an American get a year-long visa with, and you can work with that tourism visa.
Wow.
Most countries you get like 90 days or something, and you can't get
or
a
less.
job. Yeah.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Side note: there's a great Irish comedy group on YouTube called Foil Arms and Hog.
I haven't heard of this.
You've probably seen some of their videos because some of them went viral on Facebook. But they have a great one that talks about Ireland and the different ways that it's divided up amongst the United Kingdom. And it talks about how the United Kingdom all plays together for like the Olympics. But in football and soccer, they play as individual countries. And in some sports, they play like the Republic of Ireland versus Northern Ireland. And it becomes a bit of a muddle.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I'll show it to you later. Anyway, where were we? We were on Moonin, who's the only Scottish. Merlina is from South Wales, by the way, in case you wanted to know.
Okay.
Hugine, I guess. Hugine. Hugine. Rocky Grip with 2 P's, and Jubilee.
Rocky Grip. That's a good one.
Rocky and Grip are 2 separate ones.
I see.
Sorry,
I thought
that was Rocky, Grip.
Right.
Yeah.
Rocky Grip. That's a good name though. That's like the kind of name you would want for like your action hero and like a kid's
Rocky Grip.
Rocky Grip.
It almost makes it sound like he doesn't have a good grip. which is not what you want.
Yeah,
in an
that's
action
not
hero.
what you want. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Maybe maybe
But
it's not so good.
it could go either way.
Yeah. We can workshop it.
So yeah, those are the Ravens, and there's a little footnote here that points out that Eugene and Erin are sisters. So there you go.
Wow, who knew?
But yeah, it's interesting that I stumbled across this because I actually I was hiking the other day, and we actually came upon a couple of ravens that were like circling the peak, and I didn't know anything about ravens previously, but I went with my brother-in-law, who's a falconer, who knows a lot about ravens, and I learned a lot about ravens. Do you know the differences between a raven and a crow? Other than that they're different birds. Do you know how to like tell them apart?
No, how do you tell
A
them?
raven is much bigger
Yeah.
than a crow.
Okay.
They have like a bigger beak.
Yeah.
And they fly with their tail in like a wedge shape, sort of like pointed downward, whereas
Yeah.
crows never do that.
Crows don't do that. Interesting.
Also, a group of ravens is called, you've heard of a murder of crows?
Right.
A group of crows would be a murder. A group of ravens would be a conspiracy.
Makes sense. Yeah. Also, another difference is one is extensively written about by Edgar Allan Poe, and the other is not.
Right.
So,
The other has a folk band
yeah.
that uses their name.
I feel like I had another question, but I can't think of
The
it.
Edgar Allan Poe story does play a little bit of a role because it came out around 1845, which is like, so it would have been coming to prominence, literary prominence, around the same time that the tradition is believed to have emerged.
Yeah.
So it could be a factor in why it still exists and why it's gained the mythos that it has.
That's very interesting. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I wonder what other kind of government animals there are in the world. Like, you know, I don't know of any animals that the U.S. government keeps in some sort of like, what's the word? Like, I mean, obviously we have animals in our service for various things, but just that we keep around in some sort of.
Well, I guess you could think of Puxatawny Phil as a government maintained animal.
I mean, that's a municipal one, but
right. And then every Thanksgiving, our federal government pardons a turkey.
Yeah.
I don't know whether we keep the turkey or what becomes of the turkey after it's pardoned.
Turkey is I'm assuming they're not just grabbing a wild turkey out of, some state park somewhere. They're probably raising a specially trained turkey that gets White House clearance, and then they release it
background
somewhere,
check,
probably
drug tested.
The CIA probably just secretly kills it and then has it for turkey dinner.
That's what the Secret Service does on Thanksgiving. I'm gonna look that up now.
What happens to the?
Well, since the 1940s, presidents have been annually presented with a turkey in a ceremony. It was George H.W. Bush in 1989 who first pardoned the turkey.
Oh,
and since then, it's become a tradition to pardon the turkey. No president has ever not pardoned the turkey that he's been presented
We'll
with.
We'll see. We've got a very untraditional administration in there right now.
There's a great photo on the Wikipedia page. The caption reads, President Harry S. Truman receiving a non-pardoned Thanksgiving turkey. The giver is usually is members of the Poultry and Egg National Board and other representatives of the turkey industry. So there you go. They're actually private turkeys.
I wonder if it would be funny if George H.W. just pardoned this turkey on a lark, and then it turned into this whole thing, and now we have a turkey ranch somewhere.
Well, how can you
we've got to keep these turkeys alive. We can't kill them now that they're pardoned.
How can you kill a turkey? Like, who's going to follow that act? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. You don't want to be the first president.
You don't want to be the first president to kill a turkey. What a PR nightmare.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, Trump's going to kill this turkey. if anyone's going to do it.
Make America carnivore.
Oh man, that's a good one. Now I know about the
Ravens of the Tower of London.
The Tower of London.
I kind of want to dig into this topic more on my own after post-recording and see what I find, and maybe do a part 2 if I find anything more, because I'm not satisfied with what my research has put out there.
Well, if you learn more, you'll have to update us, or maybe eventually that's another segment we could have on the show. Mm-hmm. If we start uncovering small bits,
revisit some of our topics,
information about past topics, instead of doing a whole nother episode.
Yeah.
We could just,
and I think we've done corrections before.
Right. Yeah. Well,
and the mispronunciations.
We start going down that path,
we might never come out again.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
That's all the show's going to be.
Yeah. Man, I should have talked about the turkey pardon instead.
Yeah, I feel like that one's less obscure because people.
Well, it's less obscure because we're Americans,
right? But I think there's another sense of obscurity in that a lot of people know of it. They know it's a thing that happens, but they might not know information about why, the origins of it, or any of that.
This is interesting. So the 2013, 14, and 15 turkeys were sent to a place called Morven Park, which is in Leesburg, Virginia.
Ah.
It is a 1,000-acre historic estate and horse park.
Interesting.
So next time you're working in Leesburg...
Yeah, we'll have to stop by and see the turkeys.
The 2016 turkey is housed at Virginia Tech.
They're probably very honored to have that turkey.
What do you think they do with it?
I don't know. I'm assuming, they have some kind of... They want a turkey. Some people just have turkeys around. I knew these people growing up, they just had a turkey as a pet.
Are you sure it was a pet? And
I think they eventually ate it, but if you can have it wandering, around your yard for 2 years, why couldn't you do that until the turkey dies?
If you're eventually going to eat it, it doesn't really qualify as a pet. I mean, unless special circumstances like the apocalypse aside.
I mean, my point was more you could have it as a pet.
Right.
Just because they eventually ate it doesn't negate the fact that they had it, just around for 2 years. They didn't even have it in a pen. It was just in their yard. Right. And it just stuck around. So.
Yeah. Apparently the Virginia Tech mascot is a turkey. I don't really think of it as a turkey.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is a turkey, kind of.
I think it literally is a turkey. But it just doesn't... I don't think of it as a turkey.
Yeah.
And I don't see why anyone would want their football team to be the Turkeys. So I guess that's why they call them Hokies. But that's not much better.
Yeah. I never thought about that, yeah. You're right.
It's a terrible idea.
They should go back to turkeys.
They should start over.
Go turkeys.
Apparently the modern turkey industry has roots in Virginia Tech.
The modern turkey industry?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess bulk.
There's a...
Bulk.
Well, it's one of the number one schools in the country for agriculture.
Right.
So,
I guess somebody has to raise all those turkeys we're eating on November 25th, or not. It's not on the 25th every year.
You can actually follow, if you want to look this up, you can follow on social media using the hashtag TurkeyPardon2016 to follow the turkey's journey.
Ah.
So if you want to,
yeah,
you could Google it right now and find out what happened to the turkeys. In 1922, Virginia Cooperative Extension agent Charles Wampler sought advice from the head of the Department of Poultry Science, A.L. Dean. I guess that was at Virginia Tech. In the following years, Dean advised Wampler on turkey raising techniques. Wampler is regarded as the father of the modern turkey industry and founded the National Turkey Federation in 1940. The poultry industry makes $1 billion a year in the Commonwealth.
You can follow at Prez, that's Prez, Turkey, at Prez Turkey on Twitter. Mm-hmm. And that's the official feed of the National Thanksgiving Turkey presented at the White House. He hasn't tweeted since November 24th, 2016, though. So,
oh dear.
Very sad. Things are not looking good. Wow, he was white. Completely white turkey.
Are we still talking about Trump?
No, the turkey that was pardoned in.
Oh.
I've never seen such a white turkey.
I don't know if we need a random Wikipedia article after all that. That was kind of like a sub.
Gave people some bonus there with the turkey.
How long of a tangent was that?
Not too long. I think we have enough time to do one. I could always cut it if it's not very good.
Yeah. Do you want to?
Well, let's hit it. I'll see what we get, and then if it's not.
So this portion of the show is the random Wikipedia article segment.
This is a good one. I already hit the button.
You hit the button.
Yeah, it's
you skipped over all my.
It's rife for
rife.
It's ripe for mispronunciation. Very good. So
splendid.
Yeah. Anyway, continue explaining.
I was gonna go through all the pomp and circumstance, but you jumped the gun and pushed the button.
Sorry.
So now I don't know what life means anymore.
I mean, people still don't know what's going on unless they've listened to the show before, which they probably have. Except maybe they haven't.
Maybe they haven't.
I don't know. Who knows?
You never know.
The funny thing is, we record these at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So far out ahead, but with the idea, but knowing that the show basically has almost no one listening to it still. Right. But at any moment, by the time this episode gets out, it could have really blown up.
That's true.
We don't know.
Especially with our new marketing initiative.
Yeah. So
anyway,
we've got a random Wikipedia article.
We push the button.
We just push the random button and
see what happens, and then we mispronounce things for 20 minutes.
We've got a page here called Ladislaus the Posthumous.
Do tell.
Ladislaus the Posthumous. Posthumous. Known also as Ladislaus, was the... What's the difference between Ladislaus? It's just an alternate spelling. It looks like Ladislaus and Ladislaus. Oh, he was the Duke of Austria, the King of Hungary, Croatia, and Bohemia, and was the posthumous son of Albert of Habsburg and Elizabeth of Luxembourg. Albert had bequeathed all his realms to his future son on his deathbed, but only the estates of Austria accepted his last will. Fearing an Ottoman invasion, the majority of the Hungarian lords and prelates offered the crown,
a high-ranking member of the clergy,
to Vladislaus III of Poland. The Hussite noblemen and towns of Bohemia did not acknowledge the hereditary right of Albert's descendants to the throne, but did not elect a new king. It continues.
This is actually a fascinating individual. So he's called posthumous because his father died before he was born? Is that the idea?
He was the posthumous son of Albert of Habsburg. Albert had bequeathed all his realms to his future son on his deathbed. Yeah. Right. So. Yeah.
But see, his name makes it sound like he's somehow posthumous. Like he existed after his own death.
Yeah.
Which is a little weird.
But I guess he's just known as
the posthumous.
Maybe there's some kind of definition of posthumous that I'm unaware of. Obviously, it has something to do with after death, but maybe there's an additional.
Like the most common use is like when somebody wins an award posthumously. Like Heath Ledger won the Best Actor Oscar.
And somebody could have a son posthumously, but like it's odd that the son would then carry that name. Yeah.
Apparently, after his birth, his mother seized the crown, the Holy Crown of Hungary, and had her son crowned with it.
Oh, there was a definition I was not aware of. This is what came up. Posthumous is a 5-track EP from the American hardcore punk metalcore band The Banner. Originally recorded as the band's first and unnamed demo, it was handed out at the band's local shows to fans and attendees. As a result of the popular demo tape, the band won a contract with a local New Jersey punk specialist label, Blackout! Records. The demo was then renamed Posthumous and was re-released as a CD EP. It was the first of released? 2 recordings the band released with Blackout. What was that?
When was this EP originally released?
It doesn't have any dates.
I just learned something that makes me very happy. The legislative body, the parliament of Hungary, was known as the Diet of Hungary.
Is that an English translation of whatever they were called, or was is that the Diet of Hungary?
There it is.
All right.
In black and white on the internet.
Originally, Parliamentum Publicum.
So that would be like the Latin name of it.
Hungarian. Yeah, there's a Hungarian word there that I wouldn't even try to pronounce, but
there you go.
What in the world? The Diet of Hungary.
The Diet met at least once every 3 years. There must be another meaning to the word diet too. That's just too much of a coincidence that the Hungarian parliament would be called Diet.
Yeah.
That both of those words would mean.
So they knew. Somebody knew when they came up with
this.
This
is like either like.
It's kind of like a conspiracy of ravens.
Yeah.
Like.
There was a conspiracy of ravens that came up with this.
There's a lot of this week Wikipedia article about Ladislaus the Posthumus is full of sort of, it's this story of kind of socio-political intrigue. You've got all these different people who are vying for the throne, and
it's kind of a Game of Thrones.
It is. It's literally what happens in, spoiler alert, for the first season of Game of Thrones. But that's literally what happens in the beginning of Game of Thrones. Like, the king dies, and the people of the kingdom, or people within the kingdom, refuse to accept who he appoints, and instead they kind of institute their own. But in this case, they don't elect a new king at all.
So what's interesting here is that the father, Albert, King Albert, was planning to launch a military expedition against the Ottomans at the time that he fell ill, leading unto his death. And when he hit his kingdom to his child, he had no way of knowing if it was going to be a boy or a girl. So he stipulated that it would only be left to his child if the child was a son. So if Ladislaus had been born Ladislasa,
right,
then
there's this other very odd bit to this, which is that the Hungarian lords and prelates, they refuse to accept the deceased king's last will, right? So they're not accepting the son as the rightful heir. And then they offered the crown to this guy from Poland named Vladislaus.
Right.
So they refused to give it to Ladislaus,
but they gave it to Vladislaus.
They try to give it to Vladislaus.
Right.
That name must be linked in some way to like some sort of royalty, or it must mean something, or just be a very common, or it's not the same name even though, but just like Vladislaus and Ladislaus.
Yeah.
Very coincidental. Very suspicious.
There's a lot of coincidences.
Very suspicious.
There must have been a lot of OK soda in the Diet of Hungary because there's so many coincidences.
Yeah.
It sounds like he did eventually come to power.
Well, there was a civil war kind of broke out before they had a chance to elect a new king. Or it's very sort of convoluted.
Yeah, the kingdom that Albert ruled over consisted of like 3 different countries. It was like Austria, Hungary, and Luxembourg, I think.
Yeah, we'll link to this article in. There's much more here than we could ever possibly cover.
This is a whole episode unto itself. Maybe even a 2-parter.
We'll link to the article in the show notes, or just Google Ladislaus the Posthumus. There's a nice, it kind of rolls off the tongue. There's a nice little ring to it. Ladislaus
it could be a band name. Let's see if there's any like.
Well, I mean, it's at least the name of an EP, not the Ladislaus part. Blackout. Sorry.
See also Hofem Turchspiel.
This turkey is so white, man.
I don't see anything about like popular culture references to him. I feel like with a name like Ladislas the Posthumous,
Posthumous,
that he would be referenced in.
I mean, this seems like a pretty obscure dude, even though
He never
there's
married.
quite a bit known about him. Oh.
There was a marriage proposal set up, but he died by the time the contract was signed by his envoys in Paris. He was going to marry a woman named Magdalena, who was the daughter of Charles VII of France. There you go. I guess not living terribly long was sort of a thing in those days.
The related...
The 1400s?
The related section of Wikipedia links to...
A card game.
Hofamsterspiel, a court office game, was one of the earliest card games on record, preserved in its entirety with all 48 cards intact. It is a major 15th century medieval handmade deck commissioned by Ladislas the Posthumous, King of Hungary and Bohemia and Duke of Austria from 1453 to 1457.
Wow.
It was among the great collection of art treasures.
He was only 17 when he died.
Oh, yeah, so he didn't...
So...
Well, he only ruled from 1453 to 1457.
What a life.
Hey,
I feel like this guy should be a movie.
He's got one of the earliest card games.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Wow. They have images of all these cards. We could do a whole episode on this guy.
They're really ornate. Yeah, this guy's an episode unto himself. You really clicked well this time.
The Wikipedia spirits blessed us.
And we almost didn't do it.
To think. That'll teach us to never not. Well, I think we did good work.
I think
today.
we did what we set out to do.
Good topic, Ben.
Thomas.
Yes.
If people want to know more about Blackout or anything else that we talked about today, how might they find that information?
Well, you can check out the show notes at obscurigami.com or in the description on your podcast player or on the YouTube player, or go on Wikipedia and search Blackout. I'm sure you can find more information about them there. Also, if you want to get in contact with us, maybe you've played Hohammerspiel yourself, or you have 6 ravens in your attic and you just want to tell us about them, you could send us an email, and the address for that would be info@obscurigami.com. I think that's all relevant.
I think that's the main thing. Subscribe is a good one.
Tell your friends.
Yeah.
Share the podcast.
I think we need to have like bumper stickers that say "Keep Obscurigami obscure."
That would be good. See, I like stickers. Would be a good thing to have, and maybe we could link that in with our contest or something like that. Because I'd love to have a good like Obscurigami.
Stay tuned for more developments.
Yeah. That could
temporary tattoos.
Yeah. Because, like, T-shirts, you do, like, a T-shirt or something, it's kind of pretentious. It's like, nobody's going to wear a T-shirt for your podcast. You've got to be, like, one of the top 10 podcasts for people to even want a T-shirt. But a sticker you could put anywhere. You don't even have to like the podcast. You'd be like, sure, I'll take a sticker.
I'll take a sticker, put it on my butt.
Yeah, you could use it to, like, you could cut the sticker up into strips and then use it as tape to seal, like, envelopes or something.
Yeah, or, like, leaking faucets. Or... Yeah. So many uses.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
See, I feel like that's deceptive because they might not be back.
Oh, this might be their first time.
We could have a first-time visitor.
I did not even think of that. Yes,
first-time guest.
Please fill out the connection card and leave it at the Connect booth. And
this is Obscurigami, whether you're listening for the first time.
A podcast about the decline of the American church.
Is that what this podcast is about?
No, it's not about that. It's actually it's a pointlessly educational podcast, a journal of obscure things.
In audio.
In audio form, yeah.
It's not a written journal. That would be weird if somebody transcribed our show. That
would be weird. It probably wouldn't read very well.
It wouldn't be enjoyable for anyone.
All right. Well, we should probably get into what this show is all about, which is talking about an obscure topic. I have one that I'm kind of excited to talk about. We'll see how interesting I can make it. But we're gonna talk a little bit about hotel amenities, and
That's the thing that excites me very much.
more specifically, the 2, maybe 3. The data is vague, but we're basing this most off of oral histories and a few written accounts of the hotel amenities wars.
Yes.
Yeah, we all know about the hotel amenities wars, so we'll be diving into that a little bit as a
Yes,
topic.
a well-known
Exploring.
obscure topic.
Yeah. When you when you think of a hotel amenity, what's the first thing that pops into your mind?
Well, the first thing that pops into my mind is mouthwash, because I went to a hotel that provided me with mouthwash.
Oh, yeah.
Which is very unusual.
That
I've
is
never been
unusual.
provided with mouthwash before. And so I was very touched by this gift that
Right.
the hotel had given me.
That's
But generally, I think of other things.
right. That's
Toilet paper. being
tangent.
one.
That is true. That is somewhat of an amenity. It's in thinking about this, it was interesting to think about a lot of the things that are actually amenities that we no longer consider amenities just because
Right.
they've been around for so long as amenities, such as TV,
Right. Toilet paper being
toilet
another.
paper. Yeah. But interestingly related to the mouthwash thing, the whole thing that led me down this path to begin with was an article about why there isn't toothpaste as an amenity. Because that just seems like something that would probably be more useful than a lot of the amenities that we do have. But for whatever reason, the hotel amenities gods have deemed that toothpaste is not one of them. But we might get into why that is, such as we know.
Let's dive in.
Let's dive in. So hotel amenities are a big budget, big deal. In 1987, Hilton Head was spending like $250,000 a night
A night?
on shower caps.
A night.
Yeah, across their
Across
not
their-
at a
across
single
their
hotel,
network.
obviously. Yeah, but across their network.
That's insane.
Yeah. So there's an incredible amount of money. So the most recent hotel amenities war was one that kind of started in 1999 roughly and maybe continued around 2005. Although based on my reading, it seems like the hotel amenities wars are more like the Iraq war than they are like the world wars, and that there are more of these ongoing drawn out conflicts and less
With lots of insurgency.
right, and less of these fiercely fought
Yeah, tell me more of what you mean when you say
Okay, so in 1999, Starwood's Westin chain of hotels kind of kicked things up a notch. So there's these times where hotel amenities kind of plateau and there's not much innovation or change. There's just kind of an accepted norm. And then all of a sudden somebody will try to bust through the norms and stand out
by providing something
by
extra.
providing something. So in 1999, it was the Heavenly Bed, which was a white-on-white bedding package by Simmons with a pillow top mattress that had 900 coils, 3 sheets ranging in thread count from 180 to 250, and a down blanket in 3 thicknesses depending on the climate. And so this was a clear step forward from the sort of floral polyester bedspreads that had been common in a lot of these places. And just making that one change, their cleanliness score went up going to white bedspreads, even though they didn't have any policy changes or cleaning changes, just changing the visuals.
Right. Well, white, it's easier to see dirt.
Right. They've since expanded their Heavenly bed linens to include shower heads, bathrobes, and pet bedding. And all of these things the customer can buy and take home with them, which generated them $4.3 million in 2003.
Wow.
So that's a big industry in and of itself, just people buying amenities, which I didn't really realize was a thing.
Wow.
So that kind of started things off. Hyatt fired back with a Posturepedic grand bed with some down blankets and 250 triple thread count sheeting. Marriott spent $190 million to upgrade their beds, and they had king size beds with 300 thread count sheets. So, you know, you got to get in there. They got the highest thread count. Radisson had the Sleep Number. Hilton had a suite, rolled out its Sweet Dreams. I love how they all have these very like
catchy names
for, you know, just like a bedding upgrade. But they had executive linen sheets with down comforters. So you get the idea. Plush top mattresses.
So these hotel chains
all
are
these
competing.
It just starts this ripple effect, and suddenly across the board, all these hotel chains, they're competing. Really, you know, it kind of sets a new standard in a lot of ways. And then it sort of seems to, usually in these wars, kind of climax with some sort of just outrageous, you know, somebody just like tops everyone. In the bed situation, it was kind of the Pan Pacific Vancouver is installing $10,000 British-made Hypnos Duchess beds. I'm assuming, you know, it's a fairly high-end hotel, but people get pushed to the limits. And
so basically, it just keeps getting more and more expensive until it reaches the point that it's no longer really sustainable for a large company to do.
Right. Yeah. And there's a certain point where certain amenities will go out of vogue. So the first sort of documented hotel amenities war that I came across was, it seemed like there was one in 67 that's mentioned. There was also one around 1987. So maybe like every 20 years, it seemed like there's roughly been a hotel's amenity war. We're coming up on one. There may be signs that we're already getting into the next.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's.
Have you done any prepping yet? For the hotel amenities war?
Yeah. Well, we'll get into that.
There's a lot here.
So the initial original hotel amenities wars in the 60s and 80s were centered around things that some have gone away, like shower caps, you know, TVs, and bathrobes were a big one. Shoe horns, coffee makers were kind of in that original skirmishing. But some of those things have already fallen out of vogue. Like a shower cap isn't really... A shower cap and a shoe horn...
I've seen that maybe once.
...aren't super common
Never seen a shoe horn
anymore. And so there are things that kind of... They come into vogue in some of these competitions, and then they fall out.
I was going to say, does the bubble burst?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like there's kind of new standards that are set. And...
But how does it reset? You know what I mean? Like, how does it go from, well, they're competing to top each other,
right, to
we no longer have, like, if they were competing for, you know, who's going to have the best bathrobes? Well, now it's pretty rare to see a bathrobe in a hotel room.
Yeah. The owners of hotels, some of them are critical of amenities. They're not like, you know, they understand the costs, obviously.
Right.
Which can get up to $20 a room.
Right.
Know. This was in, I think, the 80s hotel war that I saw somebody was saying it was like $20 a room for just the amenities per night.
Right. That can really stack up.
And that, you know, that's a significant cost of, you know, what might be $100 room.
And who would eat that cost in the case of a big chain?
Right.
Would that be corporate or would that be on the managerial level?
Well, I mean, it goes back to the customers paying for it ultimately. A lot of times they're finding whatever way they can to like slip this cost back to the customer. Right. In some cases, I was seeing people talking about the fact that inflated parking costs is being used
to cover amenities.
So, you know, when you're paying $30 a night for parking, that's covering your bamboo, floral scented, you know, 3 kinds of conditioners.
Right.
And so I think the owners of hotels are they're very conscious of how expectations kind of shift over time. Some of them have talked about how, like, soap used to be an amenity. Now it's just expected. And there are some movements occasionally to kind of move away from that. There's places more recently that have tried installing, like, soap dispensers in showers and stuff like that instead of providing individual soaps. And so every now and then, a hotel chain will decide, well, we can save costs here and move towards. Another one that's kind of come and gone is the mini bar. The mini bar had a huge insurgence, and then, I guess people just kind of, the novelty wore off, and it actually ended up being impractical because it's just
to keep it
people have
stocked
to
in every
restock it,
room.
and then people would cheat the system and drink the vodka and refill it with water and put it back in the mini bar and things like that. But in general, it seems like the hotel amenities wars, they cause excess, but they also cause improvements for the hotel guests just overall in terms of raising the standards. So the net effect is hotel standards go up over time. One example of this is that the polyester floral bedspreads that used to be incredibly common were not washed every time. They would only be washed periodically throughout the year. Switching to white duvet covers forced people to wash their spreads a lot more. And so little things like that can add quality. Let's talk about some just weird amenities that hotels have come up with over the years, because there's some oddball ones. I found quite a few lists, and there's a lot of good ones. A Hilton in Albuquerque provided at one point a cowboy hat and a bandana for guests
to every room. Wow.
One in San Francisco provided dictionaries. I guess
like
maybe
pocket dictionaries.
I guess
like
maybe
full...
right in there beside the Gideon Bible, just have a little dictionary.
Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
Exercise bikes are one that I've heard
in rooms
several times. Yeah, in rooms. The Ritz-Carlton in Atlanta at one point had disposable swimsuits. That's one that I think actually makes some sense if you're at a place by a beach or where people might be stopping over, not have a swimsuit packed. But a Hilton in Abu Dhabi provided a free briefcase, kimono, and travel bag to guests at one point.
Abu Dhabi.
A Hyatt in Washington, this is obviously in the 87 bout of combat, provided videotape recorders.
When you say videotape recorders, you mean a VCR that could record videotape?
No, like a camcorder. People could use to borrow from the room to record their own home movies.
What's to prevent people from stealing the camcorder?
That's a good question. It's a good question.
I guess they just have your information on file.
That might be why it didn't last. Another hotel in San Francisco had wax in the room that you could use to seal letters with the hotel seal.
That's kind of nice, actually.
The Anderson House in Wabasha, Minnesota had 8 cats available in the hotel that you could choose from and have visit your room and stay with you. So hopefully...
What if they were all booked?
Well, I guess you're
what if you're a regular visitor and you have a regular cat and your cat is booked? Yeah. That could lead to a lot of potential unhappy...
I could see there being some conflict there.
Or what if you were allergic?
Yeah.
I guess that you would have to designate rooms.
You'd probably have designated cat rooms, yeah. I would imagine. The kicker of all these, and my favorite one, is the Stanhope in New York that had over 4,200 classic 18th and 19th century rare books, many of them first edition or other, rare expensive books. And that people could have in their room. They had they had a few sprinkled throughout the rooms and sort of an on-site library, but they encouraged people to take the books with them if they didn't finish them during their stay. And they actually gained books over the course of this program. People would take them and read them and bring them back, and some people even left books, rare classics that they just added to the collection.
So number one, clearly not your average hotel.
Right. Yes.
Obviously appealing to a different clientele. And number two, if it was successful in gaining books for the system, why was it discontinued, or is it discontinued?
I think that may have been in the one of the articles I read from the 90s.
Gotcha.
So I didn't look up if they continue that.
Yeah, it's definitely a fascinating system. I've often wondered why you wouldn't put more literature in the hotel.
You could easily do that not with rare
books are pretty
18th,
easy
19th
and inexpensive to come
books.
by.
And you could just have a, rotating hotel library. And
I'm sure there's even authors that would pay for the exposure.
Right.
To have
it really,
their book.
I think a lot of it comes down to what hotels we're talking about, because there's a big range here. There's your roadside inn to your, $100-$200 a night place somewhere that's decent, to all the way up to, somewhere like the Stanhope in New York, which is probably, 4 or 5 star hotel and,
exclusive, ritzy.
Right. Yeah. And I feel like the kind of thing you can pull off in a hotel like that is definitely much different from what you can pull off in lower end hotels.
But if I'm staying at the Courtyard Inn,
right,
there's no reason why I can't have a James Patterson novel.
Right.
James Patterson's latest novel.
That's true.
In my drawer, next to the Gideon's Bible.
But but it would be much more prone to just people taking them and not. A lot of why certain amenities have diminished on the lower end of hotels is for that reason.
People always take them.
Yeah, like shoehorns would just get stolen.
Right.
And so eventually they just go, okay, we're not going to have shoehorns anymore.
Because it doesn't make sense to prosecute someone for stealing a shoehorn.
Right.
Versus stealing a video camera.
But that cost adds up over time.
Right. When you have a lot of rooms with a lot of shoehorns.
Interestingly, because I wondered about this while I was reading, hotel owners very much encourage and want you to take the little soaps and things with you.
Why is that?
Because they don't really have any use for them otherwise.
So if I leave my soap behind, it just gets thrown away, or do they reuse it? I mean, presumably a bar soap, you would have no choice but to throw away.
Right.
But an unopened container of conditioner.
I don't know if they reuse the unopened containers of conditioners, but I do know that it is a bit of an environmental issue that some places have tried to address. There is a hotel, or there's an organization in New Zealand that collects unused soaps and amenities from hotels and recycles them and gives the soap to charities. But that's not happening in most places.
Right.
And apparently 73% of guests leave with their bathroom amenities. Travelers combined throw out 5 million bars of used soap a day. So
that's a lot of soap.
Yeah, that is quite a bit of soap.
One thing we haven't talked about yet is towels.
Yeah, towels. I didn't run across towels too much, besides just the general trend of them starting out as not an amenity. If you go far back enough, they weren't there. They were introduced, started out with maybe having 2 towels or something. The amount of towels builds up, and now it's gone back down. But towels have stuck because it's one of those things that most people just expect at this point.
And I feel like towels, though, are one of the most commonly stolen items from a hotel.
Right, yeah.
Like, that's something that you're not supposed to take with you.
Yes.
But a large number of people
Yeah. It is
take them.
It is funny that there's kind of this
Either by accident or on purpose.
There's
Because if you're
this-
at the beach,
right.
you need a towel to take
Yeah.
with you down to the beach if
Right.
you didn't pack any towels.
Yeah.
And you can accidentally put it in a suitcase, or on purpose put it in a suitcase,
Right.
and it's very easy to walk away with.
It is funny that there's this kind of unspoken division between like all these other amenities which you're not supposed to steal or take with you, and just like, oh, soap, take that with you, that's fine. But like
Right.
nobody's laying out those rules anywhere. It's
Yeah.
just assumed that stealing a towel, shame on you.
Right.
Please take the soap.
Right. But if you took a light bulb,
Right. That
like
would
a light bulb is something disposable.
Right.
But if you took it,
yeah. People would understand. I mean, you shouldn't take a towel, but most people would understand
Yeah.
it as an accident if you did.
right.
But yeah, a light bulb, that would be a little.
Well, some people do think of it as an amenity that they can just take, though.
Right. Right.
Because
Well,
they're paying for
I
the
don't-
room.
I don't understand those people. One of these hotel owners said that he thinks in fact any amenity, a lot of amenities are like insulting. Wall mounted hair dryers. Mm-hmm. He thinks they're just a disaster, and he said any amenity that has to be mounted or attached to something is a failed amenity. So I guess in his mind, the idea of theft prevention means you just should just not have that thing, or deal with the
theft
as a just a built-in cost.
Interesting.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the recent patterns in amenity reduction just have to do with trying to be more environmentally responsible.
Yeah.
Like a reduction in the amount of turn down service. A lot of hotels are moving to not making up your room while you're staying there unless you ask for it. Not replacing your towels unless you ask for that sort of thing.
Right. Which makes a lot of sense to
Yeah.
me.
The toothpaste thing, there is kind of a funny inquiry that was made to the AAA hotel rating agency, and they were kind of trying to find out why toothpaste is not an amenity, because it seems like one of the most intuitive of all these ridiculous amenities that have been used over the years. Why not toothpaste?
Right.
And a lot of the hotels just kind of deflect and are like, well, it's not something guests expect. We're not rated poorly because we don't have toothpaste. And so someone inquired to the AAA rating agency and asked them why toothpaste isn't an expected amenity. And they said that it's because, well, it's not something that hotels usually put out. So apparently there's a little bit of circular
Right.
reasoning where
Right.
there's just these standards and norms that evolve because that's what hotels do, and then that becomes the standard by which hotels are measured, and then hotels do things based on the standard, and there's this evolution over time and a natural selection of hotel amenities between what lasts and what doesn't.
Yeah, that's fascinating. It's similar, I guess, to a lot of other businesses where I don't know, you're just expected to tip your waiter or waitress,
Right.
or you expect them to grate the cheese for you,
Yeah.
even though they may not do any other task related to your meal for you.
Right. Yeah.
They don't salt or pepper it usually for you, but
There's this unspoken.
there's this unspoken code of how we do things that's really interesting.
Well, hotel amenities wars seem to coordinate with hotel prices, and they're at a record high right now. So be on the lookout for the next hotel amenities war.
Standing by.
I read what I think may be signs of it breaking out, and this is probably the most ridiculous hotel amenity I encountered in all this research, and so I'll end on this. But there was reports of a few hotels in certain locales providing locals as an amenity. So what they were doing is they were paying for local people to hang around the hotel and I guess fraternize with guests, and just be there and maybe the guests have people to bump into who are like, oh yeah, I know where Tony's ice cream is. It's just down the road. That's a good place.
are these designated locals? Do they wear some sort of costume or badges, or how would you know
No,
that
they
someone's
just,
a local and not a
it
guest?
seems like they just basically pay them or provide free services. So like you can eat for free at the hotel restaurant or use the gym or whatever.
Because you're a designated
Because
local.
you're a designated local.
But how do the patrons know who's a local?
They don't. It's just trying to build an ambiance and
Right.
you know.
Because I would love to have a local at my
Right.
hotel that I
Yeah.
could ask where the greatest, you know.
Well, I think generally that's the role of the concierge. But yeah, no, it's totally like it's not like I'm a local name tag, you know, walking around ready to serve
Right,
the guests.
right.
It's totally an informal, like the hotels are just trying to
They
like
just want to create a local
create
atmosphere.
an atmosphere by having certain people there, and so they're incentivizing or paying locals
That's very
to
interesting.
be at the hotel or hang around.
It's very interesting.
Yeah,
At that point, you're talking about like commodifying a culture,
yeah,
which is something that the Irish have done exceptionally well
yeah.
with their culture.
We'll see what
Yeah.
hotel amenities break out in the next hotel.
That's very
amenity
exciting.
war.
I hope I'll be traveling a lot
Yeah.
in the near future so that I can keep tabs on all that.
I have a prediction. I don't think it'll become widespread, nor will it catch on. But it's a prediction. I think there will be at least one or two hotels that have virtual reality experiences as amenities.
Interesting.
Before virtual reality is a thing. I'm sure in 50 years, when virtual reality is everywhere, it'll be as normal as a TV to have virtual reality in your hotel room. But at some point in the next few years, I imagine somebody, if it hasn't already been thought up, if you're a hotel owner, send me my check if you're using this as an idea. But that just
Patent pending.
That just seems like one of those kooky ideas, like cats or a cowboy hat and a bandana, that somebody's gonna go, oh yeah, that'll.
Somebody would think it's a good idea.
Right. Yeah. Hotel amenities fall into the spectrum, which is there's two goals with them. You're either just trying to fulfill the minimum expectation, or you're trying to impress your guests. So you're trying to make your guest feel like they're at home because they have something they just would have at home, or you're trying to make them feel special because they have something that's luxurious that they wouldn't have otherwise.
Right,
So
right.
there's this kind of two
things
two-sided
like
coin.
combs
Right.
and toothpaste are kind of in that netherworld
Right.
where it's neither your guest might not feel at home with a comb or toothpaste that is not his own.
Right. Most people aren't going
But-
to go, oh, what a luxury, this place has toothpaste.
Right. It's not. It's in neither world.
Yeah. But the toothpaste
Fascinating.
one does confound me because it does seem like, of all these things you can forget, toothpaste is pretty disastrous.
I think toothpaste is probably one of the most forgotten
Yeah.
items. But as I was just saying, I wouldn't like to switch brands of toothpaste
Right,
as
yeah.
easily as I would switch brands of soap.
Yeah. That's true.
Or-
Maybe it's a more personal thing.
Yeah, because taste comes into play.
Yeah.
So it's more personalized.
Well, should we move on and hit up the random Wikipedia?
This is the portion of the program where we click the random button on Wikipedia and see what happens. Usually it's great.
That's a little,
That was a bit optimistic.
yeah. Oh, hey, we got a theme here between the last episode and this episode.
No, really? Oh my goodness.
But wasn't the last one the African Baptist Church?
It was in West Virginia.
Now we have Johann Baptist. Perhaps that's just his name. He's not actually a Baptist. Doesn't matter.
or
Still
maybe both.
Still a theme. Johann Baptist George Neruda.
It's possibly not pronounced that way. But
Yeah, I'm probably butchering the
on.
name. But, well, look at how it's spelled in Czech.
Johann Baptist George Neruda.
Circa 1708 to 1780 was a classical Czech composer. And that would be a music composer from the country of Czechoslovakia, not someone who simply wrote
Composed
checks.
checks.
Yes,
Yeah.
for cashing. relative to other composers to the classical music era, Neruda is little known. His dates of birth and death are only approximations.
Oh, man.
He was born in Bohemia to a well-respected musical family. After spending earlier years gaining a good reputation as a violinist and conductor in Prague and Germany.
Dude, he wrote 18 symphonies.
Wow. 14 instrumental concertos. I wonder if we can hear any.
Yeah, let's listen to some samples.
Let's see.
Apparently his trumpet concerto in E flat. Fascinating.
Well, there we go.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. Well, Ben, what else should we tell these people? Tell your friends about this podcast if you have any friends you think might enjoy this. I'm assuming it's 0, but on the off
Or
chance.
if you have friends.
Yeah, or if you, well, that's what I was saying. I'm assuming
Yeah.
they don't.
If you're
have
listening to this podcast, it's possible that we're your only friends, and we're okay with that. Just as long as you don't know where we live.
Yeah.
You can become our friend by sending us an email.
Yeah, at what's the email?
It's
Obscurigami@gmail.com.
Right.
Go to the website, obscurigami.com. Subscribe.
It's a good one.
Listen to other episodes. Read the show notes.
I like our website.
That Ben so graciously writes for us creatively each time.
I don't really want to take credit for them.
How does he do it? Oh, you don't want that to be known?
No, I think that should be a mystery.
Well, it isn't anymore. This is how the work breaks down. Ben writes the show notes. Matthew Flight does the artwork. We both record, and I edit.
Yeah, we
the
haven't
podcast.
talked about Matthew Flight much.
Not
on the show.
On the program.
He's always mentioned in the show notes.
Well, to all our listeners out there on this snowy Christmas evening, thank you for joining us for our another Christmas special here at Obscurigami. Go spend some time with your family by the
in honor of this holiday,
by the fireplace, and
sip a cup of hot cocoa, play an episode or two of Obscurigami for them,
snuggle up under the blanket, play some checkers, and enjoy the holiday cheer.
You don't play checkers under a blanket?
That's a good point. Ah, there we go. Well, should I go or do you want to go? Obscurigami being the show where we talk about obscure things. Did I tell you about the catchphrase, or what do you call it? Not a catchphrase. What's another word for a catchphrase?
Tagline?
Yeah. It's a
slogan?
Slogan. Did I tell you about the slogan that Hannah came up with for this show?
No.
She came up...
Please regale me.
Didn't even mean to.
She came up with the slogan, pointlessly educational, which I think pretty well sums up a lot of what we're about here at Obscurigami Networks, LLC.
I feel like that pretty much sums up my entire education.
But, yeah, they're obscure topics. We're educating them on you, but you're not really gonna gain anything from being educated about these, likely.
Well, welcome to Obscurigami, a pointlessly educational audio journal
Of obscure things.
I'm Ben,
And I'm Thomas.
and today I want to introduce us into the world of white-collar crime. I picked this topic before I had really started reading a book called The Godfather. You may have heard of it. They made an obscure film
Yes.
based on the novel.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do an episode about that one day, because
One day,
it
one
really
day.
is.
But those
underrated
two things
gem.
in conjunction really got me thinking about crime and the nature of good and evil and what constitutes that. So this particular criminal was not involved with the mafia or organized crime in any way, to my knowledge. His name is John Rufo. And John Rufo was an American business executive who ran away with about $300 million as part of a scheme that I will now tell you about. So he had some legitimate business holdings, and he became involved with another businessman who had been an executive at Philip Morris.
How recent is this?
This took place. The crime itself was prosecuted in 1996, and that is when Rufo disappeared. So he has been missing since 1996. The two of them came up with a scheme to basically convince banks that Philip Morris was developing a product that didn't exist. It was kind of a cigarette that generated less smoke.
Interesting.
So they created documents to the effect of saying that Philip Morris was creating this product and that they were the agency through which Philip Morris was channeling the funds. But in reality, Philip Morris was not doing this.
Right.
And it was over 15 institutions that were providing money to this cause.
Yeah.
And it amounted to about $350 million. Of course, they were caught. But the interesting thing to me is that after the trial and he was convicted, he was last seen withdrawing some money from an ATM near an airport, near John F. Kennedy Airport. And his car was found there. And they have surveillance footage of him withdrawing the money. But since then, that was in 1998, he has not been seen.
He's not been seen. Wow.
And his car was abandoned at an airport, so people think, well, maybe he
managed to
he took off?
get away. He made it to
Maybe
Panama,
he made it through
Bolivia,
through the gate.
and he's living the high life. In how much money did you say how much money he withdrew?
That is a very good question. So of the $350 million or so, there's about 40 to 50 million that's unaccounted for. He could have that money with him.
Right, yeah.
Or he might have some smaller chunk.
Right.
No one really knows. And this has been since 1998, so he's had about 20 years, and he's successfully evaded law enforcement.
Yeah. Wow.
Everywhere.
Interesting.
So it's possible he's dead.
Right.
It's been long enough that that's a possibility. But he's been on the U.S. Marshal's most wanted list for all that time. So he's a high priority criminal that has not been caught.
Wow.
An unusual thing.
I wonder how that stacks up 30 or 40 million, presuming he has it. I wonder how that stacks up against other large-scale financial crimes that people have gotten away with, or at least, people who remain at large or uncaught.
This is definitely a pretty major one.
This is probably,
based on my
assuming
research,
must be one of the larger ones.
This is definitely in the top tier of like white collar crimes.
Right.
People got away with, allegedly.
Besides, assumedly, there's probably some level of white collar crime where some business executive, financial person has been skimming money off of some account somewhere for like his 40 years and maybe he's skimmed millions of dollars over the course of his life and has never been caught. But in terms of people like who took a chunk and just tried to like skedaddle, that's probably one of the larger. Even so, you would have to be like, it's hard to hide $40 million.
Right. I'm inclined to think that he doesn't have it.
Right.
That the money was either spent as part of his getaway plan.
Yeah.
Or dispersed in some other way.
You think if you knew you were going to be pulling a stunt like that, you'd have some plans or backup plans.
Right. And he was caught around 1996 and then disappeared around 1998.
Right.
So during that time, he was on trial, and he actually was sentenced to prison and didn't show up for prison, which is another thing, like the difference between white collar crime versus blue collar crime.
Yeah.
They would never be able to get away with that.
Yeah.
In a more, I don't know, smaller scale crime or domestic crime or.
Yeah. What was it? Do you remember in that Robert Durst? I think he pulled that, but and then that was a case of like not white collar crime,
Right.
but someone who was in the white collar world. He was a very high profile figure, so he was able to kind of like do
and
this.
I guess if you can afford bail,
Right.
then
You have that opportunity theoretically. Yeah.
And his bail was set at an unusually high figure. This is Rufo that I switched back to talking about. His bail was set unusually high, and several of his relatives mortgaged their homes to like get him out on bail. So I wonder if it was indeed a profitable venture.
Yeah.
Because it was so expensive to. I guess he has the satisfaction of knowing that he got away with it, but he's definitely. Well, I can't say for sure, but it seems like he's not living the high life somewhere.
Yeah. He's probably He's probably at most surviving. And then on top of that, you have the anxiety of being
hunted
or just at least knowing that you have to stay concealed for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It would be not an ideal existence.
Yeah. But it's interesting. A lot of the other people on the list are wanted for violent crimes.
Right. Yeah.
He's one of the few executive white-collar criminals that's on the list. Yeah. And I guess there's a stock that they rotate, and as they get pushed towards the higher part of the list, they get more attention from investigators. They're higher priority because they want to keep the list. They don't want the list to remain static. Obviously, they want it to be updated frequently because they're catching people. Right. Because it's a public announcement.
Public list.
But another interesting thing is that their website is not very modern.
The
U.S. Marshals.
The U.S. Marshal most wanted.
Yeah, it was a very basic HTML kind of website.
Each of the agencies kind of like is there an FBI most wanted?
Yeah, the FBI has a most wanted list too.
I wonder what gets you onto one list versus the other list. Like, what do you have to do to get onto the Marshal list but not the FBI list? I wonder.
That is a very good question.
Who decides?
That I do not have the answer to.
Well, the Marshals probably decide, but
yeah, and I mean clearly the FBI were involved in his case because they froze a lot of his assets when he attempted to flee.
Right.
So yeah, I'm not sure why he's on one list and not on the other.
I'm amazed when we learn about whether it's a Gregor McGregor or a John Rufo, how these confidence men, how sort of simplistic their schemes tend to be. Mm-hmm. Like, you think you would conceal these things within layers of like obscurity, or I guess maybe the ones who get away with it do, and that's why they get away with it. But a lot of this stuff seems to come down to, well, they just lied to somebody and that person just trusted them. And they didn't like fake or I mean, was there more?
Well, there was definitely documentation.
Right. There was documentation that they faked. Right.
And it wasn't like he just appeared and was doing business with these companies.
Had been doing business.
He had been doing business legitimately, or we presume legitimately, for a while.
Yeah.
So he had a bit of a base to build off of before.
What makes you do that?
What makes you abandon your base?
A bit, like, was he about to head into a tailspin? Like, did he think had he been wheeling and dealing for a while and think that things were going to catch up with him? Like, why, if you're a successful businessman, would you, I don't know, the psychology of crime is strange a lot of times, but like, do you just realize one day that like you could just fake some documents and get $350 million, and then like the draw is too insatiable? I think a lot of times crime fits into our, blue collar crime it's kind of easy to slot into a certain category because we can attribute it to certain sort of like almost as a symptom of certain kinds of social need or something.
Yeah.
If somebody robs a bank, they probably
acted out of some sort of desperation.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Or at least that's the narrative that we seem to like want to believe whether or not that's true. I don't know. I haven't studied bank robberies.
I'm sure it varies.
But with white collar crime, you often have this individual who's already at least a little bit successful. And so it's a little bit more difficult to kind of easily understand what motivated them.
Yeah, it's interesting to think about. Like if it's like Frank Abagnale kind of mentality where it's like he wants to play the system.
Yeah.
And see, how much he can get away with.
Right. But even for him, for someone like him, it almost makes sense because he's starting at the bottom. He doesn't have that much to lose, and he's working his way up the ladder, so to speak.
Right.
But for somebody already at the top, you start to wonder, well, were they in some kind of desperation and we just didn't know it, and they felt like this was the only opportunity they had? Did they just get cocky and think that they were very successful and smart and could probably just pull it off? And why not gain $350 million? Or, are they just sad individuals who are unfulfilled by their current money and success, and pulling a stunt like that is just some kind of, it's not about the money, it's just some kind of game.
Yeah.
Or
maybe it's some kind of way to show that they're better than the system.
Right.
Maybe it's a challenge.
Yeah.
That, only they can, because he was trying to cover it up by making interest payments on the loans. And so it doesn't seem likely that anybody would have caught it. Like, it took years for people to catch it.
Right. Yeah.
So it wasn't an exceedingly obvious crime. And if it hadn't been for some executive in a bank in Japan somewhere, maybe nobody would have caught it for much longer.
Yeah.
So clearly he wasn't an idiot. But yeah, it's just an interesting story, and it's mostly interesting because of what's not there, like all the blank pieces that we don't have, because he was never caught.
He was never
really
caught.
Know.
Yeah.
And I wasn't really able to find any interviews with his business partner to find out what motivated them to attempt it. John Rufo. There will be a picture of him in the show notes.
Yeah, if you know anything about the whereabouts of John Rufo, you can call the U.S. Marshal Service. U.S. Marshal is very weird to me. Maybe I feel like that would almost be a topic for an episode. I just like
obscure law enforcement agencies.
I always forget that they exist, and then every time I'm reminded, I'm like, oh yeah, what?
I always remember.
What do they do?
I always remember them whenever I think about law enforcement on planes, because I feel like that's one of their jurisdictions.
That's one of their,
and maybe that's why he's on their list, because he left on a plane, presumably, or from an airport. This is the portion of the show where we further our pointless education by clicking the random button on Wikipedia. And sometimes we find out about really interesting things.
Sometimes less interesting.
Sometimes we find things that we can't understand. And most of the time we just find things in foreign languages that we can't pronounce.
Here's an interesting one. It's a bit of a stub article, so not a whole lot to talk about here.
Ooh, a stub.
Or I don't know if this is a stub article or just a very brief topic. But what we have today is the African Zion Baptist Church. It's a historic Baptist church at 4104 Malden Drive in Malden, Kanawha County, West Virginia. Go check it out if you live nearby. Mm-hmm. It's a one-story frame structure built atop a stone foundation. It has a gable roof topped by a wooden bell tower. This is considered the mother church of African American Baptists in West Virginia, many of whom migrated here after the American Civil War and Reconstruction. Among its noted members were Father Lewis Rice, founder of the church and leader of the early African American community in Kanawha Valley of West Virginia, and Booker T. Washington. It was listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1974. And it looks like a pretty standard old white church building.
The color of the church is white.
Right, yes.
It would not be considered a white church.
No.
Since it is an African Zion Baptist church.
That's correct.
Yes.
The outside, it is painted white. Thank you for clarifying that. That could be a... the coordinates are 38 degrees, 17 feet, 58 inches north, 81 degrees, 33 feet, 26 inches west. So pop that into your GPS.
You can head right there.
Head right there. Check out the African Zion Baptist Church, September 1979.
So we have a time travel machine too?
Yeah.
To get back to...
I guess that's when the photo was taken. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Presumably it's still there? I don't know.
Let's
Google map it and see if we can see a current...
Hey, that's a good idea. All right, we're taking the address. We're Command-C, that's copy. Go to maps.
If you're on a PC,
.google.com.
might try the control.
Yeah, that would be control.
Look at that.
All right, let's zoom down here. We're going to grab the little man, drop him in the street, zoom down into street view level. Here we are. And what do you know?
There it is. It still stands, according to Google.
It's a pretty... oh, look at this little house here right beside it.
Is that the vicarage?
I don't know. It looks maybe like it's newer than the church.
Oh,
it's right by the fast check.
Fast check?
Fast check. Fast check.
Cool. It looks very well manicured and well maintained.
It does look like it's well maintained.
It doesn't look like it's changed much since 1979. But the landscape around it is looks like some sort of apartments across the street. If you live in one of those apartments, be sure to drop us a line and let us know.
Take a photo of you listening to the podcast in front of the church.
Now that we've given everyone on the internet the coordinates to where you live.
And email it to us or tweet at us or something.
We'll be very excited.
I'm at Thomas Flight on Twitter. What are you on Twitter, Ben?
I have many Twitters.
Many Twitters.
None of which I will disclose on the air.
Okay, all right.
For the purposes of my anonymity.
He likes to say Ben is anonymous on the Twitters.
Well, I wish I had more to say about it, other than it's quite an average looking building for
you can
having such an incredible
see inside from the street view.
Oh. What's in there?
Well,
it was raining when the photograph was taken.
You can just kind of see in and through the other windows on the side.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite obscure, I have to say.
Quite obscure indeed.
It's a pretty obscure random Wikipedia article we have there. I want to... we haven't really done this before, but now that the podcast is blowing up, we've probably doubled our listener base from 10 to 20.
Growth definitely demands that we take some steps.
I don't want to coerce anyone or suggest that people take actions that they wouldn't otherwise be motivated to take on their own. But just a reminder, on iTunes, you can leave podcast reviews.
Well, that's true. We've never asked people to review this podcast before.
So that's a thing you can do. I don't know why you'd want to leave a review of this podcast. I wouldn't certainly want to ask anyone to, because they would certainly all be negative.
Right.
One or two stars. But
you're letting people know that they have the option.
Just reminding people, if they do have, brutal, constructive, or not constructive criticisms that they would like to leave in the review box.
I think that would be interesting to hear.
Yeah.
We don't hear much from our detractors.
No.
Other than I hear from you from time to time.
We are our own detractors.
It's true. We don't really need... What would be the opposite of a fan base? A hate group? What do you call somebody who's like the opposite of a fan? Like someone who hates something.
I don't know. A hater. Message to all the haters. Leave us reviews. That'll teach them. No,
well done.
I'm very interested to see the reception, which is usually crickets. It's always crickets. But the latest episode I put up, what was it about? Oh, Salvage 1.
Oh yes, I actually did get some feedback on that from one of our our true fans.
Oh really?
Yes.
Because that one we had that was an interesting one because we just had this non sequitur like rant / rabbit trail at the end that was like 10 or 15 minutes long that I kind of left in. That was quite funny. When I was editing it, I was laughing.
What did we talk about? I'll have to go back and listen.
I don't really remember. It was like roughly related. We were imagining scenarios in which we would,
cast Andy Griffith
in something. I don't remember what all it was, but we were just talking off topic for quite a while, and it was kind of the first time we had done that in the show. I left it in. It's also like a 45-minute episode, which is
it's really amazing that our bar is set so low,
right? That
we can still manage to get off topic in a 30-minute podcast.
Yeah. Well, that one's 45 minutes, which I think is maybe our longest episode. So I could have just cut it out, but I didn't. We'll see. Well, let us know. Leave us feedback. Do you like it if we rant off topic for a little while or
Please
not?
Let us know.
Probably won't.
We would definitely love the opportunity to rant off topic more because I think that's what we do best.
Yeah. I don't know that we're gonna like do anything differently based on your feedback, but it might make us feel better or worse about ourselves. And and
that's always entertaining.
Right. Yeah.
You could have cut out the rant and like released a special edition episode.
Oh right, we could keep that around for our Patreon supporters once we have a Patreon.
Right.
Interesting. That's an interesting idea.
See, strategery.
Well, let us know if you like the rants. Then we'll start cutting them out. Then we'll know how to motivate people to give us money.
Tell us how to manipulate you into opening your wallets to us.
Tell them about the email, Ben.
What? Oh. info@obscurigami.com. You can email it there if you don't feel like leaving a public review.
Right.
If you feel embarrassed to say negative things in public,
email it to us, and then we will post a review and copy and paste what you said into the.
Also, obscurigami.com is our website.
Right.
You can find other episodes of the show there. Subscribe in iTunes, Stitcher,
and on YouTube as well.
We are on YouTube. We are in Google Play. You can find us all over the place.
Wherever you like to listen, mostly.
Are we on Spotify? Spotify is podcast.
I don't think we're on Spotify. I feel like I'm not sure how to get on there. I think I looked to try to see how to.
Yeah.
But they might just pull their
they're very curated,
they might pull their podcast directory from some other source.
Because I've looked on there for some of my favorite podcasts, and they have not been there.
Yeah.
So.
But we're on the Google Play podcasts.
Yeah. You don't want Spotify.
Yeah, you don't want that. Email me and I'll send you the MP3s.
Give us a call.
Give us a call. We'll just say as much as we can remember about any of the episodes.
Yeah, we'll get on the phone and reenact your favorite episode.
Yeah. Likely
for
abridged.
A small fee.
Yeah, for a small
payable in Bitcoin. Right, because how would you know? Like, it's not like we send up a flare.
Right, I never say, hey, we're rolling now.
Right, exactly. So it's kind of a sneaky thing. Do we want to reintroduce it, or will you just pull from...
No, we should probably do an actual introduction. Yeah, what do we do on this podcast, Ben?
This podcast?
I'm asking you because... this audio recording of a podcast.
Because this is not a podcast.
Right, I'm asking you because I've forgotten.
Really?
What this show is about.
I'm surprised to hear that you've forgotten.
Yeah, well...
Because you've edited every single episode of this podcast.
I've edited so much, I upload them, I do, a lot of the menial grunt work. I've researched and recorded episodes, but it's really escaped me.
I see that the dementia is finally setting in.
Yeah, well, that's offensive to the Alzheimer's community, Ben, so...
Well, we've offended every other demographic on this podcast so far.
Not true. There's a few small groups. I'm sure we'll come across their Wikipedia articles at some point.
Do you like Germans?
Germans? Well, I don't think we've offended any Germans yet.
Well, today's your lucky day.
Great.
Excellent.
Fantastic.
This is a podcast where we talk about obscure things.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much the gist of it.
That's about it.
I'm Ben.
I'm Thomas.
We have a special guest host today, which we're really excited about.
Yeah.
Our first ever guest hosted episode. So if you're just joining us for the first time, this is not a typical episode.
Yeah.
It's very special.
It's probably much better than a typical episode.
Definitely.
So
Well-
don't calibrate your expectations based on this episode alone.
Definitely. Definitely take a random sampling.
My recommendation is listen to all the episodes before you decide you don't like the podcast and want to unsubscribe forever.
Definitely.
Although, even in that case, unsubscribing is probably not recommended because
Right.
new episodes are coming out all the time,
Right.
which may add to that opinion.
Yeah. Unless you're listening to this from the far-flung future after we're all dead and America's gone. And
Right. Yeah.
yeah.
Do you want to introduce yourself and describe your...
I thought you were introducing me, but then you started talking about how you should subscribe.
Okay.
And stay subscribing.
I'm
That
Ben.
is true. Go
Oh,
ahead.
wait. Did you want him to introduce himself or me?
you were sort of.
I was not talking. When I was making eye contact with Jesse
Uh-huh.
and saying things specifically for him to
Right.
do, I wasn't speaking to you, Ben.
Okay, sorry. It's just hard to remember that the world is not all about me.
Yes.
So,
So, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
So, okay. Well, I'm Jesse, so I'm Ben's younger brother. And I have a special World War I treat for all of you. Treat.
Treat.
Yes.
treat.
Yes.
Treat disease.
Treat
a nice-
disease. Treat disease.
It's a nice treat.
It's not a technically treat disease, it's just a treat. So, the topic is the SMS Emden, which is actually a topic that when Ben first introduced me to Obscurigami, because I am one of 3 listeners, way back.
We're up to 4 now.
Oh, you're up to 4?
Yes.
Yes.
Shall we pause for an awkward applause? Okay.
Well, we succeeded in the awkwardness.
And killed all the mosquitoes
Yes.
in the room.
Anyway, back to the SMS. What?
Emden.
Text,
So the-
is this like a text message?
A text message.
Yeah, an SMS.
I'm a lewd at it. I have a flip phone. I don't know what that actually means.
Oh.
What does
Explain
SMS
it to
stand
me,
for?
Ben.
You know?
This is.
That is a good question. It is actually... I need to look that up. It's German.
It's a German
It's
naval...
like USS,
Right.
but it's
Ah.
German standing for the Kriegsmarine, which is the Navy. Somehow. The Germans make very weird acronyms because they don't usually make that much sense. If you actually look at the word that it's standing for.
So not a text message.
Well, that's fine.
No, it's not a text message. It's a warship named after a small town in East Frisia, which is the northern part of Holland, where Germany kind of meets. And it actually was built up in Danzig, which was a famous city. Of course, all that's boring and nobody really cares about that, but I find that fascinating. So, this is actually called the Swan of the East, which is sort of the poetic name of the ship before the First World War actually began, after which it was called the Kaiser's pirate ship. And basically, what happened was it took the entire Indian Ocean by storm and pretty much held the entire industry of the British shipping. So the SMS Emden was part of the German East Asian Squadron, which was about 5 ships. As there's a famous quote in Blackadder where the main character goes, so the German Empire includes about a sausage factory off in China, and the British Empire includes all of Africa and a quarter of the globe. That's basically what the German Empire was. It was a sausage factory in Tsingtao. I do not know if I pronounced that right, but I just sort of went with it. After the Boxer Rebellion in the really early 1900s, in 1901, 1902, the end of the Victorian Age, the Germans, and actually the Austrians too, but the Germans had sent troops and actually managed to gain a port town called Tsingtao. Out of that, they based off of a few ships, including the SMS Emden, which was this obsolete warship that was built actually in the 1900s. It was actually decommissioned and actually recommissioned as they saw the First World War coming up, and they decided to strengthen specifically they sent it to go and strengthen the East Asian Squadron, which is under the command of Admiral von Spee.
A Star Wars character.
Yes. Actually, Commander Maximilian von Spee was actually kind of an interesting figure in his own right, because he realized that Tsingtao was not tenable, because they had 4 ships and the British Empire was coming at them and they were going to lose their sausage factory very quickly. So what they did is they decided to make a run for it all the way up to Europe. So they went down the coast of all the way up to South America, and they actually ran into a British squadron about the same size. These squadrons literally are 4 ships to 4 ships. And they actually destroyed the British fleet, or detachment rather, and continued on until they were completely surprised by a much larger British fleet in the Falkland Islands. So they actually made it all the way to the Falkland Islands before they were completely annihilated.
And where was their starting point again?
Tsingtao. So if you look at a map, it's actually a very strategic port, because it's if you have Beijing, there's a harbor, or a bay rather, that comes up, leading all the way up to Beijing. That's where Korea and China, that's what gives Korea its peninsula, and the distinctive shape of China. And Tsingtao is another peninsula that comes off of China that meets Korea. Doesn't quite reach to Korea, but Tsingtao is on that peninsula, so it's a strategic entrance to that harbor, or bay rather. Before Grand Moff, I think that's his title, Grand Moff. Anyway, Maximilian von Spee decides to go for that route, and he decides to go for Germany. There's one captain, a man by the name of Muller, who is the captain of a small light cruiser called the SMS Emden. And he decides, you know what? That is a stupid plan. We're all going to die. So what is he going to do? He decides to go and attack Allied shipping in the Indian Ocean. Now, keep in mind, this is the age of coal. So the thing about the Emden is it's not that impressive a ship. It really isn't. It has a 23, 24 knot top speed, which is not that fast, but it can really only go 12 knots to maintain any form of range, because after all, it's based off of coal.
Right.
And there's not really a whole lot of neutral shipping in, because remember, they're at war with Britain, France, and Russia, which are the 3 most powerful navies in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans. So they don't really have too many places to stop and get coal.
Right. So do they maintain their fuel supply by stealing from other ships?
That's where it gets interesting. They have one small ship that acts as an auxiliary ship that has coal. And they actually run into, within a week of learning that the war has started, they already capture a Russian ship called the Ryazan, which is they sort of create as an auxiliary cruiser in order to reinforce their coal-carrying capacity. So already he's created this small fleet within a week. And then it gets crazy. By the end of his entire episode, that lasts about a year, he's captured something of like, I forget the exact number. Different accounts always give different numbers, because a lot of the ships that he captured, he also released. Others he sank, and so sometimes it's not easy to tell exactly how many ships he either sank or captured. But there was at least 20.
Wow.
By his lonesome.
20.
Yeah.
By himself. One ship in a year. It's quite amazing.
With an average speed of about 12 knots.
Right.
Going through the Indian Ocean at a time where Britain controlled, you've always heard Britannia rules the waves. They also controlled all of India.
Right.
Also Australia, and also Japan entered the war. So it's an amazing story. So
what was the secret to his success? Was his strategy that enabled him to be so successful?
Mostly audacity. So what happens was he goes up and he captures this. He comes up to this Greek ship, and he's, by the rules of the law, there is, before the war, there's this thing called the Hague Convention, which is basically a rules of engagement on the sea. And Captain von Mueller is actually a very, very honorable man. And he's, for instance, if he captures a ship, will capture a second ship, and he'll put all the prisoners on the second ship, especially if he finds a neutral ship. There's an Italian ship before the Italians entered the war. There's an American ship also before we entered the war. And there's also a Greek ship, which is a little different. There's a Greek ship with a long Greek name that I won't try to pronounce. that he comes up to. And under the Hague Convention, he is legally bound or legally able to take the property on that ship because they are going to sell coal to the British Empire. Mm-hmm. But he doesn't. Instead, he actually hires the ship as another collier. So he's already got 3 coal ships. Mm-hmm. So he's building this fleet slowly by himself, where he's only got 1 warship. But the cleverest thing that he does is, because they realize that his ship is actually kind of famous. Because, people in Hong Kong, for instance, actually already know him pretty well. In fact, there's actually one article that I read about that I'll put on the show notes that was talking about how people in Hong Kong, which was a British colony at the time, actually were very reluctant when the First World War happened because their best friends were German. There's this funny story where they're all sitting down to a dinner, and then 2 days later they're all at war. They're like, well, gee, this sucks. So they sort of like, well, they get an order from the top to say, oh, we're going to arrest all the merchants in Hong Kong. Like, oh, yeah, we're not going to do that. But in Hong Kong is where the Emden gets its name, the Swan of the East, because it's sort of seen as this elegant ship, even though it's completely obsolete, and it is really outgunned and outmatched and outpaced by everything on the water at that point.
Yeah. Now, forgive me, was Hong Kong a British territory at this point?
It was a British colony all the way up until 1990s.
Okay.
Which was kind of an unfortunate event when the Highlanders got a full wind. Yeah. There was actually kind of an international incident there, but that's neither here nor there. It was, yes, one of those funny, obscure stories. They don't wear beneath the kilt, in case you're wondering. But the Emden, what he does, Captain von Mueller, the ship has 3 coal stacks. So he decides, his ship looks kind of similar to this English ship called the Yarmouth, or the Yarmouth, I don't know how you pronounce that, which has 4 stacks. So he adds a fake stack to the end.
Oh, I've heard of this.
Have you?
Yeah, no, I don't remember obviously any of the other details surrounding this story, but I've heard of this particular
I'm also starting very slow. So.
Yeah.
So he builds a 4th dummy stack on the back of his ship in order to sail past the British. And so he terrorized. He's a typical commerce raider for the first couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. There's actually a long history of commerce raiding. The U.S. actually was big in commerce raiding because we're also fighting a much larger fleet. Mm-hmm. That's basically the basic idea behind the whole U-boat campaign in the Atlantic, but of course they didn't have U-boats, so he's going with a small cruiser.
Right. Commerce raiding sounds like a very PC government term for pirating.
Well, it's not technically pirating, actually. They call it, as sort of a derogatory term, they call it the Kaiser's pirate ship, but it's not technically a pirate ship because there's a very clear definition between pirate, privateer, and commerce raiding. Because he is a member of the German Navy. A pirate is somebody who has no affiliation with the government.
Right.
A privateer is a pirate hired by the government, and a commerce raider is somebody who just happens to be fighting ships from a foreign hostile power while being a member of your own navy and wearing the uniform.
Right. Gotcha.
There's very clear-cut distinctions between them.
Yeah.
So it's not really fair to call him a pirate, even though people actually kind of did. But that was really more because they were mad at him.
Right. It's kind of it's specifically militarized pirating, but it's not like they're just boating around.
Well, commerce raiding is war.
Right.
I mean, it's
piracy implies
piracy is theft.
Right.
Right. That's the definition.
This is theft for the purposes of war.
But that's what I was getting at.
It's
like
more
the
like
distinction.
foraging.
The distinction is one is associated with a government, and it's a specific aggressive act. The other is just like a free agent who I guess it's the same. It's the same as not calling what soldiers do murder. Mm-hmm. We don't call them murderers because they are an agent of the state.
Yeah,
right. But
because it's not technically murder.
Yeah,
they are killing other people,
but functionally they're kind of performing
it's not
the same
technically
tasks. Right.
Yes. Also on a much larger scale sometimes. Although
Right.
piracy technically
Yeah.
is grand theft
Right.
shipping. Grand theft shipping. This is basically what it is. It's grand theft shipping 3 or whatever number you want to put it. Or technically 1, I guess, because it's the First World War.
Yeah.
Ha. Anyways.
Grand Theft Shipping 1.
You heard it here first.
Exactly.
San Indian Ocean.
So, it seems like a pretty typical commerce raider, though. He's got his own stack, and most of the British don't actually realize that he's even there for a while. And then he starts wrapping up the pace, and he starts capturing another ship and another ship and another ship.
Right. So what did the British think was happening?
Well, they quickly realized, because, as I was just about to say, there's actually an Italian ship that he stopped and did something similar to the Greek ship, the Portopolos. I can't pronounce it. It's like 12 letters long. But the Italian ship, well, the Italians had actually just broken an alliance up with Germany, and it was pretty clear that the Italians might actually enter the Allies. Both Germany and the Allies were fighting over Italy, trying to enter the war. Mm-hmm. And so the Italians, kind of not liking the Germans, decided to go over to the British Empire up in India, which is their original plowing, and they just say, yeah, there's the ship out there, and we think it's the SMS Emden, which actually technically breaks their idea of neutrality. It breaks their neutrality. So they're technically entering as a belligerent, even though it's technical, so it doesn't actually happen.
Right.
So what, and this is where it gets crazy, he decides to, he captures another ship, Trabok. He captures several other ships, and this is where it gets really interesting. He decides he's had enough of just capturing a ship or two, so he decides to go and attack Madras, which is a city of several 100,000 people. And at Madras is one of the largest deposits of oil in all of British India. And the British already are familiar with that he's there. They've sent out several ships to go and hunt him, about 6, which is not that many. By the end of his career, they've sent out about 20. And it'll be like a multinational effort to hunt this one ship down in the Indian Ocean. It gets a little crazy. And then he sort of accidentally gets found, but we'll get to there. And so he sails into Madras, and the British basically told all their citizens to black out the coast, so you can't see the coast. Mm-hmm. And one chronicler reported it as being lit up by a Christmas tree, because they didn't pay attention to the order. So he knew exactly what he was shooting at. So he goes up into the town, and he completely razes one of the largest oil fields in all of India overnight, and sails away, and the British aren't the wiser. Which is problematic. Yeah. Yeah. Now they're mad. So Winston Churchill, who is the first sealer, goes, well, this sucks. So the Russians and the French all kind of get together, and this is when they really start ramping up and trying to find him. And then this is actually the period where he sinks the most ships. Let's see. After Madras, he sank the Timeric near Ceylon. Madras, I think, is up in the north, so it's sort of along the eastern coast, not quite up to Calicut, but sort of about halfway, I think. I would need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's around where that is. My geography is right, but I'm American. What do I know? He captures the Grai Faval, which is an interesting name, and uses that as a prison ship. So that was the thing about Mahler. He didn't execute his prisoners. He didn't hold them for ransom. He's got this tiny ship that's about 100 meters long. So he's not going to have room for that. So a lot of the times he just sends them off. This is one of the ships that he sends them off on. So half the ships that he actually captures, he just sends and basically gives them back because he can't hold them.
Right.
The others he sinks and puts the prisoners on the next ship.
Do you think that has anything to do with his ability to kind of skate by on his own for a while, because he's not being weighed down by these?
Oh, definitely.
Ships that he's
definitely
he is just kind of like hit and run.
Yeah.
And staying light.
Yeah. And then he also There's another ship too. And he gets another ship, but one of the craziest things is he gets on October 9th. I'm kind of looking at some of these dates here. He goes to this place called Diego Garcia, which is actually a British colony, despite the Spanish name. And the funny thing is, Diego Garcia doesn't realize the First World War started. So they offered to take care of his ship. They actually give it a fresh coat of paint. They repaint the ship. They give it new coal. In fact, there's, as a repayment, Mueller sends half of his crew to rebuild, like, I think it's the governor's yacht. So they rebuild and repatch the governor's yacht, and then they go off.
How did he know that this guy didn't know that the war had started?
Well,
I mean, was he just kind of taking a gamble and he sailed into port and he's like, hi?
Well, he was actually going there in order to raid it.
And he gets
And then
there.
he realized, and he decided not to take advantage of him. This is why. So he's like, you know what? I'm just going to sit here and just not tell them. Sort of like a don't ask, don't tell sort of situation.
Right.
It's like, we won't tell you that the war started because they don't have a telegram there. They don't have any access to the outside communications because it's a colony of about 100 people off in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Nobody thought to tell Diego Garcia. Most people don't even know where Diego Garcia is on the map. So they just go, okay, well, some of our colonies may not know, but what's the chance that a German ship's going to fly into or sail into one of these colonies?
And lo and behold.
And lo and behold.
Lo and behold.
And lo and behold.
Swan of the East.
And then he sinks the Clan Grant, the Ponrabble, the Bonmore, the Trollus, the Chilvacana, and he captures the Exford over the next couple of days.
Wow.
Yeah.
This guy is pretty kickatus butticus.
This is a regular Gregor McGregor of the sea.
This is the Gregor McGregor of the seas. Only a little more honorable and a little bit more.
Yeah. More, he did actual things.
Yes.
Whereas Gregor McGregor just lied a bunch and collected money.
Which is why we love him.
Right.
So then he decides to attack another Indian city, which is called Penang. And there's this whole thing about the Battle of Penang, where he sails in and he's expecting heavy resistance because there's supposed to be 2 French heavy cruisers there. He's a light cruiser. These are large, heavy, giant cruisers.
But he's hoping to outmaneuver them?
Well, I don't actually know what he's hoping there. But luck sort of favors him.
He's getting a little cocky at this point, I think.
But luck favors him. And there's only one light Russian cruiser.
Well, there you go.
But the thing about the Russian cruiser is it's a mess. There's stuff all over the deck. There is only 6 rounds of ammunition in each gun, one of which is chambered. And according to legend, I don't know if this is true, but there's a funny story of how the Russian captain's with his mistress and sort of looks up without his trousers on to see his ship aflame. And it's a bad day for him. He's actually after the war ends, he goes back to Russia. He's court-martialed, fined, and thrown into prison for 6 years for negligence. Yeah. So that ship's done. And then while coming out, he sort of bombs the city for a little bit, and he comes out, and there's a French light cruiser which tries to run because he's actually outgunned. It's like one of the first times the Emden's ever outgunned. So the Emden actually opens fires and completely destroys it. But Mahler once again shows himself as being a noble guy and fishes out the few survivors of the ship and puts it back on shore. So he's one of those guys who he's seen by a lot of people as one of the last people with the gallantry of the seas, because there's sort of a gentleman's code of conduct in warfare, which the Great War, the First World War, is known for not having. Because you have the U-boat campaign, you have of course the Western Front, and he and actually also a couple of other German commanders in the colonial era are fascinating because they're sort of uphold that old tradition of gallantry of the old imperial era.
But it sounds like he uses some modern techniques too, as far as his strategy, like being lightweight and hit and run, and
that seemed more a necessity.
It is really more of a necessity. I mean, it's not really necessarily as modern as you might think if you study more military history, but it is a modern concept, because the whole First World War was sort of a machine-driven enterprise, and at the end of the day, I wouldn't exactly say that the whole campaign of the Emden really was a machine-driven enterprise. It was really more of a man-driven enterprise, which would made it really unique in the war, because you have machine guns and the artillery and the Big Bertha, and which is a big piece of artillery, barbed wire trenches, and all this machine. But instead, with the Emden, you have more of the traditional sort of crazy audacity of a lot of people, which built the old empires, for better or for worse.
Right. He's the German Sergeant York of the sea.
Exactly.
he goes in there and he's ambitious and
exactly.
So what finally brought him down?
I'm getting to that.
Or did he get brought down?
He did actually get brought down. Yes. Kind of ironically. So he's traveling and he's goes to these islands called the Cocos Islands. And there's a strategic telegram station right there. So he decides to, there's a telegram station there. So he decides to go and take the station out. So he goes up to it, and most of when he comes up to another ship, what he says, he fires a warning shot over the bow and says, full stop, and don't use the wireless. Well, he does basically the same thing. He lands about 50 men. The crew is about 346 people. I say about, but 346 people. So he lands about 50 people onto the small island, and the Germans are at the gates when one brave Australian decides, you know what, I'm going to send a telegram regardless. So he sends a telegram, and it reaches the British. Well, the British only have one ship in the area, so they send this one ship that's wholly unprepared, called the HMAS Sydney. Now, the HMAS stands for His Majesty's Australian Ship. So it's an Australian ship that they have going. The Australians have never won a naval battle before this, ever. I want to point that out. Not even an engagement or anything. Ever. So the Sydney goes, and there's actually this funny story about, I found this one article about, it's the doctor's logs. And he was writing, and he before he started listing all the casualties from the battle, he wrote, and the bathrooms were just repainted, and so there's nothing actually there. So all the stuff is, again, kind of haphazard and a mess because they weren't expecting action. Regardless, though, it's bigger, it's faster, it's more heavily armed, it's got more guns, and most importantly, it has the drop, for the first time, it has the drop on the SMS Emden, who has about, a seventh of its crew on the small little island. So it gets into this long engagement, but the Emden is outranged. So most of its shots fall short, fall long, or completely miss, or just bounce off the Sydney. The Sydney keeps coming, and the Emden starts burning and starts taking on water. So what Mueller decides to do is, without much choice, he decides to beach it. And there's a sandbar where the wreck actually remained for a long time. He parks, not really parks, but sort of crashes the boat onto the sandbar. And unfortunately, nobody took down the colors. So the captain of the Sydney just sort of looks at it and goes, well, I guess he's still trying to fight. So he bombards it, and that's where about 100 and some of his men are killed on the Emden. So he's lost about half his men. Another seventh of his men was back on the island. So he strikes the colors, and that's the end of the Emden. But it gets more interesting. So some of the healthy crew is taken all the way up to Malta. They're kind of through a long, arduous stretch, and they go back to Malta, including the Captain von Mueller. Mm-hmm. And he's finally, after the war, goes back and retires peacefully. He doesn't write a book or anything about it. He's sort of regarded to a lot of fanfare because the Emden sort of captures the German imagination. But he doesn't. He sort of goes back into obscurity. He actually joins the party that became the forerunner of the party that became the party that became the Nazis, which is not actually connected to the Nazis, but I thought that was interesting. He died in like 1923 or something. But he was sort of a nationalist to his end. His dad was a career Prussian military colonel. So he was from a long tradition of Prussian military pride. Some of his wounded crew, though, is taken to Singapore, and they are put into a prison. And this little thing happens where the Indian soldiers in Singapore actually rise up in revolt against the British. So what the Germans do is in this weird event, they actually fight with the British, protecting the British civilians at Singapore against the uprising Indian soldiers.
When did this revolt take place?
1950.
Okay.
So all this actually happened in the first year of the war.
Right.
But one of the most interesting things, though, is not actually about the Emden. It's about that expeditionary force that was left on the Caucasus Islands. Because the Australians didn't realize they were there. And they left, completely leaving them there. So then they go, well, we're stuck on a long-forgotten island off in the middle of the Polynesian Islands. We're in the South Pacific now. He's gone all the way from Tsingtao near Beijing down to the Indian coast, all the way to east of Australia in the South Pacific. Yeah. And so the guy whose name was Helmuth von Mook, he's the lieutenant, he's the second in command, the executive officer, the XO of the Emden. He goes, well, there's this old sailing ship here in port that used to take goods, but if you thought the Emden was obsolete, this ship was very much obsolete. It's this old 3-mast ship. It's got 4 tanks to capture rainwater. 3 of them are contaminated, and 4 of them don't really work that well. So he's got one that doesn't really work that well. The wood is sort of getting rotten because it's just basically been sitting there in basically the Capricorn, South Pacific heat. So he decides, okay, I'm going to sail north, see what happens. So they all climb into this boat, and they start sailing away. And they get to a neutral port. I think it was a Dutch port. I think it was Batavia. But under the same convention, the Hague Convention, they only have 24 hours to be there. So they get water, they get food, and then they leave. Miracle upon miracles. They run into one of the few German ships in the entire Pacific and Indian Oceans, which happens to be a merchant ship. So they're taken, and the merchant ship just sort of unceremoniously drops them off in Yemen. And so they're in Aden. They go, well, Aden's the major port city up to Sana'a, the capital of Yemen. So they decided, okay, well, let's march up to Constantinople and take the land route, which was actually one of the major reasons for the First World War, was the Germans wanted to build a railroad down to Constantinople, which went through Serbia. Problems arose. Archduke Franz Ferdinand, all that good stuff. So they decided to march up, and then they get attacked by Bedouins. So, weirdly, we're started into Tsingtao, and now we're talking about Lawrence of Arabia. Because these are the same Bedouins. And in his memoirs, von Mook actually mentions, I bet these Bedouins are supported by the British. It's actually the Bedouins who are supported by Lawrence of Arabia.
Oh, wow.
And so he actually he's in the Hejaz. So he sort of is saved by the Emir of Mecca. And he's like, oh, we're finally saved by an ally. Then after a while, a couple of days go by, he goes, the Emir of Mecca is going to use us for political bargaining chips, isn't he? He's probably right. We'll never know, though, because in the middle of the night, without telling anybody, he steals a couple of boats and starts sailing up the Red Sea up to Egypt. He manages to get all the way up to the Red Sea, goes all the way up to Constantinople, comes back to this great fanfare up in Germany, where he ends his career. He actually is the person who actually wrote a book about the Emden, which was in German, so I didn't read it. And then he also wrote a second book called I need to look that name up because it was sort of a weird name, the Ayesha, which is the name of that 3-masted vessel. So it's a story about the commerce rating of the Emden back in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, and then also about his journey back home. And so he's the one who we really know the most about the whole expedition. But the legacy of the Emden is also incredible, because the Australians, this is the first naval victory of the Australian fleet. As far as I know, it's the only victory of the Australian fleet, but we won't go there. So the Australian War Museum has everything you want to know about the Emden. So if you ever go to Sydney or Canberra or any of the major museums in Australia, look up the SMS Emden. They have their anchor, they have their cannons, they have everything. In fact, actually, it doesn't actually ever really, the entire wreck is actually, parts are still there. You'll go into the Pacific and you'll see pieces of metal still floating apart.
Wow.
But most of it is washed away. There was one World War II soldier who actually said, "Oh, look, there's the Emden. It's just past the Emden," which is a famous ship. It's so famous that the German Navy's actually named 3 other ships by it. They've made 3 different movies, which, as 2 history buffs, or movie buffs, you would both probably enjoy if you like German movies in German language. And one of them, the last one, which was in 2012, was actually produced talking about the last 50. I think it was called something like Those Who Were Left Behind by the Emden or something similar to that. The craziest thing, though, is the name Emden has actually gotten into 2 native Indian languages. One, let me look up which ones they were so I get my languages right.
This story is like the gift that keeps on giving.
Oh, it just keeps going.
There's just a layer after layer of intrigue and obscureness.
So, in colloquial Sinhala, which is a language, so-and-so is a real Emden. The E pronounced as an A as an and, so that would be Amden. Would mean a crafty person, cunning as a fox, which makes sense. And then...
Where's this language spoken?
Sinhala. It's a German language, or an Indian language. I don't really know too much about the language. There's another language where Emden has come to mean great. I'm unfortunately didn't write that down in my notes. I should double check that. But the Sri Lankan mothers used to scare their unruly children with stories about the Emden, and the Emden man will come and get you. So it really is the gift that keeps on giving.
It's a pretty cool boat.
It is. Or ship, technically.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Ships, not boats.
Yeah, sorry.
I know that.
A boat is a kayak. A ship is a 100-meter cruiser.
Right.
But the amazing thing is, this one of the slowest ships. It's obsolete. It still had a ram. It was so old.
Wow.
So, if he knew he was going down, why didn't he use his ram and ram the Australians? Would he just have been blown to pieces before he
would have
got
been blown to
anywhere near
pieces. The Sydney was also faster than he was.
Right. So he couldn't have caught it, and he would
couldn't
have
have-
been blown to pieces.
Yeah, it wouldn't have worked.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow. One man and his
Ship.
and his
And
ship.
40
One man and his boat.
And his 340-man crew, but
Well, yeah, they don't count.
right.
most of them died anyway, so...
Yeah, most of them got killed or left behind.
Yeah. But it's a fascinating story because the Germans also view it as sort of one of the few moments of heroism in the First World War.
Right, yeah.
It's sort of that and another person named Leto von Beck, Paul Emil von Leto Beck, who was actually a colonial commander on land off in East Germany. Those 2 people are seen as sort of like the few heroes of the German enterprise, which is, to a lot of Germans, was the fall of the empire.
Right.
Which, of course, after the Versailles Treaty, created that sense of loss and that sense of betrayal that a lot of them faced, which, of course, led directly to the Second World War.
You
Because
didn't
contrary
mention,
to some belief, the First World War was not a battle between Nazis and communists, and that was not...
That was the other one.
That was the other one. We're talking about the first one.
Right. I noticed you didn't mention someone who's famous in American culture, the Red Baron.
That is true, yeah, the Red Baron. I was talking most about colonialism, but the Red Baron, of course, was also very famous as an aviator, which was also sort of seen as a frontier, more technology frontier.
Gotcha.
But he was also the man working with the machine, while these 2 people are seen more as the man off in the colonial period.
Gotcha,
Obviously,
yeah.
it didn't do a whole lot at the end of the day, Sure, it made the British mad. I mean, they sent at the end about 30 ships to go and hunt him.
Yeah.
And then, he fought against the British, the French, the Russians, even a Japanese ship. I think he actually attacked. Actually, yeah, he sunk a couple of Japanese ships.
Wow.
Izuku or something, because the Japanese were actually an allied power in the Great War.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
So that was the story of the entire German fleet in the Pacific. So from that sausage factory, great things can happen. So next time you're to Tsingtao.
Next time somebody's disparaging your sausage factory,
Right.
don't let them.
Yeah. Moral of the story is, if you're going in somewhere and you say, don't send a telegram, don't trust them. They're going to send that telegram anyway.
Yeah.
This is true.
It'll allow the
especially
enemy-
Australians.
Yeah.
Australians are the only ones who did that, apparently, because everybody else.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That's actually a double Australian victory, because it was an Australian guy that sent the message, and then an
I think it was
Australian ship
Australian.
that came to the rescue.
I think it was Australian. Yeah.
That's a great tale.
Wow.
Which is why the Australians really like it.
It's like the North Koreans with that one American. They have some kind of naval vessel, American naval vessel, and they have tours through it, and they're like, "This is, we
had this one.
We got them."
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you think about it, in American history, we're all really proud of John Paul Jones. Captured like 3 ships.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't the most impressive commerce raider at the time. In the War of 1812, we actually had a commerce raider of our own called the USS Essex, which was fighting actually also in the Indian Ocean, and also against the British, against the railing industry, and actually completely shut down the British railing industry. So commerce raiding can be effective, but most of the time it ends up being the people who take 1 or 2 ships and then get sunk themselves. Things like this, where you add your ship's name to 2 different languages and creates an image of a boogeyman to all your Sri Lankan kids, is rare. It's a once in a lifetime, once in a history type thing.
Once in this podcast.
Once in Obscurigami history.
Yeah. I like the Obscurigami history we're assembling here. We've got Gregor McGregor and Attu Island and
Cockroach milk.
The Emden and cockroach milk is more like cutting edge science, I would say.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
It will be history.
It will be history at some point. Technically, all of this.
It will be my domain.
Really,
you scientists can go.
Really, I'm hoping that this podcast itself, audio recording of a podcast itself is.
Yes, we're actually all reading from a script. This is actually highly scripted and well thought out.
Nobody will believe that if they've listened to an episode of this podcast.
One day, the Obscurigami will be added to many languages as a term meaning incompetence.
Starting with English.
No, that was a great topic.
That was fantastic.
I felt like you actually knew what you were talking about, which is more than I can say for better myself.
Excellent. Agreed. Now we have reached the portion of the show where Obscurigami also, in other native languages, means show where hosts click random Wikipedia button and read article that comes hence.
Yeah, do you want to do the honors?
I have a Wikipedia page actually open, so yes, I will.
Sweet.
Here we go.
There's no internet connection. Maybe somebody else should try.
Oh, here. Ding, ding, ding.
I never did actually figure out why it's called the Swan of the East. It's such a fascinating, really cool, poetic name, but I never actually figured out why they call
What
it
do
that.
swans signify in German culture?
Well, it wasn't called that by the
the
Germans.
Germans.
It was called that by the Chinese, actually.
Oh.
Before the war, it actually fought in 2 different small rebellions, basically shelled 2 cities. Didn't really do a whole lot. It didn't really have that big of a history. I think its biggest moment came when it was an escort ship for Kaiser Wilhelm II. Then it was decommissioned about 2 days later, so I don't know if that's... or 2 months, technically, but...
All right, so we've got a real exciting one this week.
Cool.
A man by the name of Simon Hansford Simon Richard Hansford was born June 3rd, 1963, and he is currently still
living.
still alive, age 54.
Great, so we can really offend someone.
A Christian minister and moderator-elect of the Uniting Church in Australia.
Oh, Australian.
Synod of the New South Wales and the ACT.
So if you're from Down Under, this episode is made specifically for you.
This episode is dedicated to our boys in Down Under.
Yes, our 0.5 listeners from Australia.
Hansford was born in Sydney, son of Barbara and Richard Hansford, maternal grandfather Rupert Grove,
Who has his own article.
whom the Australian Dictionary of Biography states, in the progress towards the union of the Congregational Methodist and Presbyterian churches in Australia, Grove made a decisive impact.
Wow.
This is,
Decisive.
yeah. There's
I don't know that much about the history of Australian religious history.
Me neither.
I mean, I know like
be
Virginia,
honest.
for instance, was an Anglican colony, but I don't know if Australia ever had anything like that because it's an older or newer colony.
Is it fair to say that this article is a stub that you can help Wikipedia by expanding, or?
I don't know that it's a stub. It seems like it covers the significance of Simon Hansford quite thoroughly.
It's very short.
The main thing is there doesn't seem to be that much of significance about Simon Hansford. No offense to the man himself.
Or any of his relations.
Yeah, maybe we can find out more about Uniting Church in Australia, the UCA, which was established in 1977. Most congregations of the Methodist Church of Australasia, about 2/3 of the Presbyterian Church of Australia, and almost all the churches in the Congregational Union of Australia came together under the basis of union. So this seems to be some sort of event
Several different
where several different
Denominations and
denominations came together under one organization, which is not something that's happened in America
Actually, I think
that
it
I
has.
know of. Oh,
The Baptist Association, I think, was several Baptist churches getting together.
right.
Yeah, but they're all one denomination. This is
Oh, so it's different denominations.
This
I missed
is
that.
Methodists and Presbyterians.
Oh.
And other just conglomerated
It is now.
Congregational Union.
Conglomeration?
next week's episode on the obscure word conglomerated.
That's not actually that obscure, Ben.
Oh, so
Conglomerated.
the Congregational Union of Australia was the congregational denomination in Australia that stemmed from the Congregational Church in England as settlers migrated there from Australia. So that church basically joined with the Presbyterians and the Methodists.
Huh.
Or at least two groups of them. That's quite interesting.
There's wily Australian Methodists and Presbyterians.
And then our boy, Reverend Simon Hansford, is the moderator-elect.
Well, Jesse, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
Sharing your story.
You're our first special guest, maybe our last. Who knows?
Hopefully one of many.
Probably-
if you
probably
would
the
like
first
to,
of many.
if you would like to guest host an episode of Obscurigami, shoot us an email at
Obscurigami@gmail.com.
or visit us on the web at
Obscurigami.com.
and check out the awesome show notes. Artwork by Matthew Flight.
Subscribe, leave a review in iTunes or wherever you listen to the podcast.
We're on YouTube.
Send us some feedback. Yeah, we're on YouTube. You can subscribe, listen there.
Send us money.
Do you accept courier pigeon?
We do.
You do?
Yes. Carrier pigeon.
Keurig pigeon.
Keurig pigeons. Keurig
Are those
K-cups.
pigeons that bring you coffee?
We accept K-cups and other canned
Smoke signals?
goods.
Smoke signals?
Bitcoin
Yeah.
and Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah. All the major coins.
And the obscure ones.
Yeah. I do want to talk about setting up a Patreon at some point in the future for this endeavor, even if it's just for some milk money. But who knows?
We go through a lot of milk.
Who knows?
In the making of this show.
Yeah.
Which milk?
I mean,
cockroach milk. Mainly.
mostly carrier.
I've
pigeon
switched.
milk.
I've switched
Carrier pigeon.
over.
What?
I've switched over to a blend of cockroach milk and and cashew milk at this point.
Oh,
So
that's nice for you.
yeah, it's a real nice high protein.
Indeed.
Don't go look at the sun. Please consult your doctor before.
Obscurigami is not held responsible for any actions
Yeah.
that you may take regarding the sun. We recommend that you avoid staring directly into the sun.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, that's the end of this.
Did you know your mom wrote in?
No, I did not.
She wrote into the email to tell us that she enjoys listening to the podcast while she cleans the bathroom.
Cool.
She said it makes that process more pleasant. And she also wanted to tell us that she's seen the movie that we talked about in the Attu Island episode.
What?
That was filmed on Attu Island about bird watching.
Oh.
This is the problem.
I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, this is the problem with recording these. With
We need to
such
shorten our
a
lag.
lead. Yeah, I'm not working on that, but in my mind.
Well, maybe if I take on some editing.
I might give you some files to edit. I've been thinking about doing that. So
That's not a bad idea.
what was the other thing? Oh, she also included a link in her email to this Deadliest Catch episode, or a little bit where they went like to Attu Island, or they were around it. I guess as a part of the Deadliest Catch episode. So your mom's listening in. So
Cool. Beaming live from the Obscurigami studio straight to your bathroom. It's Ben and Thomas.
it's Obscurigami, brought to you by Obscurigami, the podcast about the podcast. Our sponsor this week is the Obscurigami podcast. Ben, tell us a little bit about our sponsor. And
Yeah, our sponsor's been really great for us. Obscurigami are these people that put out a podcast about obscure things. It's an audio journal chronicling the journey of the hosts through the obscure, and it's a great listen. Check it out.
Some have described it as pointlessly educational. So yeah, go check them out, subscribe, give it a listen, and let them know that we sent you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Use promo code GAMI at checkout for an extra 100% off your subscription.
That's
price.
GAHMMMMMAMI.
GAMI. Thank you to our sponsors
That number again is 1-800-GAMI.
for supporting this week's episode of Obscurigami. So we're back.
We are back. Were we gone?
It's been a while. You know,
Yeah, I
we're
guess-
coming up on a year of doing this show.
Really?
We might have already passed it. I don't know. It was I think it was maybe October or November.
It
when we
must have been,
started.
yeah.
So
That's kind of exciting.
we're almost there. Yeah.
It feels like an achievement of some sort.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. I think they send you a plaque. The podcast.
Did they also
official.
send you gingivitis? As well as plaque?
Do you want to tell people who you are?
No.
I will. That is my co-host Ben,
They can't see that you're pointing.
and
I don't know who you're pointing at, Thomas.
And I am Thomas, and this is Obscurigami.
Yep, we talk about obscure things. Just like our sponsor.
Yeah,
We have a lot in common with our sponsor, which is great.
right.
I think it makes the process of working with them easier.
If you are an obscure sponsor and you want sponsorship on this show, rates are at a historic low.
We would happily take all 25 cents.
Shoot us an email, obscurigami at gmail.com or info@obscurigami.com. One of those things. I don't know.
One of those will get you there. Yeah. So today I wanted to talk a little bit about the sun. The sun,
Soul, like
like
S-U-N?
soul,
Right, soul.
soul, our star in our solar system. Traditionally revered over the centuries plays a major role in a lot of religions. The sun has a lot of documented health benefits, including,
You could say it's the star of a lot of religions.
it is the star of a lot of religions. It plays a very, very central role in human mythology and whatnot. Also, it's well known for giving your body the boost it needs to produce more vitamin D.
Yeah.
Produces hormones like melatonin and serotonin. So the sun is a pretty cool thing.
A lot of people don't appreciate the kind of technology that we already have. Who it was set up by, the aliens, God, who knows? But wireless vitamins is a technology that we've had for centuries now,
Right.
thousands of years.
It's true.
And a lot of people just overlook that.
That is something that is often overlooked. Well, obscure, one might say.
Right, yeah.
It might be one of several potential subtopics that could come out of this
Yeah.
episode.
Sorry to derail your...
Not a bit of it.
Yeah.
I think this whole podcast is sort of a derailing of whatever it is that we were supposed to be doing. Yeah, and the process of making vitamin D is actually interesting because it's kind of like photosynthesis. But one benefit, some of the benefits of the sun that aren't as well known are that many believe that the sun can actually improve your vision and serve as a substitute for eating. This is all kind of rooted in a process known as sun gazing, which is the act of deliberately looking into the sun.
Yeah. Which we all know is makes you instantly blind.
Right.
Well, that's an eclipse. I'm sorry.
If you heard, there was an eclipse recently in the Western world, relatively speaking. Yeah. And a lot of people were concerned about looking into the sun, and so I thought I'd examine that topic a little bit deeper to see, well, is looking into the sun really bad for you, as
Right.
everybody says it is?
Yeah. Or is that just a lie propagated by
By the government.
by big eyesight, by eyeglass companies
Bosch and Lomb.
that they don't want you to know the secret to improved eyesight?
Uh-huh.
And really big food also, because they don't
Yeah.
want you to know the
Big
secret
pharma.
to sustenance. Mm-hmm. I'm interested to hear about this because
It's very interesting.
the improved eyesight one, I'm kind of like, maybe not, but okay. I can see the logic. Mm-hmm. But as a source of dietary sustenance, that's a little bit more, feels a little more out there.
Right. Well, that's rooted in Hinduism. There's this
I
idea that the sun is a source of prana, which is life energy, is the source of energy for all life. So if you are consuming energy from the sun, either by being in the sun or by looking into the sun, you're consuming that energy. And the science, or some would say pseudoscience, of sun gazing involves looking directly into the sun so that sunbeams travel through a retinal hypothalamic link to stimulate your pineal gland,
Yes.
which is what produces melatonin and serotonin.
Right.
So sun gazing can potentially enlarge your pineal gland
Right.
and give you a lot of benefits.
Yeah.
And they've done studies that actually have demonstrated this.
The pineal gland, interestingly, seems to be what's often represented by like the third eye in a lot of religious artwork, or there's this concept in a lot of cultures of like the third eye that's kind of in the center
And
of your forehead.
it does connect directly to your eyes.
Right. And that's also sort of the positioning of your pineal gland when if you were to look at the front of someone's face in kind of an X-ray.
Yeah. And
Now, whether or not there's anything to that, we don't know, because these people wouldn't have known
Right.
the location
Right.
of the pineal gland when illustrating the third eye. But it is ironic that the pineal gland is what's stimulated, and there's this concept of the third eye that kind of...
Yeah. Any neuroscientists
connected.
out there can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the hypothalamus is the part of the brain that controls a lot of subconscious function,
Right.
like your heartbeat and your lungs functioning and that kind of stuff.
So great. So should I just run out and like stare at the sun, or is there a special process?
There is a recommended process most people go with. It is widely propagated by a yogi named HRM in the West. It stands for Hairo Ratan Manek. He is a Indian gentleman, yogi. His method involves staring in increments of 10 seconds. So the first time you go out to look at the sun, you would stare for 10 seconds only.
Right.
You would be barefoot so that your feet are touching earth.
Right.
So you wouldn't do it on your patio. You would ideally have contact with Mother Earth.
Right. Right.
Your eyes are pointed directly into the sun. And each day you progress by adding another 10 seconds.
Oh yeah. So you're like building up a.
So you're building up a charge.
Right.
Also, it's ideal to do this at either sunrise or sunset.
Right. Midday is probably not.
Yeah, midday is not.
Yeah.
I suppose you could do it lying on your back,
Right.
but generally gurus seem to recommend
Sunrise or sunset.
sunrise or sunset.
Might also have to do with the fact that that's when the sun is at its dimmest for us. Is
Possibly.
when it's lower in the horizon.
Possibly.
So it would actually be less painful and
right.
more.
If you do it at sunrise, there's definitely less atmospheric pollution
Right.
in the way of
Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think of that.
your direct contact with the source of all life.
Yeah.
Um,
And if you're gonna stand, you're right. You might want to lay on your back if you were gonna do it at midday, because if you stand
Right.
there, 10 seconds isn't
Yeah.
too bad. But once you work up to a
and I
full-
don't know what the implications of that are, since
Right.
you have to have barefoot contact with the earth.
Yeah.
If you're going to be lying on your back, if your back has to be exposed to
Right.
the earth.
Also, yeah.
So the implications of that are unclear.
I wonder
But
if you miss a day, if you have to reset and go back to 10 seconds and then build up again.
I saw some evidence or some discussion of that we can get into.
Okay. Well,
But yeah, you start with 10 seconds and you ramp yourself up gradually in those increments. And the maximum amount of time that you're supposed to do it is 44 minutes. No one knows why 44 minutes. That's supposedly the point at which your brain and body are fully charged by the sun. And the idea is that as you do this, as a side effect of doing this, not the principal reason that you do this, most people are adamant, you will become less hungry, desiring less and less food, until you can practically sustain yourself without solid food, because you are consuming sunlight
right.
and raw energy instead.
You go out, you charge up, and then you're good for the day.
Right.
So in increments of 10 seconds, because I was curious, it would take you 264 days to build up to 44 minutes.
It's a process for
So
sure.
there's a degree of commitment there.
Yeah,
And
around
you-
8 to 10 months is what people
Right,
estimate.
yeah.
So around in that ball game.
Wow. And you don't want to do that too quickly.
Well, there are some people who jumped in
right
at the deep end, doing 5 to 10 minutes right away.
Yeah.
And then there's a case of a gentleman who stopped for a while and then started again, and ramped up what he had done in 8 months in 3 months. So potentially there's room to there's some wiggle room there
Right.
as far as like methodology. And I'm sure there's been plenty of methodologies out there. That just seems to be the primary method that people prefer.
Yeah. Well, ask your doctor about what speed of transition into full sun gazing might be right for you.
Right.
Is probably what I would recommend.
Right. The alleged benefits of sun gazing are pretty much unlimited. Some people have claimed increased breast sizes,
Oh, wow.
weight loss,
Yeah.
increased levels of energy, and as well as several spiritual benefits. There's some religious leaders who believe that staring into the sun actually awakens spiritual faculties. and that if you stare into the sun, hidden mysteries of the Bible or other religious texts will become more clear.
Right.
And you'll be able to understand these things more clearly.
So, Ben, is blindness one of these symptoms?
One of the benefits?
Yeah.
Great question. So, as far as modern science goes, one of the earliest practitioners of sun gazing that I could find was a gentleman named Joseph Plateau, who's a Belgian physicist. And Joseph Plateau is more famous for inventing a device called the phenakistoscope, which is one of the earliest motion picture technology devices. Basically a spinning disc with little images on it. And there's a link to one of those working in the show notes. But in addition to that work, he was very fascinated with motion and vision and the way the eye works. And he conducted an experiment where he stared into the sun for 25 seconds, relatively brief period of time. And later in life, he went blind and attributed it to that experiment. A lot of scientists believe that he went blind for other reasons.
Right.
But they generally support his conclusion that staring into the sun is a bad idea.
Right.
After Joseph Plateau, there's a famous guy named William Horatio Bates. Bates had an alternative theory about how the eye focuses. The general thinking in Bates' day, which was the 1920s, thereabouts, was when he was proposing his alternative theories. The general thinking at that time was that the eye focuses by using a lens inside the eye, much the same way that a camera focuses.
Right.
So when you're adjusting to distance to objects that are far away or close away, objects that are close or far, that process is called accommodation. Your eye automatically pulling focus, if you will.
Right.
The thinking in his day was that process happened via a lens. Bates believed that it happened through the muscles in the eye contracting or expanding. So he believed that a lot of that glasses, for example, lenses, corrective vision techniques would actually inhibit your ability to see better.
Right.
And that an alternative method of therapy would be needed.
Yeah.
He believed that things like tension or stress could lead to vision problems or myopia, or also just physical strain. So your eyeballs could, basically you just needed to relax or retrain the muscles in your eye, and your vision problems, nearsightedness, farsightedness, whatever, would go away without the need for eyeglasses.
Interesting.
And he had 4 techniques, one of which was palming, which is the act of covering your eyes with your palms for a long period of time.
Yeah, I've done that before. It's an interesting process where you actually, some methods recommend you kind of like rub your hands together and make your palms slightly warm. Then you cup your eyes and you cover them, and you kind of imagine. Some techniques involve imagining a dot located at like the rear of your eyeball.
Yeah, visualization
to
very
focus
important.
on that. It can whether or not physically there's anything to it, psychologically it can be a very like relaxing thing.
Definitely,
I've done it when I've had headaches or migraines or something like that, and it can kind of release some of that tension in a way that like breathing seems to do sometimes. At least
there's definitely merit to it.
Even if it's only a placebo psychological effect, there's definitely something there that seems to have
and
an
it
effect.
definitely is more a psychological
Right.
approach, because some of his other methods, including visualization, which you were talking about a little bit, are things like eye movement and also staring into the sun.
Right.
Or sunning is what he called it. Some of those obviously more credible than others.
Yeah.
But he had a fair degree of success with it. Published a book and started a periodical kind of following his alternative medicine theory. Right. And one of his most famous patients was Aldous Huxley, who wrote Brave New World.
Yes.
Who had very poor vision.
Yeah.
And believed that Bates had pretty much saved his eyes.
Wow.
So they were very close in terms of a doctor-patient relationship.
Yeah.
So Bates advocated gazing into the sun. However, his theory that the eye accommodates using muscles rather than the muscles surrounding the eye rather than the lens within the eye has been it is generally believed to have been scientifically disproven.
I see.
He was rejected from several societies, even though several of his professional societies, even though he continued to practice outside and still has followers today. If you Google the Bates method, you can find a lot of information about how to practice this yourself or to find a physician who can teach it to you. And many people seem to have positive benefits from it, just as people have positive benefits from gazing at the sun in general.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful documentary about sun gazing that touches on a lot of this. It's called Eat the Sun. It came out in 2011, directed by a man named Peter Sorcher. And it covers a lot of this in depth, follows a man who started a website about sun gazing, goes on a journey to become a sun gazer in the realm of HRM, following HRM's teachings. And it tackles a lot of stuff. He goes in for exams, and it's revealed that his eyes have actually been burned by this process of looking in the sun.
Oh, wow.
And most of the medical doctors interviewed in the documentary believe that staring into the sun is harmful.
Yeah.
But he suffers no symptoms from it, at least not right away.
Yeah.
The documentary doesn't follow him through to his old age, but he experiences and claims that he has no symptoms from these burns on his retina. It's somewhat controversial as a practice.
Yeah.
Obviously, medical science is opposed to it.
Right.
Conspiracy theorists and alternative medicine enthusiasts say that it has tremendous physical as well as spiritual benefit.
Right.
It has an ancient history. It's been practiced by a lot of people, both in the West and not in the West.
Yeah.
Yeah, sun gazing.
Wow. I mean, there's definitely a certain appeal to the idea where, you know, if you're like, well, you know, my eye is a part of my body. A lot of your body can adapt and be built up or changed. Like you can build muscle, you can gain or lose fat, you can do all these things to train your body in various ways. So the idea that you might be able to like build up, say for instance, maybe that what they're seeing in his eyes isn't so much burning as it would be like some sort of callousing process that you might be able to obtain through like gradual increased exposure.
Right.
There wouldn't be if those things were possible, it would make sense that science so far wouldn't really know about them, because what would they would be difficult, costly, and dangerous experiments to run on humans. You can't really do them with animals because you can't like force an animal to stare into the sun, so you can't do like an animal trial. And for what, you know, for what reason? Because some, you know, mystical religions have claimed that there's some benefits. Like it's pretty easy to just say, don't look at the sun, it's bad for you. And nobody really wants to look at the sun that much, or most people don't. So science isn't incredibly motivated to find out whether or not
There's very
looking
little
at the sun is something we could do. You know, not to say that sun gazing is something we all need to do, and science should find a way to determine whether or not it is legit. But if it was something we could do as humans and it had some kind of benefit, it would make a lot of sense that science just wouldn't know anything about that benefit. And the eye is one of the more complex aspects of our body that is kind of difficult to understand. There's still aspects of how it works that we don't understand.
So it's an interesting concept because it's it's one of those ideas that it's like, well, in theory it hasn't been disproven. Like there's not scientific evidence to suggest that it works, but there's also not hard, fast scientific evidence to suggest that it's not in some way, even if it's just something where like you could build up a tolerance to looking into the sun,
right,
and gain that capability.
Well, I think the burns
are pretty,
from what I understand, the burns are pretty conclusively bad.
Right. Yeah.
They might not blind you per se, but they could lead to vision problems later in your life.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah.
Definitely not ideal. As to whether or not that's some callus that we need to grow in order to move forward in our human evolution,
right. Yeah.
That's another question. The bigger question is, what are the benefits of sun gazing credibly? Right. Because some of the claims are not documented very well.
Yeah.
HRM claimed that he did not eat between 1995 and 2008.
Yeah.
And he participated in various studies that seemed to support that. The documentary showed some photographs of him eating, seeming to disprove his claim.
Yeah, the eating thing to me seems pretty out there. Now,
well, there was another gentleman who also claimed super strength from sun gazing, as well as the rest of his healthy lifestyle. So, the question becomes, what are the benefits, and can you get the spiritual benefits from staring at the sun some other way?
Right. So I've encountered this idea recently in some research I was doing into some types of psychedelics. There's various theories. I think some of them have been discounted at this point. I don't know. But the one was discounted, but I think the general idea still stands as a possibility. But there is a theory that our bodies produce naturally some of the chemicals that are found in psychedelic drugs that people take, such as DMT, is produced in the pineal gland. And there are anecdotal theories by practitioners of sun gazing or meditation or certain types of yoga that there are ways which you can stimulate the release of that chemical from your pineal gland into your body and experience a sort of psychedelic experience
without
or high without actually taking the drug, because of
Fascinating.
Those chemicals exist in your body. And sun gazing is one of those theorized methods that the stimulation of the pineal gland through gazing into the sun can stimulate the release of some type of psychedelic chemical that could give you a sort of psychedelic experience. I've read people claiming that this has happened to them on the internet.
There's a lot of claims of addictive properties.
An interesting method I came across was people who were espousing meditation when the sun is low, where you're looking into the sun with your eyelids closed. Mm-hmm. And apparently that, according to some people, is even enough to stimulate this. Now, what I think lends a lot of credence to this theory is some of the historic... There's a lot of religions in which the sun has these mystical properties, and sun gazing is this idea that exists in... It's arisen independently in a few different places as something that can have spiritual benefit.
Right.
And a lot of people equate psychedelic experiences to religious or spiritual experiences. So if for some reason sun gazing could invoke a sort of even light psychedelic experience, it would explain a lot of the perceived spiritual benefits that people are claiming to get from the practice. Again, like almost entirely anecdotal. And I think there's been some studies that have seemed to discount the idea that DMT that's in your pineal gland can be released into your, or that it's not produced there in the first place. But for the most part, it's a largely unstudied part of our biology.
Yeah. The brain is still a great mystery. We know very little about how the brain works.
Yeah. An interesting part of science is it's very powerful. It's a very powerful tool for learning about things, but it only learns about things that it's motivated to learn about.
Right.
And
it's like capitalism in that sense.
Right. Yeah. If there's no incentive to study, whether or not gazing into the sun can induce some sort of religious experience.
Right.
It's not going to be studied, and then we just won't.
We'll just never know.
Learn about those things except through what we learn about,
right.
Incidentally through studying other aspects of the brain or the eyes or other.
Or through alternative sources other than science, other than hard science.
Yeah. Don't go look at the sun. Please consult your doctor before.
Obscurigami is not held responsible for any actions that you may take regarding the sun. We recommend that you avoid staring directly into the sun based on our research.
We're not doctors. Do not go stare into the sun attempting to have a psychedelic experience. This is all hearsay that exists on the internet. So
what I would recommend is
take no one's word for it.
What I would recommend.
Take my word for it.
Sorry. One more time.
Yeah, go for it.
No, you.
No, I was just saying, don't take my word for it or the word of some rando on the internet, which is what I am to you, presumably.
Right. I definitely recommend, if you're interested in this subject, that you check out the documentary Eat the Sun. It's a little bit hard to find, but it's worth a watch for sure.
Yeah. I'm definitely going to go try to find that and watch it.
I spent like an hour researching a guy that I didn't even talk about. I mean, it's just so fascinating. And I mean, it plays a role in Native American culture, in like Eastern religions, but European religions too. There's a guy in the documentary who calls himself a Christian, a follower of Christ, and believes that, staring into the sun is part of his spiritual journey.
Yeah.
There's a Mormon in the documentary. It's one of those things it seems like a wacky new age out there kind of philosophy, but it's actually broader than that. But it's very much a fringe idea,
right?
That has never been very accepted.
I'm always interested in these things where there's kind of folk knowledge or religious knowledge that gets discounted at some point. Mm-hmm. Like just like the general idea that like, oh, the sun gives life or whatever. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, at a certain point we're like, that's just phooey. Like we know now that the sun is like this power imbuing thing.
Right.
But then time goes on and we start to make more and more discoveries about things like how it helps us produce vitamin D. Mm-hmm. And it kind of brings it back around in some ways. It's like, well, in some ways, yes, the sun does life. Well, and in a very literal sense, the sun is providing life to the earth and is fueling things, trees, and all these things. Yeah. And
I came across an interview with a scientist who said that things like trees and various elements in the natural world are literally made from chemicals that we find in the sun.
Right. Yeah.
So, theory of evolution, the elements that make up the earth actually came out of the sun.
Interesting. Yeah, and it's just interesting to see these ways where it's like a lot of this knowledge sometimes existed for like thousands of years in religious tradition or just folk tradition. And then, we've only discounted it in the last 200, 300
since the Industrial Revolution
or something like that. And then through our process of the scientific method, we sort of rediscover some of those things in some ways. Mm-hmm. And the original ideas might not be entirely correct, but there's sometimes some semblance, there's something there
Yeah.
that
An element of truth.
that, which makes a lot of sense because to a certain extent, it's like, how would have these ideas survived for so many thousands of years within a religious tradition or something if there wasn't some grain of like,
Yeah.
truth there? And with something like sun gazing, maybe the sun itself, maybe looking into the sun itself doesn't really do that much for you, but just the practice of basically meditating or like stopping everything you're doing and just focusing on a thing for 10 seconds every day. Like if you did a scientific trial where instead of looking at the sun, you just had somebody stare at like a light in their, a lamp in their room for 10 seconds a dish, and slowly ramped it up to 45 minutes a day, you might see some sort of positive effect from that, just from the psychological process of like focusing and
from the act of meditating, basically.
Yeah. And so it's interesting to see these kinds of things, and like, especially when you take into account the placebo effect and how beliefs affect things' physical effect on us.
Yeah.
Who knows what physical benefits these people might be getting from practice like this, just from the placebo effect.
Just from believing.
Their belief that it has a positive effect.
Yeah. That's definitely the big theme of Peter Sorcher's film is beliefs and belief systems. And how does just the act of believing something impact you? And how thin is the line between believing something that most of us would consider kind of crazy or out there,
right,
and believing things that a great many people believe?
Yeah. Wow. Good topic.
I was pretty excited when I found this one. This one brought to you by the Science, Religion, and Philosophy Department here at Obscurigami HQ.
Yeah. I feel like this is a new one, too. We've kind of delved into a corner that we haven't really explored too much yet. So we've done some history. We've done some media. We've done
a little bit of medical.
We've done a little bit of medical science kind of stuff. We've done like conspiracy, which is similar. I guess the alien abduction insurance kind of thing.
This episode is sort of a cross between alien abduction and cockroach milk.
Yeah.
If you will.
As you all know, we like to wrap up this show by
stop right there. We just like to wrap up the show.
Yeah, we like to wrap up this show. Usually by the time we're done recording, it's a big relief. We're like, ugh.
Sometimes we're so anxious to wrap up that we do it before we've recorded the episode.
Yeah. Really, the truth is we don't enjoy doing this at all. We're only doing it for the fans.
For glory, power, money.
Yeah.
All those usual non-altruistic motivations that exist in humans.
And because of that, we've determined that the most popular segment, what the people really want on this show, is for us to read a random Wikipedia article to them.
Tell me about this segment of the show, Thomas.
So during this segment of the show, we go to Wikipedia and we hit random article, and then we kind of just like talk about it.
And then we proceed to mispronounce things for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's terrible. I don't know why we still do this.
I don't know why we do this.
It's tradition at this point.
Maybe somebody out there likes it.
Right, yeah.
Maybe there's somebody in Des Moines who's lonely.
Yeah.
And they listen to our podcast, and this is their favorite segment.
Who knows?
We can't cut it.
We can't cut it. And
those people need us.
Plus, it's tradition. So we've got a nice little stub here today.
Okay. You push the button.
I pushed the button. And we've got Bear Creek, in parentheses, Yellow River. Bear Creek, also known as Bear Hollow Creek, is a 6.3 mile long tributary of the Yellow River of Iowa, originating in Jefferson Township near Rossville in Alamaki County. It parallels Alamaki County Road X26, Roseville Monona Road. It enters the Yellow River near Volney, approximately where the state of Iowa maintains the Yellow River Valley Canoe and Heritage Trail in Alamaki County. And that is the entire article.
Wow.
This article related to a river in Iowa is a stub. You can help Wikipedia by expanding it.
Anything noteworthy ever happen at this creek that we know of? Any historical battles?
Bear Creek, Yellow River. Let's give it the old Google. There's some cabins for rent. It looks very scenic. Your kind of classical mountain stream.
Are they decently priced? Maybe we could have an Obscurigami retreat.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's fantastic. Yeah, let's see.
Where we retreat from
Reserve
the hordes of
now.
angry podcast listeners.
The upper level includes jacuzzi, hot tub, two-sided gas fireplace, queen-size bed, loft area with bunk beds, double bottom, single top, queen sofa bed, kitchenette, microwave, mini fridge, sink, coffee, George Foreman grill, deck spanning the length of the cabin for only $110 per night.
That is
You can
ridiculous.
add on the lower level, which includes a clawfoot tub, two-sided gas fireplace, queen-size bed, queen sofa bed, kitchenette, microwave, mini refrigerator, sink, coffee, George Foreman grill, and large limestone patio for only an additional $75 per night.
So wait, you would live in just the upper level?
Yeah,
Would there be somebody else living below you, or?
Well, I don't know. It seems like the
This
lower
is
level is
confusing.
only an add-on available. It doesn't seem like you can rent just the lower level. So maybe it's like this. They like lock it off. So if somebody only wants to rent the upper level, they don't have to clean and maintain and change the bedspreads and everything on the lower level if you only rent the upper level, even if someone's not staying there. But then if you want it for an extra $75 a night, you can add it on. There's no smoking and no pets.
Darn.
Go to www.bearcreek-cabins.com/reserve.htm.
Free advertising.
So that's actually a decent price.
No, that's a great
for
price.
all those amenities you get with a
I think we could totally have a retreat there.
a jacuzzi tub. Let's see if there's some photos here. Oh, look at this.
Ooh, that's fancy.
Head to Bear Creek on your next wilderness vacation for your next sun gazing,
Expedition.
sun staring retreat. If anyone's listening and they've stared into the sun and they want to report back on whether or not they're blind, whether or not they've started a new religion,
Write in and tell us.
you can find our contact information at obscurigami.com. Send us an email, info@obscurigami.com.
Check out the show notes. They're up there.
Show notes are there. You can subscribe,
Yeah. Subscribe to this podcast.
all that good stuff.
You can also check it out on YouTube, if that's your preferred way to check out a podcast. There's some great artwork up there by the legendary Matthew Flight.
Someone who's gotten to this point is already listening to it. Unless they're the strange case where they're on the website and they're listening to it on the website and they somehow just don't know about things like
I've listened to podcasts that way.
iTunes. I have too.
I know about iTunes.
Do you know about Huff Duffer?
I don't.
So Huff Duffer is this great tool. You sign up for an account, huffduffer.com, I think. If you Google Huff Duffer, you'll find it. What it does is it creates a personal RSS feed for you.
Oh, yeah.
That you subscribe to in your podcast client.
Nice.
And then when you come across a random episode of a podcast while you're browsing the web or an audio file or something that you want to listen to, you get a little bookmarklet and you just click add to Huff Duffer.
Is it a Chrome extension?
No, it's just like a JavaScript bookmarklet that you put in your bookmarks bar.
Nice.
And you just click add to Huff Duffer and it finds the audio file on the web page and adds it to your RSS feed. And then it gets downloaded into wherever you listen to your podcasts. And
Nice.
you can just listen to it. I might cut that out, but anyway.
Thanks for listening, everybody.
Yeah. Do you want to make an attempt to describe the
luminous-
situation we find ourselves in
Oh.
right now?
Well, it's in the evening. It's dark outside. There's some warm tungsten-colored lamps around us. We have some recording equipment with us, which we use to record our podcast. known to the world as Obscurigami, a journal of the obscure, an audio journal, excuse me.
An audio journal of the obscure, pointlessly educational.
That's another thing that we
That
could
we,
use
that
to
we
describe
that
the
we say
situation.
about this podcast.
Right.
Overwhelmingly unpopular.
That's a good one.
Ranked in the top 50,000 podcasts.
Ooh, I don't,
Actually, I don't
that's
even know.
really
We might not even
that's
be.
really
That's
optimistic.
Yeah, we're probably not in the top 50,000.
No, I wouldn't think so. I would like to think that we're in the bottom 50,000 of podcasts.
Well, that's definitely
That would be
true.
moving up in the world.
Right. That's probably. So
This is a podcast where we make a lot of jokes about our podcast and how obscure it is.
yeah, I wonder. It's banter.
Banter, yeah.
Banter. There's some topics. There's some banter.
It's meta banter, though.
Some people, they come for the banter. You know, they might not care about Jonathan C. Grenup or Northrup or whoever we're talking about today. I don't really remember. Benjamin C. Grenup, that's his name.
That's who we're talking about today?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll dispense with the banter then and go ahead and start talking about this grind.
Well, unless the banter is what the people are here for, and then
Right.
But
Well,
I guess to just skip ahead if that's
I think the only way we can know that is if we do some like market research,
like a poll or something,
like a survey.
right? Yeah.
Let us know if you're interested in taking our survey.
Here's what I'll tell you to do. If you like the banter, download this episode twice. And if you are here for the topics, only download it once. And then we'll tally it up. Okay, all right.
Take our survey for a chance to win absolutely nothing at all.
Yes.
Twice.
Yeah. A chance to win a free copy of the next episode. All right. Benjamin. Today we're gonna talk about a topic, a fella
topic.
who bears the same moniker as you. His name was Benjamin C. Grenup. So I stumbled across this situation in researching activities in Washington, D.C. My wife and I recently made a trip to Washington, D.C.
I hope you had fun.
Spent a few days there. It was very enjoyable. Walked around museums mostly. And I was, looking for offbeat sort of stuff to do. We didn't do anything offbeat, but nonetheless I looked. And I came across this very peculiar monument that exists in Washington, D.C. And then in my further research, came to realize that it's probably one of the most peculiar monuments that exists possibly in the world, or at least in the U.S., with some stipulations. I'll get to that later. But Benjamin C. Grenup was a firefighter in Washington, D.C. in 1856, or 1856 was the year of his death. But he was a part of the Columbia Fire Company number 1. And in the early 1800s, fire companies were just starting to be developed. So they were pretty new. In DC, prior to that time, all they had was a law that required building owners to have a leather bucket. I think it was maybe one per building or one per story per building.
Just somewhere on the premises.
Right. Yeah, that way you could have your bucket chains and put out fires. Eventually, people started to realize that wasn't really adequate, and so they started to form fire companies. And so this was kind of in the early days of fire companies. Fire engines at this time were still, or at least the ones that they were using in Benjamin C. Grenup's Columbia Fire Company number 1 were hand pull fire engines. So the firemen would actually themselves pull the fire engine, no horses or anything like that.
Right.
So long story short, age 24, young chap, Benjamin C. Grenup, he's killed in action, killed in the line of duty, rushing to put out a fire. He is run over by his own fire engine, pulled by his own fire comrades, fellow firemen. And he's run over. The men realize what's happened, and he dies a few minutes later.
Great Scott.
Yeah, this was for a long time considered the first recorded instance of a fireman dying in action in the United States.
Wow.
That since seems suspicious. They said something at his funeral about this not having happened in a long time, which makes it seem like there probably was other such instances.
Right. And clearly people would have died in fires.
Right. People died in fires.
Fire-related accidents.
Yeah. Surely, firefighting is pretty dangerous. You can imagine firemen probably died before this in fighting fires. But his particular instance was quite unusual, getting run over by the fire truck itself. Fire engine pulled by his own men.
How many men would it take to pull one of these?
4 or 5 maybe.
Okay.
So this leads us to the Benjamin C. Grenup Monument, or more casually known as the Runover Fireman Monument. So he's at the Glenwood Cemetery now. This obelisk monument was erected over his tomb, and it was sculpted by Benjamin Rousseau. Another Benjamin sculpted
of my
it.
relatives.
Little is known about this sculptor. He was possibly Belgian.
Okay.
Other than that, really nothing is known about him.
So this is the person that sculpted his tombstone or the monument?
The
or
monument.
Are those the same
No,
thing?
that's the same thing. The monument is over top of his tombstone.
Okay. So is this tombstone in the middle of a graveyard, or is it kind of close to the street?
It is in a cemetery.
Okay.
Right. So it's not a monument in the sense of the Washington Monument.
Right.
It is in a...
It's not a publicly maintained...
I
is it? Is the
I believe it
cemetery?
is. Yeah, and you can go and visit it and see it.
Okay.
And it's in a public cemetery,
Right.
I believe, is what it is. I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But I will record it for,
Posterity.
I will place it onto this podcast, which who knows how long it'll exist until the internet ruptures. But anyway, on this monument, it contains several things. On the west side is inscribed the names of the monument committee, C. Kaufman, W.P. Hicks, and P. Kraft. So they wanted their names on there, as you would if you made the monument.
If you were part of a committee like that.
The south side is signed with the sculptor's name. The north side has some information about Benjamin, age 24, killed in the discharge of his duty May 6th, 1856. This monument is erected by the Columbia Engine Company No. 1, which, by the way, is still an engine company to this day by a slightly different name, to perpetuate the memory and noble deeds of a gallant fireman, a truer, nobler, trustier heart, more loving or more loyal, never beat within the human breast.
Wow.
There's some other information, but the most interesting part are the reliefs that, or specifically a relief that depicts quite the scene on the side of this.
I hope that
this monument.
People have half as many nice things to say about me after I kick the bucket.
Yeah.
Or after I get run over by
a fire engine. Well,
whichever comes first.
You're going to have to be creative because he's already got truer, nobler, trustier, more loving, more loyal.
I mean, gallant, you're running out of
this
adjectives.
Guy must have been, at age 24. So on the left side, we've got kind of this cross of an axe and some fire tools.
It looks kind of like a fireman's axe crossed with a Viking axe, like a battle axe.
Yeah. Pretty, standard stuff you might see on a monument like this.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently this insignia is used by
the fire company?
By various fire companies throughout history. also, all these photos are on the Wikipedia page. I'll link to it in the show notes. You really should take a look at the pictures. It's kind of important to this. So this relief is probably what leads to the fame of this monument. On one side, on the back of the monument, there's a relief of Benjamin's scene of death, and you can see very clearly 4 firemen, or 2 of them kind of unknowingly pulling the fire engine. One sort of realizing that they've hit some sort of bump or obstacle in the road. And then you can see poor Benjamin Grenup there lying under the wheel of the fire engine,
writhing in agony,
looking pretty worse for the wear. And then another one of his firemen just with his hands up in the air, probably exclaiming in surprise, and he looks a little worried about this situation. It's quite the scene. It's quite the scene and quite graphically depicted.
The pose of the gentleman at the back
is really
opens up a ton of opportunities for creative graffiti. I mean, just the captions that you could place, and there's even plenty of space at the top to add speech bubbles. You could insert plenty of comments into this man's mouth. It's truly remarkable. Bas relief.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal. So, not only is this the only tombstone I've ever come across that depicts the death of the person in there.
It doesn't look particularly noble either.
No, not at all.
It looks like this man was killed in an accident because his comrades were incompetent.
Yeah.
Is what this picture screams.
No, like this guy right here in the front is almost smiling. He looks quite jovial. He's just, going to save a fire.
I mean, this seems almost medieval. It reminds me of like the medieval depictions of the saints being, mutilated and killed in various ways.
Yeah.
But all the characters have very neutral facial expressions.
Right.
Or even serene religious sort of expressions on their faces, despite the fact that they're boiling someone in oil.
Yeah. No, it really has that sort of quality. So
I guess that's what they were going for?
I don't know. This begs the question, what were they thinking? The committee that commissioned this, apparently they thought it was a good enough idea that they put their names on the monument.
Right. But the identity of the artist is somewhat mysterious.
Yeah, the identity of the artist is, not much is known about him. Not much is really known about Benjamin Grenup or his fellow firemen, or really much surrounding this situation.
Yeah.
At least that I was
do we know
able to dig up.
What was on fire? Do we know how he came to fall beneath the wheel?
No.
None of that information
that information is preserved. At least that, I was able to stumble across in
your research.
Few days of research.
Remarkable.
Yeah, so the only sort of lead I could uncover as far as to what may have inspired this sort of, I guess, glorification, because you're right, it almost is depicting him as sort of a martyr. Mm-hmm. This sort of glorification of his death is the fact that at this time, fire companies apparently were very competitive. And they would kind of vie for territory, and they treated it as a competition. That climate may have led to sort of the self-aggrandizement of their profession or their company or whatever, that they felt this type of monument was necessary or a good idea. Or
were firefighters in these early days volunteers?
He was a volunteer fighter. Yes. Oh, it does. They do know that they were en route to a fire at Shreve's stable on 7th Street. But that's about it. So I don't know. It's possible that the, fever pitch of competition led to them.
Yeah. A lot of times in volunteer efforts too, there's a stronger sense of pride.
Right.
Because people are doing what they're doing
voluntarily.
On purpose, for the sake of doing it, not for the sake of pay or anything like that.
And it makes sense to honor the life of a 24-year-old who's killed voluntarily trying to help other people.
Right.
The fact that they just chose to do it in such a sort of graphic but simultaneously hilarious way is a little head-scratching.
It is.
But
well, I hope that the good Mr. Grenup, if he's aware in whatever afterlife he's in of what happened as a result of his death, I hope that he feels satisfied or happy in some way.
Yeah.
I wonder what his, friends and relations thought of it when they saw it unveiled.
Yeah. That was a question I had. And I can't imagine they were like thrilled about it. I don't know. I mean, the modern equivalent would be like if you had a photo of like the crumpled car somebody died in, and like you put that on,
like laser engraved onto your
headstone. I don't know. It's odd. So
it is an odd thing.
I was worried that a single monument that we don't know much about might not make for a full episode. So I did some digging to try to find what other kind of strange, bizarre monuments might be out there in the world. And it really led me to find that there's not that many like this, at least that kind of make you think like, what were they thinking? There's a lot of strange monuments out there, but most of them are intentionally strange.
Right.
Modern art type pieces or things that were made
intended to get your
with
attention.
the intention of subverting the norms.
Right.
This one I think is unique in that it seems entirely sincere,
right,
but is still pretty bizarre.
It's unintentionally
it's the room
hilarious.
It's the room of monuments, really, I think. I did, however, come across one other, not technically a monument, but sort of sculpture situation that I think is worth mentioning because it's humorous.
By all means.
This is...
Far be it from us on the Obscurigami podcast to do anything for a cheap laugh.
Yeah. This is the Chained Rock in Pineville, Kentucky. Pineville, Kentucky has a boulder on a mountain beside their city town. That kind of looms over the town, hangs over the town. It's not directly over the town, but it does look like from the perspective of the town, it does look like if this boulder were to come off of the mountain, it would roll right into the town.
Right.
Probably be pretty disastrous if it did happen.
I would imagine so.
So in 1993, there was a chain, a 3,000-pound chain hauled to the top of the mountain, and it extends now from another point on the mountain across a gap to the boulder, and seemingly holds the boulder in place from ever slipping loose and crushing the town below. The story behind why this chain came to be there is quite interesting. The story is that people in the town told their children that the rock was chained in order to ease their fears about the rock tumbling and crushing the town.
Well, I would imagine if you looked up as a child,
it would be
a huge rock.
Apparently, it was a common enough problem that it was commonplace within the town to just tell your children, "Oh, the rock is chained.
It's all right.
So
they
can sleep.
Johnny.
They can sleep at night. You know." This story must have been passed around for quite a few years until finally in 1993 they decided to make a 3,000-pound chain, cut it in half, haul it up the mountain with mules, assemble it at the top, and actually chain the rock to the mountain in I guess monument to this legend. Their commitment to the legend was such that they put on the plaque describing the chain that the current chain replaced a previous chain.
Oh my!
Which didn't actually ever exist.
Wow!
So the legendary chain was replaced by the real chain, and the plaque attests to that to this day.
Heavens to Betsy!
So that's a small little bonus round,
Wow.
Obscurigami bonus round.
That's quite a remarkable little piece of American folklore there.
Here, I'll
Do we have a
I'll show you.
image?
It's
There it is.
yeah.
It's a rock with a chain on it. Chain's looking kind of rusty.
Yeah,
But it's still there.
It's probably time to replace the chain eventually.
Do you have a photo that shows it in juxtaposition with the town?
I think I might here, and that's a different angle. That's where it's connected. There's the town, so you can see
Yeah, you can
kind
see.
of. Yeah, there's none that you can't. I guess you can't really see the chain from the town per se.
I thought you were gonna say that when all the people that heard all their lives that the rock was chained found out that there wasn't a chain, they were like, well, we have to put a chain up now.
Well, we don't really know. That might be what happened. Apparently, the story was going around for quite some time before they eventually decided to put a chain there.
Yeah.
So maybe it was children who had been told it was chained growing up, and then eventually they were like, well,
I wonder
if
if it was used as a disciplinary tool. Like, be good, do your chores, or the rock
or the
will fall on
rock's
you.
gonna fall. Yeah, crush
Kind
the
of
whole
like
town.
a boogeyman scenario.
Yeah, it may have been. Who knows?
Fascinating.
It's over 100 feet long, and
The chain or the rock?
the chain, yeah. And you can hike up there. There's a trail that goes up to it. You can see it. Read the plaque. Yeah, we'll send our operatives. If you're near Pineville, Kentucky, maybe you live in Pineville, Kentucky, maybe you were told the rock is chained so that you can sleep at night as a child. Write to us and let us know.
Please do.
Obscurigami@gmail.com or info@obscurigami.com.
We should definitely add this to our list of if we ever create like an Obscurigami world tour.
Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, we could have you go to Attu Island, you go to see the Runover Fireman Monument in D.C., you go to
See the chain
Pineville,
rock
Kentucky to see the chained rock. What are some other things? Physical locations.
that we can travel to. What was that country in South America that didn't actually exist?
Didn't actually exist. We
We
would
could
have
send people there.
to the modern day equivalent. Or we could just send them there. Maybe they'll die in a boating accident, like the people who were actually sent there. That's part of, to complete the Obscurigami tour, you have to attempt to set sail to wherever it was.
Right.
And
if you find the place, we'll give you $200,000.
yes. And if
The
you...
land is plentiful. The natives are friendly.
People should go quick and complete the tour now before we're at hundreds of episodes, and then it's just way too insane.
Then it would be...
It's already pretty difficult because just getting to
Yeah.
Attu Island alone is going to be...
Or we could
quite the
organize like an
challenge.
Obscurigami cruise where we cruise to all these places.
Yeah, that's great.
We can do a cruise with, obviously we wouldn't be able to get a whole cruise ship
Right.
to Kentucky. We could potentially, depending on how many of our listeners are interested in this idea, we could just get like a little pontoon boat.
Right.
And you and me could fit in there, maybe 2 or 3 other people.
Yeah, and we could do live shows.
Hardcore fans, yeah. We could do live shows on the road.
Yeah.
This is a great idea.
See, that's why I'm very excited about the future of this podcast, because a lot of podcasts, they think too small.
Yeah.
They start merchandising,
Right.
they have a Patreon or something,
Right.
and it's like, okay, you get a t-shirt.
Right.
Not Obscurigami.
Nope.
Obscurigami
World cruise.
World Cruise.
Pontoon boat.
$1,000 backer level on Patreon.
Bring your own
You
horse.
get a free trip on the cruise to Attu Island. So
I think that's great.
just keep your eyes open, keep your ears peeled for that sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
listeners, I would say, because We got a lot of ideas.
Keep Googling Obscurigami Patreon
until
it appears.
Until it appears. Well, should we move on to our random Wikipedia article segment?
This is a segment of the show where we push the random button, and then a page comes up on Wikipedia, and we mispronounce things for about 10 minutes.
So basically the same technique we use for coming up with the other topics we do on the show.
Yeah.
But just
more or less.
Just live off the cuff instead of sort of premeditated.
Yeah. One of our super fans has been asking me how we come up with our topics. So that's part of the answer is we hit the random button.
Well, maybe we'll have to do that for like our, 50th episode Q&A extravaganza or something like that.
That's definitely coming up.
We can answer those.
We're getting really close to 50.
Behind the scenes. Yeah, this will be episode 19.
19. That's really close to 50.
That's really close. We're getting right up there. All right.
Especially if you use the dozenal system.
Oh boy. So I've hit the button. All right, let's see. I've been pronouncing a lot of drug names recently, so maybe I can take a crack at this. Oxaloglycolate.
Reductase?
Decarboxylating.
I think that's supposed to be decarboxylating.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Decarboxylating.
Oxal...
Is it oxal or oxalog?
Oxaloglycolate.
Oxaloglycolate. Reductase decarboxylating. No, we haven't had a stroke.
This is going to be our band name.
In enzymology, an oxaloglycolate reductase decarboxylating.
The decarboxylating is in parentheses.
Is an enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction. And then there's just a whole.
And then there's a formula.
Glycerate, NADP, CO2.
I know the CO2.
2-hydroxy, 3-oxosuccinate. The four substrates of this enzyme are diglycerate, CO2, NAD+, NADP+, whereas its four products are 2-hydroxy, 3-oxosuccinate.
None of this means anything to me.
Yeah. This enzyme is in the family of oxidoreductases. So that's helpful. It's referenced in the book Tartaric Acid Metabolism number 6.
This enzyme-related page is a stub. You can help Wikipedia by expanding it.
Ben, this is the kind of thing we're going to have to talk about in, 20 or 30 years when we've really just talked about pretty much everything there is to talk about.
When we're done ripping off NPR and Freakonomics and all the podcasts that talk about cool stuff.
We'll have to talk about obscure enzymes.
Ugh.
What a day that will be.
That's I wouldn't mind talking about it if I understood what it was.
Yeah. I mean,
there's nothing in this stuff.
I'm
that tells
assuming
me what it is.
if we looked up
other than that it's an enzyme.
Each of these, chemicals or something or enzymes or whatever they are. It's got carbon dioxide in it.
Right.
It's got
I got that.
Nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate in it. A lot of chemistry.
If we have any chemists out there listening, we urge you to call the Obscurigami hotline and
1-800 diglycola hydroxy proxy for phosphane. Again, that's 1-800 256-7899-43-9211-84327. Call now.
What if we played that back and your numbers were perfect?
Oh, like that was the
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 numbers
letters.
to the letters that you were saying.
that would be an amazing synchronicity,
It would.
a miracle. The odds are so low, unless I planned all of it.
Solo?
Yeah, this podcast is, it'll no longer have Ben as a part of it. Come see my podcast, Thomas Talks Obscure Topics. I'm going solo. Bye now.
And if you're interested in finding out more about what I'm up to, you can check out my band, Oxygocarbolite Diaphanous Phosphate number 12.
Ben, if people wanted to know more about that particular enzyme, or really, actually, if people didn't want to know, if people wanted to know more about things that aren't that particular enzyme,
Yeah.
but are about this podcast, where?
Obscurigami.com
Oh,
would be
yeah,
a
yeah,
pretty
yeah,
good
yeah.
place to check out.
We've got show notes on there.
Right, there's some show notes.
Yeah.
Some cool artwork.
Yeah.
You can find us on YouTube, subscribe to the podcast, and a number of pod-catching apps.
You got your Overcast, you got your iTunes, you got your Google Play, you got your Stitcher, you got your Sketcher, you got your New
Dripper
Balance,
and your
your
Drooper.
New Balance, your Nike, your. Alrighty.
And you can send us an email at info@obscurigami.com.
Boy, oh boy.
Don't push stop.
Oh.
Okay, now you can push stop.
Textilfiber. Textkritik. Textur. Themsen.
We should try like a normal podcast introduction.
No.
Hi, welcome to Obscurigami, a podcast about a journal of obscure things. I'm your host, Thomas Flay. Ben, is it possible for you to stop laughing long enough to tell me about this podcast?
So while Thomas goes and gets a drink of water, I'll tell you about this podcast. So Obscurigami is an audio journal of the obscure, pointlessly educational in nature. I'm your host, Ben.
I'm Thomas.
That was Thomas. This topic came to me by way of one of our previous guest hosts.
Oh.
He recommended it to me as a topic just in passing, and I explored it and found it to be fascinating.
To be pleasing to the obscure ear.
Is there a sense
For obscure?
for obscurity? Like that sensation
how
that you
else-
get when you
how else-
find out about something obscure. That's
How
like
else would we know when something's obscure if we
it
don't
has
have a
that
dedicated
aura
sense?
of exclusiveness to it,
Right.
but also irrelevance. Like the feeling of irrelevance married with the feelings of exclusivity.
What I do is I just assume that I know most stuff, and then anything new that I find out about, I know is obscure. Because if it wasn't, otherwise I would have known about it. That's how I know.
Well, Thomas,
what is this elusive brother guest recommended?
as you look out across this good nation of ours, you will see a lot of different types of terrain, a wide variety, in fact, and you may wonder to yourself, why
Are the
don't
Badlands so dang cool?
why aren't there any camels?
In the Badlands, that's a good point.
It's a great question.
Why?
Where are all
aren't
the camels?
Camels.
As a matter of fact, as it just so happens, scientists believe that originally the camel as a species came from the Americas, approximately 50 million years ago. More recently, I jumped ahead. The original camel
You
was...
jumped ahead to 15 million years ago.
I did, yeah.
What was before that?
So at the 50 million year mark we have the original camel of the world, which is a rabbit-sized creature called Protolopos.
Oh, interesting.
That
Do we
was
still
the
have
original
that? Do we still have that today?
camel. We do not have that. That animal is extinct.
That's what they've
Right.
scientists determined that.
Yes, it went extinct roughly in that era.
Right.
More recently, there was another camel called the...
Wait. That first thing was a camel?
Yes, believed to be the original creature that gave way to all the different species of camels that we have now. So it's sort of like a reverse wolf to dog effect, where you start out with a large animal and it gets bred down into smaller animals.
In this situation, you're starting out with like a corgi, and you're working your way up to a Great Dane.
Or a wolf,
yeah,
if you will. But another example of the North American camel would be the camelops.
Are there fossils?
Which went extinct about 12,000 years ago. Yes, there are fossils.
There's fossils of these things in North America.
Yes,
okay,
there are.
That makes sense.
That's how
Right.
how we know that camels came from North America.
Right. Or at least how we know that there was a parallel species.
Right, there was a species similar
North
to
America.
Camels.
Can camels swim?
Yes.
Good to know.
This animal is called the camelops.
Well, I was wondering how they got from North America to to the other continents. Yeah, tell me about this camel.
They swam
The camel
to Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
The camelops is an animal that it means camel face, and it was first named in 1854. Ironically, 1 year later was the beginning of the United States Camel Corps project, which was a U.S. military experiment into the use of camels
In the military.
in the United States, on United States soil.
Wow.
So the background for this is it started in about the 1830s with this gentleman named George Crossman, who was an Indian fighter. And he was fighting Indians in Florida and Native American peoples. And as he was fighting them, it occurred to him, gee, it would be great if we had some camels around to help us lug our stuff around. Because he saw that mules were very inefficient in his view, and he thought that camels would work great. This idea was floated to a lot of people and started to gain some traction, but its big supporter was a gentleman named Jefferson Davis, who was Secretary of War under President Pierce. And because he was Secretary of War and he championed the idea, that gave it some more clout, which ultimately got it to be put before Congress. And there were all sorts of people, archaeologists and scientists, who backed up this idea, who thought that camels would be great for beasts of burden in the U.S. Army. So they floated before Congress, and it goes before Congress a couple times before it gets passed. And in 1855, Congress appropriates $30,000, which is about $800,000 in today's money, to buy camels and develop a camel task force, if you will.
I have a quick question. So their decision were they fighting Indians in sort of deserts and prairie and that sort of thing where a camel would have been useful?
Definitely.
That they determined. Okay.
Yeah, at that point, the Southwest was still a lot of territories. A lot of the modern states hadn't been divided up the way they are now. So it was still very much a wild West sort of scenario. This is before the Civil War. Yeah. So it was
they may have
very much untamed. This is before there was a transcontinental railway, which comes into play in the camel story later.
And they may have been having challenges with feeding and watering horses over these distances or whatever they were trying to do. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I assumed. But...
Why he thought of this idea when he was in Florida is still not clear to me.
Right.
What it was about the terrain of Florida that inspired the idea, I don't know. Yeah. It could be that camels have longer legs, and that struck him as useful if you're going through swampier territory down south. And they're also just bigger. Right. So that might be
I don't know. I'm not that versed in the camel versus horse
Right.
discussion, maybe camels are just like, if you're not trying to go fast, camels just might be overall
Right.
better, even if you don't need.
And there is a smaller, faster species of camel called the dromedary,
Right.
which is, a leaner, meaner camel, if you will. But Congress appropriates this money, and they put this guy in charge of it.
$800,000 today is not that much money for like a whole.
It's not a
camel
crazy
program.
amount of money, but it's not. What we're talking about here is not a massive force of
Right.
camels. We're talking about doing some research,
Right.
performing some tests. You don't need hundreds of camels.
Right.
So it's a lot of money to pay for a relatively small gain.
Right.
Very little gain at all,
Yeah.
actually.
And I'm also assuming that was probably a larger percentage of the defense military budget than 800,000 would be now.
Right.
800,000 is like nothing now,
Right.
in terms of military spending. But it was
Yeah.
probably 15,000, whatever it was then.
Right.
Was probably a bigger.
Yeah. It seems like a lot to me in proportion to what they were getting.
Right.
Um,
Well, they're getting some high quality camels.
well, you hope.
We'll find out. I'll find out. I don't know. So far, this sounds great. I'm all on board. Sign me up.
No, I mean, the men of science of the day were very favorable towards this idea. And there were some independent contractors already who had started companies importing camels.
Yeah.
Or with the idea of importing camels. Not sure that they actually got to the point where they were importing camels, but there was a business in San Francisco and a business in New York that were incorporated with the idea of
Right.
importing camels. They put this guy named Major Wayne in charge
That's a
of,
great name.
isn't it? It rhymes with Major Payne, so should be easy to remember. On this big mission, and he starts out by going to England and France, where he interviews a bunch of experts on camels and camel use in warfare, because in England and France, the use of camels is actually a thing, because they can import them from Turkey and that sort of thing. So he interviews all these experts. They tell him, great idea. America, with its rugged terrain, will really find use for these camels. So he goes to Italy, of all places, and he encounters this dude who has some camels that are in really bad shape. So he leaves Italy, starts going to Tunis, where he finds most of his camels. Ultimately, he pays an average purchase price of about $250 each.
Tunis is where I go for all my camel needs.
Right,
so-
that would be the capital of Tunisia,
right.
on a modern day map,
As we all know.
as everyone knows. And he winds up with 9 dromedaries, 23 load-bearing camels, and 1 calf. He also hires 6 Arabs and 1 camel doctor who recommended a lot of strange cures for various camel diseases. He would recommend, if they got swollen legs, he would give them gunpowder and tea.
Interesting.
And over the course of the voyage back to the United States, he was eventually relieved of his duties as a camel doctor, generally regarded by history to have been a charlatan. So you can only imagine they're sailing back across the Atlantic Ocean
Right.
with 30-some camels on board.
They have a charlatan camel doctor.
Right. The camels are in their mating season, which is actually what they wanted. They wanted to breed as many camels as possible from this
Right.
this hardy stock.
Well,
that
you want a
they-
good return on your investment.
Well, of course. So they're trying to breed these camels on ship. One mother does give birth to 2 young calves. However, she dies in the process. So the net gain wasn't really high. He winds
Right.
up with 1 more camel than
Yeah.
he started out with, but that was, he was okay with
You're
that.
still in that game.
Right. So it takes 3 months, and they get back, and they land in Texas, and they immediately take 3 of the camels on this voyage to San Antonio to test them out and see how they do. And they determined that the camels were equivalent to twice as many mules and a wagon.
Oh, wow.
So those 3 camels were able to haul...
6 mules.
Would have been equivalent to 6 mules and a wagon.
That's...
Which is pretty good.
Yeah.
One military authority who was tracking with the experiment issued recommendations to Congress that they immediately purchase 1,000 more camels. So clearly they felt like this experiment was a success
yeah.
and they could do something with it. However, no more camels were purchased. Part of the reason for this is that the camels were very expensive to maintain. One guy estimated about $500 a month.
For all those
in
camels
1856
or per
money
camels?
For all the camels.
Right. Per camel would just be crazy.
Right.
But even then...
Yeah. They literally hired and imported specialists
Right.
from Arabia to take care of them.
Yeah.
And
it's a lot of work.
it's a lot of work. And...
Especially when you can probably get 6 mules and a wagon
a lot cheaper than a camel.
And you don't need a specialist for those things.
General Babbitt of California believed that the camels that were brought to him were inexpedient in comparison to using native animals. So I guess the practicality of getting the camels there proved to be a deal breaker for him. And also politically, what killed the camel program was Jefferson Davis, the Secretary of War, who okayed and championed the project, left the United States of America to become the president of the Confederacy.
Right.
A
little hiccup there.
Right. So the federal government was eager to distance themselves from Jefferson Davis.
Can you imagine if he had continued his camel research in the Confederate? We might live in an entirely different nation. Yeah,
well, that's one of the interesting things about this is that the camel fundamentally is not incompatible with American.
Wrong.
Right, they weren't exactly wrong.
Right.
Like you could definitely have a successful unit of camels in the American Southwest.
Yeah. To me, this seems like a failure of the system because they should have just been willing to learn. You know, their reasons were basically, oh, it's expensive to maintain. We have to get a specialist.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah. Oh, they're expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's like, learn it. Go study with the specialists. Make your own specialist. Come back. Learn how to breed the camels. Then you've got unlimited camels.
But is it worth the return that you would get is the question.
Yeah.
Also, the nation was about to undergo a pretty expensive war. So the idea of doing, research and development while in the middle of trying to maintain unity of a nation is a little bit far-fetched. I'm sure it didn't cross any of the congressmen's minds to continue furthering research into, camels. But the units weren't really dissolved until 1870. That's when the last camel driver was laid off. That's kind of where the story ends. There had been some experiences. There had been some experiments beforehand with bringing camels to the Americas. Some Spaniards tried to bring camels to Peru, which has their own sort of camel-like creatures, the llamas and alpacas of South America. That didn't really fly, didn't really succeed. There was an attempt to bring camels to Jamaica at one point, but they got an infection in their feet. Some insects were troubling their camel hooves. So yeah, the camel has never really taken off. There was all the animals that the United States brought over were eventually sold at auction. And in theory, there's some wild ones that can be seen. Haven't seen any evidence of it. In the plains of the West.
Can you imagine if camels had taken off in America the way the horse did when it was introduced? It could have changed history.
Very much so. Especially if you were a camel.
Especially for the camels. Wow, that's super interesting. I never would have guessed.
It's an unusual little thing.
I think they should give it another go. I guess they don't really need pack animals anymore.
Yeah,
in
see,
the
at this
military.
point in history, it's kind of like you can't go back.
The camel cavalry is no longer a necessary.
Unless you were trying to, if the enemy had some sort of technology tracking capability.
Well, here's the thing. At this point, we need backup systems,
Right.
When all our electronics go down, when Russia fires a huge EMP, we have no gasoline, we have no solar technology. You need a way to get around. The
Right.
lowly horse.
Isn't
Is the
enough.
lowly horse the solution? I think not. We need a camel program for redundancy to roll out as backup. This is why in 2020 I will be running for town council
on a
with-
camel
on
platform.
a camel platform.
I think it's a great idea.
So-
I think it would definitely help, the fledgling economy of our fair city.
right. Yeah.
It would definitely be a boost to, economics and tourism.
Create some jobs for some camels.
Plus, a camel can haul 1,200 pounds.
It's a lot of pounds.
That's a lot of pounds.
If they had 2 camels, they could have hauled that chain from last episode up that mountain.
Who knows how many mules it took?
Yeah, I'm sure it took a lot.
I
of
mean,
mules.
I don't even want to think about all those mules.
Who needs mules in a wagon when you can get a camel? You know what I mean?
Mules on wheels. Well, sir, we have come once again to the random Wikipedia article segment of the program.
It feels like so long since
I've got the button
we've done this.
poised right
You're
here.
poised over the button.
Here we go. I'm going to press the button. Okay. What I have here is The Games Machine. The Games Machine was a video game magazine that was published from 1987 to 1990, so not very long, in the UK by Newsfield, which also published Crash, Zap, 64, Amtix, and other magazines. I'm assuming those are all
Also video
computer game
computer
related.
related.
Yeah. Was edited by Gary Penn and Graham Kidd. Bi-monthly magazine. It looks like it was folded into another title called Raise.
A magazine with the same name is still being published in Italy. While it started as an Italian translated version of the British magazine, it currently publishes original articles and is one of the best selling PC games magazines in Italy.
That's weird.
Reporting wherever technology is applied to entertainment. The Games Machine, computer and electronic entertainment. For perspective, the game consoles that would have been popular at the time would have been the Mega Drive, which I haven't heard of, and like the NES and Master System.
Ever rising consoles like Mega Drive.
Well, that was pretty pronounceable, I would say.
That was.
On a pronounceability scale, I'd rank it as a 9.
I have a confession to make. I actually hit the button twice. I hit it early. And when I hit it early, it was a city in Poland, which would have been completely unpronounceable.
Well, we got to give ourselves a little bit of a break after that last one.
I think so.
After last episodes. These things don't even come out on a remotely weekly basis.
No, that's true.
Nor was it recorded a week ago. After last episode's random Wikipedia article,
Right.
we needed something a little more palatable.
Indeed.
Well, we've come near the end of another fantastic journey into the land of Obscuria.
Ooh, I like that. Should change the name of the podcast.
Yeah.
Is it too late? Have the t-shirts all been printed?
No, we haven't. We have printed the tickets, though, for the Obscurigami World
I did
Tour
get that,
cruise.
right. I did get that lower back tattoo.
We did get the cruise ship with the Obscurigami wrap.
Yeah, that wasn't... That's
worry,
peanuts
your
compared
Patreon
to...
money is going to a good cause.
Thomas, if people want to know more about this show, Where can they go to
They
find that
should
out?
go to obscurigami.com. Check out the show notes, curated for you by Ben, and listen to other episodes if you haven't. Subscribe. Look up the podcast in your pod players.
Also, check out our brand of candy available at your local greengrocer, Obscurigummies.
Pick up a bag today. Organic hemp gummies. To the DEA, it's legal non-marijuana hemp. Don't come break down our doors. We do not sell. Obscurigummies is a parody brand of gummies, not a medicinal marijuana product.
But if you want some, I know where you can get it.
Yeah, if you have any thoughts about camels, you can think of other countries in which camels would be great to use.
Or merchandising ideas.
Or other merchandising ideas, you can shoot us an email, obscuriguri.com. info@obscurigami.com.
I feel like we're perfectly poised right now to record an audio commentary. I feel like we're in the right mindset
Oh yeah, to
just totally butcher.
put on a movie. What movie? If we were gonna do like an audio commentary, what would we do? What's a movie that we would both have like a
foreknowledge
the
of?
sum total of us would have?
You talking about like you and me or this podcast? Or both?
We are this podcast.
Oh, right. We could do a good one for us would be Battle Beyond the Stars. That Roger Corman movie that we watched back in the day.
I don't remember watching that.
It's the sci-fi remake of The Magnificent Seven.
I don't think I watched that.
Oh yeah, you did, for sure. Chris was there and Sutton was there.
We watched it at the Norfolk House?
No, at Boonesboro. This was before the Norvell House.
Oh, wow.
Back in the day, yeah.
I really don't remember
If
that.
we watched the trailer,
I would probably, it would probably trigger my memory.
or if we play the scream,
memories.
you'll remember the scream for sure.
So sleepy. Not really, though. Normally, I just don't breathe while we're doing the podcast. It's just good mic etiquette.
So, Thomas,
Ben.
remember that time we did a podcast together? We called it Obscure Ditty.
It's a very vague sort of like memory. It's in there with the learning to walk, that kind of thing.
So you could say that recording this podcast was foundational.
Yes. And also,
For you.
yeah.
For me, it was meaningless.
Right. it was hugely foundational in my life, I have to say.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that was then. This is now.
This is now. This is the season 2 premiere of the Obscurigami podcast.
I thought we called it Obscure Ditty.
No.
Did we not?
No.
No.
There was probably our show was called Obscure Ditty at some point.
Right.
But then there was a rift that opened between two parallel universes. And you are from the universe where it was called Obscure Ditty. I am from the universe where we called it Obscurigami.
So instead of
you got switched with the you that exists in my universe, or maybe I'm in your universe now. We really have no way of knowing.
This feels like my universe.
It feels like mine, I'm going to be honest.
I think instead of having seasons, we should just call them parallel universes.
Every time we make a new season, it's like a branch. Like we divide, it splits the universe and creates a new parallel universe.
Yeah, exactly.
So
I mean, that's kind of how like any show that has standalone seasons works.
Right.
Not that we're changing the format of our show in any way.
No. Mostly we just took a long unintentional break and now have to cover for it in some way.
We have to pretend like this was all part of the plan.
Right. Yeah. It wasn't because of my broken leg.
No.
That being in the hospital for 8 months with leg cancer. Unrelated. Same leg. Can you believe that?
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was wild. But they wouldn't let us.
It's a good thing
They wouldn't let us bring recording equipment in there or
Yeah,
anything.
for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Would have
So-
interfered with the leg radiation.
Anyway, now we're back with a brand new episode of a brand new show, no longer called Obscurigami, now called Obscurigami.
Yes.
And-
This is a show where we talk about obscure things.
Yeah. and-
Unlike Obscure Diddy, where we talked about Diddy.
Obscure Diddy. Obscure ditties like Despacito. Oh wait, in this universe is that an insanely popular song?
No.
Oh, okay. We must
And
be
that's how we know it's my universe.
Yeah. I'm your co-host Thomas,
And I'm your co-host, Ben.
and I guess Ben, you have a topic for us this week because I sure don't.
Yeah, well, in the tradition of Magma, I'm going to reach into my own personal archives and pull out a subject that I'm well versed in to kick off our season.
What you listeners don't know about Ben is he has kind of a secret when it comes to this show, and that it's kind of like the Hulk in the Avengers, where the Hulk is always angry, and that's how he can just become huge at any time. Spoiler alert. Ben is always obscure, so like anything he's interested in is obscure, naturally.
Almost by default.
Almost by default. So really, he doesn't have to find obscure topics. He just can talk about something,
Right.
and you can pretty much guarantee it's going to be obscure.
There's no notes for this. This is all.
This is
all just off the top of my head.
off the gourd.
I actually didn't even consult my sources.
Wow. So
I
take
just,
this one with a grain of salt.
I mean, it's,
more than you normally.
this is
would.
even less important or interesting than our usual choice of topics.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's like,
Well, it's a brand new season. It's a brand new show. We gotta keep expectations down here.
yeah.
For the listeners at home, I'm putting my hand
Right.
close to the floor.
If you're listening at home, Thomas's hand is very, very close to the floor.
Down here.
If we could get it below the floor, then
Yeah.
maybe.
I would, but I'd
Whoa!
have to go,
How did you go through the floor?
that
That was amazing.
We'll get to my secret abilities in a later. That'll develop throughout the season. It's kind of a twist.
Yeah, we kind of are the
spoiler alert
Avengers.
for this show, but there's a twist coming up. It's like it starts out about a podcast about obscure things. It turns into like sort of an audio drama
Right.
about someone discovering their superpowers.
Right.
Yeah,
Is there a name for that genre?
that would be way cooler.
Like
than whatever.
the blog, the drama
thing that's-
disguised as a blog.
The thing that starts out like it's a normal sort of documentary style nonfiction thing, and then
Right.
turns into a narrative of some sort.
Yeah. What's the word for that?
Yeah, there's got to be a word for
If
that.
you know, write to us at info@obscurigami.com.
Okay, so what is this glorious thing that you didn't even have to take notes about?
So, once upon a time, in the 1960s, there was a filmmaker named Jerry Anderson. And Jerry was British, and he made commercials, and he was going broke. And someone called him one day and said, "Hey Jerry, can you make us a children's TV show with puppets?" And Jerry didn't want to work with puppets, but he said sure. So Jerry created some puppet shows, and he wanted to make like adventure shows for kids because he thought they would sell well.
Was he interested in kid stuff? He didn't want to work.
He didn't
with
want to
puppets,
do-
but he was into the kid
No, not really.
show part.
That was just kind of
Oh, okay,
his stepping stone. He wanted to make like dramas for adults,
right.
but obviously he was about to go bankrupt when he
Right.
fell into this thing. So
Yeah.
you take what you're given,
What was he doing before, like up
just
until-
like commercials and
Oh,
stuff.
okay, I see.
So he gets this deal to make a puppet show that's like adventure driven, and puppets aren't very like mobile.
Right.
They're on strings. These
Yeah.
particular puppets were marionettes.
Right.
So he's like, well, we'll just add some like really futuristic vehicles to make it super cool, and add some like motion, and it turns into this whole decade of different shows, like shows that he made over the course of a decade, that are with puppets, but they're all like science fiction or fantasy or some like outlandish drama.
All like kids programming.
Right. And the style of the puppets is like semi-realistic, like they're supposed to be human.
Right.
And they get really elaborate to the point that they look like realistic dolls. And the visual effects are like an inspiration for visual effects people everywhere, because they're so cutting edge. And
So these shows are playing out over the course of how long did you say?
a decade.
A decade. So there was some success to them?
They were internationally very popular. They're big in Japan, anywhere they speak English, except for America.
Right.
Although they did have some broadcast in America. Yeah, so it becomes this internationally successful phenomenon. He has these shows, Stingray, Thunderbirds, Captain Scarlet, and the Mysterons, that become international success stories, and they make him tons of money, and he goes out of the puppet business. He starts making adult dramas, which is what he wanted to do
The whole time.
the whole time.
Yeah.
And he moves on, and the popularity of these shows kind of wanes a little bit. And
Or do the shows continue in his absence?
no,
Okay.
no.
But they're just sort of fading into
The style sort of fades away.
Right.
And he's kind of the only one doing it. There's a few people imitating him, but it kind of fades away. Fast forward 10 years later, I guess I should say, the style takes on the name Super Marionation.
Super Marionation.
He puts together the words super, marionette, and animation very cleverly.
That is clever, yeah. It's kind
So-
of like what we're doing here at Obscurigami Nation.
Mashing words together.
Yeah. Obscurigami Nation. It's a very original concept, taking two words,
Right.
combine them.
The words that we put together, listeners, in case you missed it, are obscure.
And Gami.
Right. So fast forward 10 years. His career in live action didn't go so well. But there's kind of a resurgence of interest in his puppet shows. And so he's trying to like capitalize on this and kick off a new wave of these shows.
Super Marionation.
Super Marionation. Hyper realistic puppets
Yeah.
with really cool special effects. And what I want to talk about today, the main focus, I could do a whole show on just Super Marionation, but the focus I want to talk about today is a Japanese attempt at this obscure little subgenre of filmmaking.
A Japanese attempt at Super Marionation.
Yes. In 1980, there's a guy named Go Nagai, who's famous for his manga and his anime, none of which I've seen, but they're all out there. And if you're really into classic anime, he created a lot of the like giant robot type anime that was becoming really big at the end of the 70s in Japan. But he decided he wanted to do like kind of a tribute series to Thunderbirds and to Super Marionation. The show is produced in 1980 to no great fanfare. There's one season and it's canceled. There was some talk about making a second season, but the warehouse where all the props and sets and everything was burned down. So
Was burned down.
was burned down.
That was an act of...
We don't know if it was past tense.
Right.
We don't know if it was intentional or
Yeah.
we can only assume.
There's a lot.
What
I
happened to
hear
all these
there's a lot
puppets.
of shady business in the puppet TV show.
I mean,
Super
there's
Marionation arena, so
it's pretty dark.
you never know.
It's a pretty dark world, the puppet world.
Yeah. So
So they've made this show, and now it's 1983.
what's it called?
It's called X Bomber,
X Bomber.
and it actually doesn't make it through its original broadcast run in Japan.
They made the whole thing.
They made a whole season,
but they don't even.
but they
air
don't
all
broadcast all
right.
of them because the ratings are so bad.
Yeah.
Well, being opportunistic businessmen, they try to sell it internationally in Europe. And they do Starfleet. It's the same show, it's just dubbed in English and with new music. And Starfleet becomes a big hit in Britain. It's like a Saturday morning phenomenon. This is 3 years later in 1983. Right. So by this time, Jerry Anderson is trying to produce his own show that's trying to bring back the style.
Yeah.
That's a similar kind of concept. And he's worried about being accused of copying these people who copied him. So, but Starfleet is actually a lot more popular. And the reason
more
people...
More popular than any of Jerry Lewis's stuff ever was.
Way Anderson. More popular than Great Balls of Fire.
Yeah.
Ever was. Yeah, so it's a big hit in England. And if you watch it, it's kind of hard to see why, because the dub is not very good. So the basic story is, it's set in the year 2999. Earth is recovering from like a third space war. Like a giant world war, but in space. And it's this big international thing. An alien force comes out of nowhere, basically eliminates Earth's defenses, is holding the Earth hostage, and asking them to turn over the F-01. And nobody on Earth knows what the F-01 is. But to save the planet, the generals of Earth have to bring out this super starship that they've been building. And the starship is piloted by 3 heroic young cadets just out of the academy.
Right. Naturally.
And this wise guru doctor who kind of runs the show. And just for good measure, they also have this girl that tags along with them, who's kind of mysterious. She was like born on Mars, and nobody knows her past. And she's got like this alien bodyguard. There's a robot. It's kind of like a Star Wars kind of cast. Pretty like stereotypical. But they've got this awesome thing. It's sort of like the X-Bomber is sort of a cross between the Millennium Falcon and an X-Wing. Because it's X-shaped, but it's also like bigger.
Right.
So, it's like it's got one up on Star Wars. This was made in like the wake of Star Wars.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
The influence of Star Wars is felt heavily throughout.
Strong, yeah.
Yeah. It's like Star Wars meets Thunderbirds.
So we have this show that is
a combination of these.
Of Thunderbirds, some Star Wars. It's puppets. It's got a mysterious girl from Mars. Mm-hmm. And
an F-01 that nobody knows what it is.
F-01. What is it? Who knows? It could be anything.
One other important fact that you need to know before we go off on this journey into X-Bomber is that in addition to having this like hybrid Star Wars spaceship, they also have 3 little fighters that like are attached to the body of the spaceship.
Okay.
And when they launch, the 3 cadets each fly one, and they join together, the 3 fighters, to make a giant robot.
Interesting. Okay.
Called the Die-X.
The Die-X. All right.
So, giant robots.
Is it like a mech type, like humanoid type robot?
Sort of. I'll display a picture.
Oh wow.
So the head is a fighter plane.
I see.
And the chest is a fighter plane.
Right.
And the legs are a fighter plane. It's puppets. So the theories for why this bizarre Japanese thing is so popular. For one thing, it had a lot of stuff that kids' TV in the 80s didn't really have going for it. It had some new ideas that were kind of old hat in Japan, but hadn't really been translated to an English audience before.
Right.
It was at the time, the time being 1983, the most accurately translated Japanese TV show to an English audience. So it retained a lot of its unique Japaneseness in a way that the English audience wasn't really familiar with.
Right. So there would have been novelty there that wouldn't have existed in other...
Also in something that is, as far as I know, unique to this style of television program, it has a complete story arc to the season.
Okay.
There's like a beginning and an end
Right.
to it, and it's serialized. So it's basically like one big story that's broken into 26 chapters. So it's kind of different. It's kind of interesting. It's a Saturday morning hit. It's such a big hit that the British producers get on the phone and call Japan, and they're like, "Can we get another season of this? Because we're making money, and we'll pay for another season." And they're like, "Sorry, it's all been burned.
The show burned to the ground.
The show has been burnt. The entire cast is gone." It's an interesting little artifact. It's kind of fun. If you are interested in that sort of thing. It's very quirky and unique, and there's not a lot of other stuff like it. The puppets are rod controlled from beneath rather than being marionettes.
So it's super rod control animation.
Right.
Yeah.
It's sort of a weird hybrid of the Muppets, Star Wars, and Thunderbirds, because they're controlled from beneath rather than above.
Jerry Lewis. Not to be. Am I getting ahead of? I'm getting ahead of us ourselves.
Jerry Anderson.
Jerry Anderson. There's this success or this show that's quite successful, and Jerry Anderson around the same time, if I remember correctly, is wanting to like get back into this.
Yeah, and he does. He has a show that lasts for 2 seasons, and there's kind of just a general resurgence of interest in his shows as VHS starts to come on the scene.
Right. Yeah.
And eventually repeats of his shows get shown on the BBC, and it becomes like a cult classic in Britain. So Jerry Anderson goes on to live a pretty successful life and
doing the same.
Be remembered for the thing that he did by accident.
The thing that he did that he didn't really want to do.
Yeah.
Right.
I think ultimately he kind of
he came around to it. Well, obviously he didn't like. I mean, there are some people who do things that they really hate, but he must not have hated it that much.
Yeah, clearly not, because he went back
he
and
seemed to be
revisited
into it.
And, yeah, he actually remade one of his shows in 3D animation towards the end of his life.
Were his shows, you might have already said this, but were his shows big in Japan?
Yeah.
That's what led to
the creation of X Bomber.
Yeah. But X Bomber didn't do well in Japan.
No.
That's the weird part.
No, not in its original run. But it did extremely well in Britain. And in France.
And in France. Neither did well in the US.
Yeah, none of these shows have really exported to America.
Right.
I think that's because of a prejudice
against
puppetry. In America.
What were Americans watching at that time? MASH and like
Are you talking about when Jerry Anderson was in his heyday?
Yeah, that
or
era. Well, I guess around the era of the post-Star Wars era of TV. What would have that been? Around, what was that? That was like...
Yeah, I mean, MASH would be on.
And like, what's that show called? With the van and Mr. T.
The A-Team?
Yeah, the A-Team.
Yeah, the A-Team would still be on TV.
That kind of crap.
But the like Saturday morning stuff that would have been competing with it would have been like
would have been
Thundercats, He-Man,
right?
Those kind of shows.
Why do you think Americans are prejudiced against puppets?
I think because Sesame Street has been a big success here, and it creates this idea that
they're for children.
Well, that all puppetry is like Sesame Street.
Okay, so
it's for children, and also if it's not like Sesame Street or the Muppets,
right,
we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
So, and especially there's a thing called the Uncanny Valley,
right,
that you may have heard of, which is it turns up a lot now with computer graphics. The theory is that if you're creating something realistic to look like a human, you start on the scale being very abstract, being like a smiley face drawn on a piece of paper or something. And people are willing to accept that and anthropomorphize the smiley face. And as you continue up the scale from abstraction to realism, you hit a point where things are not quite real enough.
Yeah.
But a little bit too real.
Yeah.
to the point where it gets creepy.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these shows fall into that category for people because they're intended to be humanoid characters. It's not like Yoda or something,
Right.
which is a puppet that people tend to accept
Yeah.
because he's not supposed to be human. He's more abstract. So you have these less abstracted characters that are still
Right.
not quite human. It can create that uncanny valley trigger.
But obviously the French and the Brits and the Japanese with Anderson's
Are willing to suspend their
work
disbelief
are willing
more.
to suspend their disbelief. I feel
And
like
other countries too, like South Africa around this time had their own
I feel like
series in the
they're-
same vein.
that's true to a certain that whole dichotomy. It's animation is obviously popular in the United States, but there's a weird thing where animation almost exists primarily in like Arrested Development in the US, where it's like it's a kids thing.
Yeah.
It's just, or it's like we can only portray it in these certain types of
Yeah.
styles.
Well,
or
it's like
ways.
Disney.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
Disney animation reigns supreme
Yeah.
over all other forms
So
of
we have
animation.
these like monolithic. We have the monolithic puppet category, which is like the Muppets in the U.S.
Right.
And then anything that is deviating from that
Yeah.
is struggling for some reason.
And I think the same thing is true in comics. Because
Yeah,
like the
that's
superhero
true.
genre reigns supreme, like
Yeah.
DC and Marvel, even though there's Dark Horse and there's all these
Right.
there's Vertigo, there's all these independent publishers that
Yeah.
produce comics that are different or nonfiction, and which is starting to gain more traction now
yeah,
in the like post Neil Gaiman world. But, or post graphic novel, I guess I should say.
well, and I feel like media consumption is just in general becoming more multicultural with the help of the internet slowly, but
Yeah. So I'm hoping that there'll be a huge Starfleet revival, and it'll be like a multicultural touchstone.
I feel like it's just a matter of Netflix grabbing hold of
Right.
a show, which
Could be.
wouldn't be hard for them to do.
I mean, Netflix is remaking The Dark Crystal, Jim Henson's
go.
fantasy attempt. So
yeah,
depending on how that does, it could
Netflix
change
is-
the perception of puppetry in the world.
Netflix is currently the largest producer of content
Anywhere
anywhere of anybody. So
of any content, or just of
like
television movies.
TV and movies, yeah. So
Well, as a final coda to X Bomber, there's a guitarist by the name of Brian May. He played for a little band you may have heard of called Queen.
oh yeah,
And around this time, he had a little boy. Let me try that again. It's a hard word to say. Boy. He had a little boy. And they used to get up every morning and eat their cereal
and watch X Bomber.
and watch X Bomber on Saturday mornings. And Brian May, who's actually an astronomer and loves science fiction and all things sciencey, really loved this quirky Japanese show, and did a cover version of the theme song on an EP that he recorded with Eddie Van Halen. So there is actually an Eddie Van Halen Brian May version of the Starfleet theme song,
Wow.
which we can sample if you would like.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of it. It's a lot of docking sequences.
Yeah. Which is kind of a theme in Super Mario Nation, because the puppets themselves don't do much.
Right.
There's a lot of like launch sequences and elaborate construction of giant robots. The Dyax has a lot of weapons. You can shoot X's out of that X on his face.
It's too bad, that Jerry Lewis burned down that, warehouse or whatever with all this stuff in it, because they could have made more seasons and maybe
They could have made more.
Maybe it would have been wildly popular.
Who knows what it could have been.
Yeah.
So there you have
Wow.
it.
There we
Starfleet
go.
X Bomber.
X Bomber, Starfleet, hugely influential.
in the life of
on the making of Star Fox, Star Command. Is that the name of it? Star Fox.
That's all I got. I could talk about it more.
People should go to the show notes at obscurigami.com or just the show notes, I guess, are in your podcast thing too. But anyway, click on the link to that video and watch it because
your life will be
you
changed.
want to see Brian May's disembodied head floating in space
singing a theme song to an 80s kids show.
Yeah, that was inspired by other weird shows.
I mean, it's just, how can you resist?
Yeah.
Click it now. Click now.
Click now. Use promo code youtube.com to get a free access to the video.
To find out the 4 things you're missing about X-Bomber.
X-Bomber.
The 5 things you never knew about Queen and science fiction puppetry.
Here's my question. Do you ever find out what the FO1 thing is or whatever they call it?
To find the secret of the F-01, you'll have to watch the show.
You have to watch the show.
It's available on DVD.
But it's not like a cliffhanger ending.
I'm not gonna. No spoilers. You're not gonna say. Ugh. There's not gonna be any spoilers on.
All right.
On our podcast.
Spoiler free here at the Obscurigami.
We're spoiler free here at Obscurigami HQ. We've concluded the portion of the program where we talk about a topic.
Where we talk about something interesting. So now you can turn it off.
When did we talk about something interesting?
Oh. Well, this is awkward. I told you to make sure the topic was interesting.
I don't always... It's hard to come up with topics, and they can't always be interesting.
No, I'm not a judge of what's interesting or not.
Sometimes they can be boring.
You have to figure that out for yourself.
But it's...
All right.
It's still more interesting than cockroach milk, I think.
Right. Well, who knows? We'll see. It's... Whatever it was, I guarantee you it's going to be more interesting than this segment that we insist on doing, which is the random Wikipedia article segment.
The world's least interesting segment. If you're still listening, why? Why are you still listening?
In this segment, we go to Wikipedia, we hit the random button, and then we just...
We mispronounce things.
Yeah, that's generally what happens.
Generally. But
so what do you got for us today, man?
I'm looking for the random button.
Someone at Wikipedia listens to the show and was like, "This must end."
Okay, here we go.
Remove the random button. All right.
The randomizer on Wikipedia.
Okay.
Let's roll the dice.
Yeah, hit the doodads. The mystery of the the mystery at the moss-covered mansion. This is our first book.
Is it?
I think it is.
But it is. This is, I think, the first book that we've brought up in the Obscurigami random Wikipedia article section. It's a book by Carolyn Keene. The Mystery at the Moss-Covered Mansion is the 18th volume in the Nancy Drew Mystery Stories series.
Oh, I remembered.
Published by Grosset and Dunlap. I can't even pronounce.
I can't talk either.
I can't even pronounce like a normal
We're so
word.
dumbfounded by Starfleet that we just...
It was first published in 1941. The original text was written by ghostwriter Mildred Wirt Benson, based upon a plot outline from the Stratemeyer Syndicate co-writer Harriet Stratemeyer Adams. The book's title was changed to Mystery of the Moss-Covered Mansion when it was revised in 1971 because the story is completely different and not much of the investigation takes place at the title location.
What's the original name of the book?
The original name was Mystery at the Moss-Covered Mountain. The book's title was changed to... It doesn't say what the original... There you go, folks. A Nancy Drew novel.
I don't know much about Nancy Drew. Who's the... Is Carolyn Keene an actual person? Or is she a pseudonym?
A pseudonym. I don't know. I assume she's an actual person.
Should we consult an expert for this
Carolyn Keene is the pseudonym of the authors of the Nancy Drew mystery stories and the Dana Girl mystery stories. Dana Girls. Both produced by the Stratmeyer Syndicate.
She is a real person?
No, it's
She's a pseudonym
it's a
of the
pseudonym
authors.
Of the authors.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I didn't realize that was a thing, like a book or like a publishing company just producing a whole series and then having a pseudonym.
That was the case with Tom Swift. Did you ever read Tom Swift?
No.
It was similar to like the Hardy Boys, only he was an inventor.
Was that the case with the Hardy Boys?
I'm not sure.
Did one person write all those Hardy Boy things?
Because they were by the same publisher, right? The Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew. If only we had an expert on Nancy Drew, like a Nancy Drew fan here in the studio.
Written by ghostwriters under the collective pseudonym Franklin W. Dixon. No wonder. As a kid, I was always kind of like, this guy is insanely prolific. Mm-hmm. Like, you'd go to the library or
there's a lot of them.
Bookstore or something, and you just look at hundreds of, like, blue
Hardy Boys books.
Covers with the blue thing at the top that says
Yeah.
Hardy Boys, and they all say Franklin W. Dixon on top of them. And I was
Tower
like,
Treasure.
that is one prolific
dude.
Turns out, not really. Mind unblown. My 12-year-old mind is completely unblown right now.
Wow. Hey, Thomas, do we have an expert on Nancy Drew that we can consult? As I've brought up like maybe 7 times now.
Yes, hello. I would just like to state that most girls who grow up reading Nancy Drew books know that Carolyn Keene is a pseudonym and that there are multiple people writing the books. And we're fine with it.
Apparently girls are smarter than boys, because I had no idea that Franklin W. Dixon was not a person writing the Hardy Boys.
Right, yeah, same.
Also, if I remember correctly, the Moss-Covered Mansion has, like, wild, large cats in captivity in it.
Daggone.
Which is really interesting.
Do you know the original title?
You probably read the 1971 revision.
Yeah. You're not a true fan.
Yeah. Now, that would be something for the Obscurigami podcast, is track down that original book.
I'm just going to Google it.
Before the 1971 revision, and bingo.
I'd also like to say that I checked out that book from the White House, Tennessee Library. Shout out to Sherry Tackett.
I'm sure she listens to, or I'm sure she or somebody,
Sherry's listening right
or
now.
or somebody she knows listens to the show.
Probably so. Here's a 1941 edition that says The Mystery of the Moss-Covered Mansion.
Did they change it from The Mystery at the Moss-Covered Mansion to The Mystery of the Moss-Covered Mansion? Is that what happened? Because they were saying most of the book doesn't actually take place at the mansion, which is part of why they changed the name. Maybe we just didn't notice that.
Yes, I think you're right.
Aha. Mystery solved. The mystery of the Moss-Covered Mansion.
I think it was a panther.
There's like a panther on the cover of one of the editions.
Yeah.
Next thing you're going to tell me Louis L'Amour wasn't a real person.
Louis L'Amour was a real person, I think.
But how do you know?
I mean, I don't.
Any author could be suspect now. If Franklin W. Dixon isn't real.
Ernest Hemingway. Mark
Hemingway.
Twain. William Faulkner.
William Shakespeare.
That is a theory.
Wow.
Well, Thomas?
Well, that's I'd say that's an episode.
It's been, I won't say it's been an exciting start to a new season.
Well,
but
yeah.
it has been a start.
But like I said, that's good. We want to, reintroduce people lightly.
Yeah.
If we came in guns blazing for season 2, people would be
guns a-blazing.
Because here's the thing. You don't want people to get this idea in their head. They're like, oh, a new season. Maybe they've increased production value. Maybe they're putting in more effort into the show. Maybe the topics are more researched. Maybe there will actually be some educational entertainment value.
If anything, it's going to get worse from here.
No. This is like a network TV show in like its 7th season. It's starting to get worn out. It's starting to get tired.
That was our first season.
That was our first season. Now it's like we're just doing it because it pays the actors' bills, except we don't make any money from it.
Right.
So
nobody's watching. The Nielsen ratings are way down.
Yeah. So
we jumped the shark.
Yeah.
a long time ago. 5 seasons ago.
Go to obscurigami.com. Check out the show notes, click on the links, and watch the YouTube video.
Send us
your regards.
an email.
info@obscurigami.com.
Give us a call.
Whatever it is you do. And I guess we'll see you again next time.
Yeah. Watch some X Bomber, read some Nancy Drew, and have a good day.
All right, we're starting. Okay. So, back again on a new track.
Yep. Season 2 continues. Despite the protests.
Yeah. We're literally right now we're inside. We're sitting at my kitchen table, and you can look right out my window, and right outside, Ben will confirm this, you can see just lines of people, signs. This must end. Please stop.
Yeah.
We thought you had quit. Why?
And now you haven't.
Did you bring it back?
Why did you bring it back? What's the point?
Yeah. So, anyway, what is it that we brought back, Ben?
Well, it's this it's this little thing we do called Obscurigami.
Obscurigami.
It was Obscurigami,
but then
in the first season, but
some sort of time. That's kind of related to what we're going to be talking about today.
Ditties, obscure ditties.
Well, strange time.
Obscure times,
universes crossing, and that sort of thing.
Oh man.
Well, I mean,
I can't wait.
Oversell it.
This is a show where we talk about the pointlessly educational.
Yeah.
It's an audio journal of the obscure.
This particular episode is going to weigh heavily on the pointless side. But
well, I'm thinking we should drop the educational anyway.
Right.
Cuz it's only barely educational. Barely.
Well, you're going to learn some things. It's just what you're going to learn is not going to be useful in any way. So, anyway, I'm Thomas.
And I'm not Thomas.
That would be Ben. And this is the Obscurigami podcast. And so, to get to this topic, I'm going to kind of pull back the curtain to kind of just weave a story of how I got to this topic. Anyway, I wanted to do an episode on parapsychology, because I had certain aspects of parapsychology that are kind of obscure. It's an interesting topic, but in delving into it, it ended up being much broader and much deeper of a topic than I had anticipated.
Right. That's like a whole pseudoscience to itself.
Yes. Yeah. So we might return to aspects of parapsychology at some point in the future.
Oh my gosh, I hope so.
I began researching parts of parapsychology. In the process, stumbled across, I was in the Wikipedia, I clicked on pseudosciences, stumbled across a list of pseudosciences on Wikipedia.
It's a gold mine.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great list. And then I drilled down even a level further. I don't remember what the actual name of the web page or Wikipedia page was that brought me to it, but it was like a level below pseudosciences to just pseudoscientific ideas that gained some level of notoriety, but have really no scientific claim.
They're really just pseudo.
Right. Yeah.
The science part
is
questionable.
Yes. Well, beyond questionable. So anyway, I found this.
There's questionable that's way up here.
And then this is down here. So I found this Wikipedia list behind the Wikipedia list of pseudosciences, and that led me to this one glorious website / theory called the Time Cube theory.
The Time Cube
theory. And Time Cube was a personal web page operated by a man named Dr. Otis Eugene Ray. And this website was founded in 1997. And it was Dr. Gene Ray's self-publishing outlet for a theory of everything that he called the time cube. And it's quite the thing to behold. I don't know if you can. This website went up in 1997, and it lasted for quite some time until Dr. Ray died in 2015 at age 87, and eventually the TimeCube website expired, but people still host it to this day for posterity. But if you go to the TimeCube website, and one place you can go to is ti.mcue.be, so it's just TimeCube, but with a dot after the TI and before the BE. Right. There's a mirror of the TimeCube website as it appears back in the day.
So was this guy, you say he's a doctor, was he like a medical doctor, or do we know?
I don't have information about the actual nature of his doctorate, but he is the wisest man on earth.
Really?
As the TimeCube website
indicates.
Dang,
that's,
so, yeah, so there's that.
You should get an honorary doctorate just for that.
Exactly.
Honorary doctorate of wisdom.
That may have been the situation. This is one of those things where I'm going to talk about it. There's aspects of TimeCube that I will try to explain, and some things from the website that I've highlighted that are interesting tidbits, and I'll share some of those and describe the page. But it's one of those things you kind of have to see to just grasp. So I'm going to try to reorient my computer here so that Ben can see TimeCube.
If you're not driving, then you should stop whatever you're doing. Or even if you are driving, pull over,
pull up the
TimeCube website.
ti.mcue.be. So what this webpage looks like is basically like if you imagine a really long single page, it's actually 2 pages, of like a doctor. Have you ever seen Dr. Bronner's soap? So Dr. Bronner's soap is like this Castile soap, organic soap you can buy.
Right.
And there's like,
it's very little
covered
graphic
in like,
design,
like writing. And it just goes on and on about the singularity, the all one God, all people, all one. It's a very interesting, if you're ever at like, or it's usually in the organic-y section at like a Kroger or a Target or something, but you can see these bottles that are like blue or whatever. Check it out sometime because it's quite the thing to behold. Yeah. Anyway, if people out there know
what that
Dr. Bronner's soap, this website is similar to a Dr. Bronner's.
It's got a backdrop that looks sort of like graph paper.
Yes.
But it's distorted.
Yeah. And then there's just blocks of text in different colors. Some of it's underlined.
Some of it's bold.
There's not a whole lot of punctuation.
It's all Times New Roman font.
And within this, we start to gather clues about the TimeCube, the theory of the TimeCube, and some of the issues that Jean Ray was particularly concerned with. So it starts off in 1884. Meridian time personnel met in Washington to change Earth time. First words said was that only one day could be used on Earth to not change the one-day Bible. So they...
Before we continue...
Sure.
I have a few questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who are the Meridian time personnel? And what does the one-day Bible mean?
Well, so as we'll get to, and you'll
start to see... Is that going to be explained, or is that just stuff that I need to know?
Well, there's the evil oneness. So the evil oneness is the idea that there is only one day on Earth in a 24-hour rotation of the Earth, that there's only one day. That is an evil concept. With that comes the idea that the Bible is evil because it supports the idea of a single day.
Okay. I noticed he didn't capitalize it.
Right.
So definitely not a holy book in the mind of the
author.
author.
You'll notice that he points out no man on earth has no belly button. It proves every believer on earth is a liar. So Christianity decimated right there.
Because of the absence.
There's nobody. Everyone's always had a belly button. There's nobody who doesn't have a belly button.
Why? But why would there be?
Well, we'll get to it. there's a lot more to cover. So
wow, they just drop you in at the deep end of this philosophy.
Yeah. It's quite a bit too.
We're in the first paragraph, and I'm already.
So far the core ideas that are here in the time cube that we need to try to sort out are that there's the idea that there's only one day.
Mm-hmm.
Is evil, and that was propagated in 1884 by a government conspiracy to claim that there is only one day in order not to contradict the Bible, to continue propagating the Bible and Christianity. And then the other idea that we start to see some indications of here, one God is only 1/4 of God. So there's an idea that things have polarity and only exist in polarity. So man and woman are the poles of each other. And if they were united, there would be nothing, because they exist as a -1 and a +1 of 0. So if you added them together, you'd have 0 and you'd have nothing.
Right.
And everything in the universe exists as a polarity of something else. Therefore, the idea that there is one single God is an evil aspect of the oneness.
Right. Got it.
And also the idea that there's only one day.
Got it. It's sort of like a dualism.
Right. But also, belly button logic works.
I see.
So there's a lot. I mean, we're not going to be able to cover all of this. There's a lot. It's a really long page. I mean, there's a lot here.
There's a lot going on.
And this is only one page. So here's a picture of Dr. Jean Grey, wisest human, depicted in image above. So there's a lot of animosity towards the
cubic harmonics can save humanity.
Right. Basically, all of education is a complete hoax, an evil hoax made just to propagate the oneness, the one day idea. And he has this idea that so the time cube is, there are 4 simultaneous days in each 24-hour rotation of the Earth. So there are 4 days within 1 day, the 4 corners of the cube, the time cube.
Okay.
As you can see by this chart.
This handy chart.
Right. Earth has 4 days simultaneously each rotation. You, a oneer, you erroneously measure time from one corner. But if you measured time from all 4 corners, you would see that there were 4 days in the 1 day.
I don't understand how that works.
Well, you're here.
Right. I understand where I'm at. I don't understand the alternative.
It rotates. Well, there's some other charts, so maybe that'll help you understand a little bit.
I mean, is there...
Well, here's one that kind of illustrates. See, there's the sphere of the Earth is within the corners of the cube. And then...
This is heavy.
Yeah. Okay.
So is there... But the sun can only be on one part of the Earth at a time.
Right.
So is he saying, like, portions of the 24-hour period are a day unto themselves? Or is he saying that there's like 4 parallel universes?
That seems to be... I'm not sure. But there's a way he illustrates it later on in the document where it's like Jesus is he has this Socrates, Jesus, another character, and another character. 4 example people live on the Earth. And while one person is experiencing sunup, the other person is experiencing midday. Another person is experiencing sundown.
Sure.
Another person is experiencing sunset, sunup, sundown, midday, midnight. And
gotcha.
Right.
Yeah.
So
that makes sense.
All 4 of those things are happening simultaneously.
Yes.
And in one Earth rotation, they will all 4 experience an entire day. 4 days in one 24-hour rotation of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah. So why?
But to each of them, it would seem like they just had 1 day.
Right. But there are 4 because
there's 4 people.
Yeah, and also everything has to exist in a polarity. So let me pull up some.
This kind of makes sense.
My highlights highlights from this document of some of the most interesting bits. I read through all of it last night, and it's quite the read. There's 2 pages. I don't know how many words it is, but it has to be.
It almost seems kind of
5,000 at
stream of consciousness, like very like a journal entry.
And then there's nice little inserts here, like this in red says, "Hey, got a death threat from the temporal phoenix last night, saying that the big old boys that make the world go round are going to wipe me off the earth. They can't allow the time cube principle to continue." So there's kind of like messages embedded within some of the other messaging. But there's a lot of
opposites create.
It's
not God.
Yeah, it's a very angry document. A lot of, you are educated, stupid, you are evil, you will ignore message and attack the messenger. There's this idea that we invented God just to continue to propagate our idea of a single day on Earth. Mm-hmm. And here it says Wikipedia claims that the time cube is non-science. Opposites create. Cubism, not group theory. Oh, this is where it gets particularly harsh. If ignorant of the almighty time cube creation truth, you deserve to be killed.
Whoa.
So people who are ignorant of the time cube truth should die. And there's more language further down about
apparently that's not immoral.
Your children, it's justified to save life on Earth for future generations because you don't believe in the time cube.
Now, does this philosophy have followers? Santa and God debase women.
Yeah, there's some interesting anti-Santa. He gets into some anti-Santa. There's one section where he says Santa is vital to Christmas. No Santa equals no Christmas. Why credit the Santa lie with gifts that parents buy their children? It bribes the child mind to accept false Santa spirit and false God spirit deceit associated with it. So he's particularly concerned with Santa, educators, teachers.
I think my problem is I'm giving this too much of a hearing. Like, I'm trying to understand it, and it doesn't seem like there's...
It's really quite incoherent. And as it goes on, it only gets less coherent and more confusing. Here's one section. -1 times -1 equals +1 is wrong. It is academic stupidity and is evil. So he's kind of proposing also an alternate math that I guess supports his time cube idea.
His opposites theory.
Yeah. He also says that he has invested 30 years of his life and over $250,000 researching nature's 4 simultaneous 24-hour days within a single rotation of Earth. Sadly, academia has never really acknowledged his, except in one case. There is some stuff on this page and also in the Wikipedia article about the page, and Ray spoke about the time cube at MIT in January at a student organized extracurricular event.
January of what year?
2002.
This was a student organized thing?
Yes, yeah. So it wasn't officially sanctioned by the university, although Dr. Jean Ray would have us think that based on the time cube page. It also gets a little bit racist-y towards the end, unfortunately. If you're still confused about what the theory exactly is, here's one segment that might clear some things up. Earth is composed of opposite hemispheres, which rotate in opposite directions, equal to a zero-value existence, plus and minus. As entity, the opposite hemispheres cancel out. Earth exists as 4 90-degree opposite corner quadrants, but not as a 360-degree circle. Earth is cubic opposites, nothing as circle.
It's not a round planet. It's 4 cubes.
4 corners, that form a cube, that rotate. But
see, this is complex because when I think of a cube, I think of the sides, and there's 6 sides to a cube.
Yeah.
But he's talking about corners.
He's focused on corners, but a cube has more than 4 corners.
Right. That's true. So he's thinking of it in terms of quarters, but he's calling it corners.
Right. I guess he means the interior corner. So if you had a cube made up of, like, if you were inside a cube, if you're in a room, you could look at 4 corners of the room.
Top to bottom.
No. It would be more than that. It's 8.
Right.
8
If you divided it into top and bottom.
Yeah.
But if you thought of top and bottom as one continuous corner, then there's only 4.
Yeah. So he claims that he has absolute proof of this, although where that is in the document, I was not able to find. He also had a wager. He was willing to wager all of $10,000 that he's right, which to me seemed low, given how obviously passionate he is about.
Considering that people who don't know about it deserve to die.
Right. Yeah.
Huh.
So yeah, there's quite a lot there. Wrapping your head around it definitely is impossible, and
yeah, I definitely feel like I need to read it.
In a headache. It's an interesting read. Towards the end of the second page, I ran across something interesting that
he spoke at
give...
claims to have spoken at Georgia Tech about the time cube discovery.
Oh yeah, so about your question, there was at least one follower, Richard Janczarski, also known online as Cubehead, was a self-professed disciple of Ray, who called himself the second wisest human. And he created a time cube fan site, the Cubic Awareness Online, and had a forum. Ray denounced Janczarski, and Janczarski ended up committing suicide in February of 2008.
Whoa.
We don't know if that's necessarily related, but they had disagreements.
And you say Dr. Ray died in 2015?
2015, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So there were at least, there was at least one follower out there that we know of, but we don't know how serious,
he was about it. I mean, clearly he committed suicide. So
right.
He was committed.
He was committed to something. Whether or not that was directly related, I don't know.
There's a documentary out there.
Yes, I didn't check that out, so I don't know if that's good or not. One of the pieces of proof that were in here that I thought was particularly compelling was a 1-day Earth equals a 1-legged horse. A 4-day Earth equals a 4-legged horse.
That makes sense.
So you can see how ridiculous it would be to think of a 1-day Earth.
Right.
It would be just like having a 1-legged horse.
I mean, that kind of proves it. So what does that say about... I mean, what does a 4-legged centipede look like? Maybe there's I
don't know.
Hundreds of days.
I don't know. Well, don't claim infinite days, though.
Okay.
There's
so many little gems.
Oh, yeah. It's you can't... Some people apparently wanted to claim that there were infinite days within 96 days, and he adamantly denounces that idea. So it's not infinite days within 96 hours, not 96 days. There's one bit that caught my eye where he talks about evil obscurantism, which is what he calls deliberately withholding cubic knowledge.
Uh-huh.
So I thought we might have a part in that, because being the Obscurigami podcast.
Obscurists.
Right.
But we seek to illuminate the obscure.
Yeah.
So that's kind of our quest. Hence why we're talking about time theory.
Yeah.
I'm kind of speechless. I don't know what to make of this. This is just, I mean...
I like this bit. NASA's moon landing was far less of an achievement than time cube discovery, for I have cubed the Earth with 4 simultaneous corner days in one rotation of Earth. So
I'm still having a really hard time with what that means. And having a chart with 4 people who lived in separate centuries doesn't help.
So there's one particular chunk of text in green that I think kind of holds the key to this whole thing, that you might have figured this out on your own already, but let's see. Here it is. My wisdom so antiquates known knowledge that a psychiatrist examining my behavior, eccentric by his academic single-corner knowledge, knows no course other than to judge me schizophrenic. So his ideas were profound on the level that when examined by psychiatrists, the only option left to them, because obviously they couldn't abandon their single day, cubist or non-cubist, oneist idea of Earth. So the only recourse they were left with was to diagnose him with schizophrenia.
Right. In Christianity, there's an apologetics approach that I think C.S. Lewis came up with, where he talks about 3 different approaches to Jesus. Like Jesus either was lying about being the Son of God, or he was actually the Son of God, or he was crazy.
Right.
Those are the only 3
Conceivable
options about Jesus. He was either lying, crazy, or actually who he claimed to be.
Yeah.
According to C.S. Lewis or whoever came up with that theory. And it sounds like Dr. Ray applies the same kind of principle to himself.
Right.
Like either I'm right or you think I'm crazy, which just proves me even more right.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Which is an incredible
it's quite
claim.
the claim to make, but he does also claim that he is the wisest human.
I mean, his claims are staggering, and I'm prepared to give them a hearing, but I'm having a hard time intellectually. I guess because I've been indoctrinated with oneness my whole life.
Yeah.
I can't cube the
on
oneness.
and on about the proof, and I kept hoping to get to the
proof.
kind of definitive proof.
I'm still not even sure I understand the theory of how there's 4 days in one.
I don't think anybody quite does. It seems like it was fairly self-evident to him, and anyone to whom it wasn't self-evident when presented with the idea that is just your android mind that has been programmed by the lying education. So this is Wikipedia's summary that illustrates the theme. When the sun shines on Earth, 2 major time points are created on opposite sides of Earth, known as midday and midnight. Where the 2 major time forces join, synergy creates 2 new minor time points we recognize as sunup and sundown. The 4 equidistant time points can be considered as time square imprinted upon the circle of Earth. In a single rotation of the Earth's sphere, each time corner point rotates through the other 3 corner time points, thus creating 16 corners, 96 hours, and 4 simultaneous 24-hour days within a single rotation of Earth, equated to a higher order of life time cube. So that kind of in a nutshell, I think, is the time cube theory in its simplest, most understandable,
most coherent
form. Wikipedia comments or writes about someone who wrote an article about him, noting the subtle little racist ideologies. And it's like, it starts out fairly not innocent, well, innocent-ish. I mean, it's like, it starts out like a fairly innocent sort of conspiracy theory, like, the masses are being fooled by the government and education is lying to us. And then it gradually gets a little bit even darker, like we should be killing the people who ignore the cubist
who don't know the truth
ideas, and then it gets worse and scarier from there. So
I mean, it is actually terrifying that someone who sounds like his biggest supporter, at least as far as we can see from the record that we have, was actually someone that he denounced,
right,
and led to a death.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
an interest, and the ability for someone who, you know, presumably according to his psychiatrist, someone who presumably has schizophrenia is able to create a website documenting their ideas, and then can actually gain followers from that.
Right.
You know, to what degree of seriousness those followers are, we won't know, but, you know, it reminds me a lot of, and this won't make sense to people who aren't from where Ben and I live, but there's that house along 5th Street with the signs out and the scrollings on it about the end times and and all the just sort of paranoid.
But it's not your usual "the world is ending" kind of stuff. It's very inconsistent.
Yeah, it has
other messages about how, you know, that are political or racial or.
This reminded me a lot of that, and that has that same sort of cadence and incoherence and, you know, non sequitur sort of logic.
Yeah.
And then it also just keeps growing and expanding in this way that seems to have no logic and is very repetitive and and I don't know anything about that person who puts up those signs.
If you're listening, send us an email.
Yeah, send us an email. We'd love
info@obscurigami.com. We'd love to talk about your signs.
I've always wanted to know more about that situation. But yeah, Time Cube.
Yeah,
So
it reminds me of the whole Heaven's Gate cult. They're not as obscure because they kind of made the national news, but they, around the late 90s, they had a website that drew a lot of people towards them, and they ended up doing a mass suicide as a way of beaming up to the mothership that was passing by Earth with a comet or something like that. And I think stuff like this really contributes to people's fear of technology and fear of the internet, because here's this thing, like, he's saying very strong stuff, but it's very difficult to understand what he even means, and it's a little bit frightening.
yeah,
because it's attacking you for not understanding it, but it's very hard to understand.
And it does make me wonder, like, how many. So timecube.com obviously picked up some traction somewhere and became like a known thing to a certain number of people, enough that there was a student body at MIT that like invited him to come speak. But what other timecube.com style websites are out there where somebody's rambling into the void about their particular personal conspiracy theory that we just don't know about?
There was a great one I found one time that was guitar related. It was a guitar manufacturer who believed that guitars, electric guitars specifically, should not be painted or sealed in any way. That this like ruined guitars, and it was a big, the big guitar companies, Gibson and Fender, were, squashing true instrumentation by painting their guitars. And there's stuff out there that's just that's like this. I don't know if social media has kind of confined those things more, because
you don't have
to
to
like
make
Facebook,
a website anymore.
You just have to have a Facebook or a Twitter or something, and you can just ramble into the void, and it's less accessible because
those are kind of
those
silos.
people don't necessarily they have a limited number of friends to get the information to. Yeah. Whereas it used to be, the internet was more, I don't know, the internet used to be different in how
almost everything used to be kind of public on the internet. The only things that were kind of contained,
it still is, but
in private, but like the default is less public. Like a lot of people, if they have something to say, they're going to go to like Facebook, and say it on there, and it might the reach it's going to get might be like their 200 friends or whatever.
Well, almost by virtue of how we use the internet now, like how we go about finding information. Like, remember pages and pages that were just links? And they were sorted by topic, and I mean, it was almost like a library catalog. Before like search engines got big, going through and finding information that way. So it was, I mean, there was a lot less content created, and we approached it differently.
So there's one bit here that I'll kind of close on this. One of the sections, he lists an email, and it seems to be the only section where he lists like some correspondence that he's received or something. It has the date, the email of the person who sent it, and it just reads, "Dear Mr. Ray, for a year now I have studied your Time Cube truths, but have not been able to convince others of its reality," and then insults them in parentheses. "My mother is a teacher, and she said it was nutty and stupid. But guess what? I cornered her literally in the living room one evening and forced her to admit it." And then in all caps it says, "In order to get her teaching certificate, she had to sign an affidavit stating that she would uphold the Greenwich myth until its death." The Greenwich myth is the Greenwich time myth. "Until its death. I kid you not," with an expletive, "it has been revealed. American teachers are sworn to fight against the truth of Time Cube." And then there's this nice little bit where it says, "Transfer interrupted," and then just a devout student of Time Cube below that.
Wow.
The transfer interrupted part of that is my favorite, because I don't think email transfers can really actually be interrupted. An email either comes through in its entirety or not.
Right. I mean, I suppose it could be corrupted, but...
Right. But the transfer interrupted bit just particularly struck me as a nice little they're having to be so covert with their communications that,
Yeah.
maybe this person who dared to write into Mr. Ray was silenced just as she was writing the email.
Yeah. Maybe so.
We'll never know. But
I wonder how cell phones fit into time cube theory, if they would affect it in any way.
yeah, I don't know.
Apparently time cube theory will solve nuclear waste problems as well.
Oh yeah, that was another theme that comes up later on, as he's particularly concerned about the nuclear waste dump site in Nevada or wherever it is that the government buried some nuclear waste. Anyway, Timecube, you can go to ti.mecu.be if you dare.
And see for yourself
It's
what
quite,
it means.
It's quite the thing.
I'm definitely going to spend some time on this website and see if I can ascertain the logic at play here.
I think the general consensus has been that there's not really a discernible, there's not really an actual logical idea that you can kind of reduce it into.
Right.
But it's certainly interesting to try to comprehend
Yeah.
what it is he was getting at. Or even just to try to figure out what idea he started with that led to him believing
that led to
this.
all this stuff.
Was it some misunderstanding he had in his mind about how time zones worked and that kind of thing, and then it just snowballed into this paranoid delusion? Or is it just all completely coherent? What do belly buttons have to do with it?
Right. I don't understand that
mysteries.
connection.
But yeah,
it's very, very interesting.
So that's the time cube theory.
Good find.
I feel like there's a whole world of personal websites out there that with particular ideas that could be interesting topics. I stumbled across one time where it was a guy who was devoted to the whole Dark Side of the Rainbow type thing, synchronizing Pink Floyd albums,
Dark Side of the
with
Moon,
movies.
Right.
So there's the famous one where you synchronize the Dark Side of the Moon with
The Wizard of Oz.
And this guy had dedicated what must have been hours to maintaining the site, listing all these different synchronizations between the movies, the different Pink Floyd albums, different movies. But the thing that was really crazy about it, or what was interesting about that website, is the guy who ran it held the belief that it was all intentional.
Right.
So there's people who think that the it's an album might just accidentally match up with certain parts of the movie. It happens, whatever. But this guy was convinced that Pink Floyd was intentionally making their albums in such a way so as to simultaneously synchronize with 20 different movies. Yeah. And he thought it was all intentionally being done by
Presumably they're still doing that in the albums that they come out with now.
The Force Awakens was the first film made as a reverse synchronization. So J.J. Abrams specifically made The Force Awakens to synchronize with the Dark Side of the Moon, and that's the first instance of it being done the other way. But all the other cases where they match up are a case of Pink Floyd specifically matching the album to the movie.
Wow.
So
good find. Good topic.
So there you go. All right, so that ends the incoherent portion of our...
now, instead of being incoherent, we're going to be random.
A random Wikipedia article.
This is the segment of the show where Thomas and I mispronounce things for a few minutes. He's standing by the button.
And what do we got?
This is interesting since we were just talking about time zones.
And it's actually something from the future.
So it is.
This is the Wikipedia page for the solar eclipse of August 2nd, 2027.
If you're listening to this on August 2nd, 2027, congratulations, you've just proven time cube theory to be correct.
There will be a total solar eclipse that will occur over much of the eastern hemisphere on August 2nd, 2027.
That's assuming that, the Earth doesn't implode or something like that.
Then, yes. It will begin it will commence over the eastern Atlantic and pass the Strait of Gibraltar between Spain and Morocco. And
there's a nice little GIF depicting the path
that it will take. It looks like it'll hit
parts of Africa.
Yeah.
And
I guess if you want to get a really good seat, North Africa is a good bet.
Yeah, North Africa looks like a great
So book those tickets now.
part of it. Yep. Definitely go check it out. Head to wikipedia.org/wiki/solar_eclipse_of_August_2nd, _2017 for more information.
Is there anything in particular that makes this eclipse significant enough to have a Wikipedia article, or are there just a lot of Wikipedia articles for every...
I guess there maybe is one for every solar eclipse. Here it lists related eclipses.
Aren't they all somewhat related?
Each member in a semester series of solar eclipses repeats approximately every 177 days and 4 hours, a semester, at alternating nodes of the moon's orbit. So I guess they group different ones together depending on which parts of the orbit are causing them or whatever.
Makes sense.
This Solar Saros 136 repeats every 18 years and 11 days, containing 71 events. There you go.
Huh. So when was the last one of these? Does it say?
I don't know. Maybe the one that just happened here in America is a part of
the same family
series. I don't know. I guess we could look into semester series. Oh wow. This goes deep.
Woo. There's a theory that the science content of Wikipedia is extremely accurate because nobody's smart enough to tamper with it.
Right, yeah.
We're certainly not smart enough. But
definitely not.
If you want to know,
we're barely smart enough to read it.
I mean, it took us a really long time just to press record.
Yeah.
That's how lacking in intellect we are. We don't even understand time cube theory, or I guess time cube fact.
Time cube fact, yes. Yeah.
So, I mean, our intelligence is limited.
To be fair, we were brainwashed by a oneist education system.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that,
That's true.
We didn't get a fair shake.
We should wake up and acknowledge the four corners.
The
four simultaneous days.
Our ignorance is no excuse. We deserve to die because of it. Because of our lack of knowledge, apparently.
Thankfully...
That's a really dark note to end on.
Thankfully, Dr. Gene never chose to act out on...
He never acted out on that.
What he perceived would have been
Scary.
Justified judgment.
If you have any theories or, hidden truths to share with us.
Maybe you have a time octangle,
an octagonal approach to time.
Theory.
You can always send us an email, info@obscurigami.com. You can call Thomas's personal cell phone at... Just kidding. Is there another way to reach us? I guess we don't really have
That's about all we got.
That's all we got.
I haven't checked the email in a little while, so maybe,
that's
we have
problem.
some emails.
Should we do a live mailbag?
We'll check it between this episode and the next one.
It's like on Blue's Clues where they check the mail. Was that Blue's Clues that they...
Yeah, Blue's Clues.
They used to do the mail check.
Mail time.
That was always really exciting.
Yeah.
We should check the mail. Should I cut?
Yeah, probably.
Something for your mind. Did I introduce you to them? To Superorganism? Or do you know Superorganism?
I'm not familiar with Superorganism.
Well, remind me to show you that later.
Are they obscure?
Somewhat, but they're kind of emerging, so they might not be.
Then what are you doing
Obscure.
talking about them right now?
I'm really sorry, okay? Sometimes
We talked about this, Ben.
non-obscure things emerge in my mind. This show is a show
Called Obscuridity.
about obscure things.
And there are two people that host it.
Uh-huh.
Normally, it's Ben and Thomas, but this week,
It's Thomas and Ben.
it's Thomas and Ben.
Right.
I'm subbing in for Thomas normally. He's here, but I'm going to be here instead,
Right.
speaking on his behalf.
This is Ben playing the role of Thomas and
So-
starring Thomas as Ben.
So
who's who?
On this show, we kind of pick topics that are... I'm not sure what the word for it is, but like...
Obscure.
Little known, not well known.
Obscure is the word that you're looking for.
Is it though? It's like... Because it's kind of like... It's hard to describe. Ben's shutting off the refrigerator so that it doesn't make too much noise. Here on this show, Obscurigami. Obscure? That's where the title Obscurigami comes
Good lord.
Oh my.
What are we getting into
Wow.
here? This is a hot mess.
I can't believe I'm just now realizing that. Yeah, sure. All right, so what do we got going
So
on?
this
what do you have
week-
to talk about?
We have something unique. There is a book known as the Beinecke Manuscript 408.
Okay.
It is housed in the Yale University Library, the Beinecke Library at Yale University.
This book is called the Beinecke
Manuscript
Manuscript,
number 408.
number 408.
And it has a lot of other designations and titles. The best known one being the Voynich Manuscript.
The Voynich Manuscript.
Voynich. Voynich.
Not voyage. Voynich.
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 Like, you got an itch
Yeah.
and you scratch it, but there's no T. It's just Voynich.
Number 408.
What was the episode
408.
that we just like could not take seriously at all? Do you remember that? It was like the second one. It was a similar
yeah.
situation to this where we were doing
did
two,
one.
and
I don't
then
remember
it
what
just
that was.
totally went off the rails, and
I have no idea.
we hardly finished it.
I don't even remember what our...
I think it was like around gas turbine era.
Oh, it might have been...
But gas turbine
Gas turbine wasn't the one, though.
wasn't
I
the
don't
one.
think.
It was around that time. Though.
Did Salvage One, Kinzaza, wasn't that. Cockroach Milk, OK Soda, Familia, Fatal Familia, Insomnia, Benjamin
might have been.
Yapstones, Gregor
No.
McGregor. That's too early.
Yeah,
It might have been like FFI or
it might have been FFI. Yeah.
Cockroach Milk. Cockroach Milk was notorious, but that was just because of the topic.
Yeah, it's weird to me because I feel like that actually was an interesting topic, but
Yeah,
there
I
just
think
wasn't
so too.
enough material. I feel like there was something else we should have said at the beginning.
Well, what do we usually talk about?
I don't know. We
We
banter.
say the banter. That's what we miss.
Come
We
on,
just
give me some banter.
we have to throw in some banter. So, how's the weather? Did you
The weather looks good.
get stuck in the floods recently?
I didn't get flooded.
Did you see all the fake news?
I saw a lot of fake news. A lot of people contacted me, inquiring as to whether or not I was below 17 feet of water.
For those listeners who might not be acquainted with the area in which Ben and I live, there was a lot of rain. We got a lot of rain in the area, like
a pretty short
6 inches in
period of
like
time.
24 hours or something like that. A lot. And there was some flooding, but somehow and there was a particular lake kind of in the middle of Lynchburg City that the dam was kind of weakened. It was overflowing. They thought it might break, so they had evacuated about 16 blocks of the city in case it broke. But somehow the national news picked up this story and were alleging that if the dam broke, the entire city was going to be covered in
It's gonna be
17
completely buried
feet of water in 7 minutes.
in a deluge. Yeah.
Which, for anyone who's remotely familiar with the geography of Lynchburg, the location of this lake, or just has really set foot in Lynchburg at all, would know how absurd that idea
It's
was.
totally ridiculous.
They call it the City of Seven Hills.
There's a lot of hills here.
There's a lot of hills, and
It would take a crap ton of water.
it would take many times over 170 feet of water in order to flood the entire city.
Oh yeah.
So you know that news is sensationalized, and you know things just get kind of made up or reported on like without any knowledge of the actual situation.
But it's different. It's like a speeding ticket. It's different when it happens to you.
Yeah.
It's you know that people get pulled over for not going that fast, or they weren't like being speed demons.
Yeah.
You hear people talk about it all the time. Oh, I wasn't going that fast.
But then it happens to you,
and you're like, what? Oh, it's totally different.
Yeah.
Funny how that works.
So yeah, there was flooding in the area, which was pretty. The funny part was it was actually pretty serious for the area.
Oh yeah.
Like there was,
by the standards of the area, and it's like the second thing we've had like that.
Yeah.
Because we had that tornado.
Yeah, it was pretty bad flooding, but
nothing on the scale that.
Right. And it got picked up. Like I woke up and Googled it, and the first article that came up was from the BBC.
Right. The BBC was the point at which the tables turned, I think, because that was like the major news outlet that picked it up and spread it around. And their article was genuinely quite bad.
Yeah. Oh man.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Sorry, BBC.
So this book, Beinecke Manuscript number 408, also known as the Beinecke Cipher Manuscript.
Also known as
the Voynich.
Voynich.
The Voynich Manuscript.
Wittgenstein. Viktor Frankl. Manuscript 408. Let's go. All right, tell me about this book.
So this book, it's about 7 inches high.
Thick?
High, like tall.
Oh, right.
It's not that thick. It's like, I would guesstimate about 6 inches based on the
That's still pretty
photographic
thick.
evidence that I've seen. Well, it's got calfskin pages.
Oh, okay.
Which is pretty common
that'll...
It's a medieval document.
Right.
Carbon dating indicates that it was written around the 15th century.
Okay.
And the binding is not original. It's believed to have been added later. It's also a very cheap calfskin called limp vellum, which is sort of the medieval equivalent of putting cheap paperback binding on a book.
Okay. Yeah.
So it doesn't look like.
So this was kind of the kind of calfskin book you might pick up at an airport or something back in the 15th century.
It's a very non-impressive book outwardly.
Yeah.
But when you open it, it becomes a bit more mysterious. There's no... The catch about this book is there's no information about who wrote it or what it's about. It's written in a cryptic code or fictional alphabet of some sort. All of the text is not legible, and no scholars who've studied it have
been able to
crack the code and figure out what the book's about. It is heavily illustrated. However, the illustrations aren't particularly revealing about the nature of what the Voynich manuscript is all about. So I actually have here in the studio, I have a facsimile copy of the Voynich manuscript for us to look at. If you're following along on the radio, boys and girls at home, you can actually look at these pages online. The Yale University Press made them available some years ago, but we actually have a copy here of the Voynich manuscript itself. It's called the Voynich manuscript because it was purchased by a bookseller named Voynich. And the original owner is unknown. It's gone through several different owners over the years, including Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II in Prague at the end of the 16th century. And that's kind of where the trail begins, is around that time frame. There were several different owners and people who got it from his pharmacist. The emperor's pharmacist owned it. Because it presumably has to do in some way with pharma. That's the outside of it. It has to do something to do with herbs or pharmaceuticals or health, but also space. So as you start
we'll kind of describe this for you as we go. You're looking at the cover of it, and it's totally nondescript medieval manuscript. And as you start to go into the book, as you flip through the pages, there's a very strange sort of text. He uses one symbol a lot that sort of looks like a straight line drawn up, and then it loops and then crosses, and then makes another loop and goes up, back down in another straight line. That seems to be recurring a lot. It looks like it could be like a combination of Latin and Arabic almost.
It's very, yeah, it's
very unusual textual.
it looks like some type of somebody's cursive script, but then with more like, yeah, Arabic stylings to it.
Right.
It has that sort of, I don't know what to call it, but
The first several pages feature a lot of that text.
and then there's illustrations as well of these sort of strange plant.
And they don't seem to correspond to any known plants.
Yeah, these are not plants that I recognize.
They're not elaborately drawn either, and they're not very artistic. They look kind of like doodles almost.
They don't seem to be like actually illustrative. They don't seem to be like instructional. Like they just kind of fill the space, and
Yeah, and there's text around them, but
it's not like they're diagrams of plants that are labeled, and
yeah, there's not like a line going from a text to like point to a certain piece.
They
of
just
the
kind of
biology.
grow up and go straight through paragraphs, or the text wraps around. That's a particularly strange looking plant right there.
Yeah,
Looks like some kind of sci-fi.
there's lots of tubes in this book.
Yeah.
And things exuding from tubes. That sounds weird, but Google it. You'll see what we're talking about. So a few pages into this, it pretty much stays on the same track for a while, and then a few pages into it, it starts to shift in concept. Quite a few pages in. The plants get stranger as you go. It's somewhere after page 50.
Some of these plants are like, they look like the leaves are like bugs.
It's kind of Area X.
Legs. Yeah, it is. It does seem very Jeff Vandermeer.
Here we go.
Oh,
So
wow.
suddenly we shift
That's a timed wheel.
in tone a bit, and then there's a chart and a graph, and there's human figures in the center of it, and then there's
Text.
wheels of
in
text
a circle. Yeah.
around it. Then the next page is bullet points with 3 paragraphs, and then it continues, and then very unusually for the time, it actually has fold out charts, which are extremely unusual for medieval manuscripts to have fold out pages and folios like that. It's got these charts that look kind of astrological. There's pictures of the moon and the sun and stars with text labelings. What that has to do with
The plants.
the plants, no one knows. So you've got this whole elaborate
Wow.
fold out pages.
All surrounded by this text that's just completely cryptic.
I mean, it just seems like gibberish. It could be like Tolkien's Elvish or something.
Yeah. It almost, looking at it, it looks like you're right about that one symbol is occurs almost too frequently.
Yeah,
Like
to be
like it's almost in every other word, but it seems to take the role of what would seem to be like a consonant. So it would be like if you had an H, it's not like an E or anything, from the looks of it. It looks like if you would have an H in at the beginning or in the middle of every word. Quite strange.
So as these charts continue of space and of the heavens, they begin to take on a more astrological kind of look. You have people that could represent gods or goddesses.
Oh, yeah, look at that. They're all in some kind of basket or bucket.
Yeah, bucket or a tube. There's a goat hanging out, eating a plant.
There's some fish in the center of this one.
And you think, okay, well, that might have something to do with astrology because you've got people
Right.
tying in with the heavens and different types of people. Some of these people actually have clothes. Most of the people are not clothed.
More foldouts. Wow.
More
look at that.
foldouts. There's a lot of foldouts in it, which is really unusual.
It kind of devolves from like writing into this section of circles.
Yeah.
Circles. There's like a fold out, so there's 4 like pieces to it, and there's just like circles of text and illustrations of people and things in the center.
And the theme that kind of becomes dominant at this point in the book is naked women that are very cartoonish.
Yeah, very like crudely in 2 senses.
They're almost pregnant looking at some points.
And this is like kind of faint, almost like pencil illustration is what it looks like. I'm sure
Yeah,
that's not
it
how
looks
it's
very
done.
I mean it looks like amateur doodles in like a
Right.
school
Yeah.
notebook.
Yeah, I can't stress enough that these illustrations aren't like fantastic quality.
No, they're definitely not.
They're obviously not the work of a child, but they have that almost childlike essence to them.
On Recto 75, there's we begin the theme of the green tubes, and specifically women in the green tubes. So this section is thought to be about balneology, which is the science of herbal baths, healing,
Interesting.
bathing, which I didn't know was a whole separate category of science unto itself. But you see people they're kind of doing something that could be conceived as showering or bathing in some sense.
Yeah, that's weird.
Not really sure. She's kind of like tossing something or receiving salt. Some of the tubes have like scales, it looks like. There's some labeling, a lot of text at this point. More green tubes. I love this one. She's got her hand in
Hands
both.
in the tubes, standing in another tube.
This person looks like they're being
basin.
dumped on by a pepper shaker. There's this whirly gig thing. I mean, it looks like Edward Lear or Lewis Carroll, Alice in Wonderland type stuff. I mean, it's very like fanciful.
But also like repetitive. Like he has like
Yeah, there's definitely
whoever it was had like a couple concepts that they kept reiterating.
there's a theme going on here, but what it is, I can't really tell.
This is similar in funny sort of ways to our last topic.
It is,
It
yeah,
has almost a similar quality to it.
because
Like,
there's kind of an incoherence of finding your
Right.
own meaning out of it.
and
You're just kind of presented with this strange thing.
and bizarre a few bizarre ideas kind of repeated over and over in different
ways.
variations. There we return to some of the charts.
Some more star chart
Oh,
material. And this facsimile is supposed
Wow.
to be a pretty accurate idea of what it's actually like to go through the manuscript. So, and again, all of this is available online. We'll link to it in the show notes so you can see for yourself, not just listen to us in awe over these. But yeah, by this point, you notice that the women have kind of faded out, as has the color green.
we're looking
And
at
we're
now
back
like a
to-
fold out
Poster, basically.
yeah, like it's kind of wheels of tubes that seem to be connecting and scales and stars and wow, man.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's very abstracted.
I think I feel about this how you felt about the time cube page.
Then we return to more plants.
More plants, yeah.
And that kind of continues along that vein for a while. Again, they don't seem to correspond to real plants.
Yeah.
There's definitely...
This is almost a plant-animal hybrid.
Yeah, there's some of them that look like they have... The roots of the plant are almost always depicted. And they're almost always depicted as being kind of weird.
They don't look like...
You know how you get that carrot sometimes that's like... It looks like it has legs?
Yeah.
Or the carrot that doesn't quite have a shape? This is kind of... A lot of the plants in here are like that. So we'll finish flipping through it here.
Can you imagine discovering this?
It starts to take on more of a recipe book kind of vibe. There starts to be next to the plants and stuff, there starts to be bullet points.
Yeah.
And lists and things. And a lot of people think that it's a recipe book at that point. Because it seems to be listing things. As if instructions. But there's no numerical... There's nothing that appears to be numerical about these lists. They're just they're bullet points.
Absent from the text is numbers. There aren't
these page numbers were added at a later date. They aren't original. They assume that when the book was rebound, somebody numbered it to put it back together in the right order, because how else would you know what order to go in? I mean, it seems evident that no average. And the thing that's interesting about it is that it was clearly written in a traditional medieval sense. So there was more than one person involved. There would have to be a scribe and an illustrator. It would be very rare for there to be one person who would produce a work like this by themselves. So the scholarship seems to indicate that there was a group of people involved. But to what end?
Yeah.
These people were writing. Yeah. So it's this very unusual thing. It bears the Ex Libris, which is this belongs to the library of this guy who was a pharmacist for the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II.
Right.
And it went through several different hands in the 16th century, and we have correspondence letters between people.
Yeah.
They sent it to a Jesuit translator in Rome, saying, hey, we found this thing when we bought the library of this guy after he died. Can you translate it? So even in the 16th century,
they were trying to
100 years or more after it was written based on carbon dating.
Right.
Nobody knew what it said.
Yeah.
And could figure out what it was about. So it's been a mystery for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Wow.
It kind of emerged into modern consciousness when this book dealer Voynich, who's a really interesting guy in and of himself, he was kind of described as roguish. He was he started out as a Russian revolutionary before the Marxist revolution.
Okay, yeah.
So he had different. He wasn't a Marxist or a communist in any way, but he was part of one of several movements to try and stage an uprising in Russia. He's from Poland, and he was actually caught and exiled to Siberia and had all these adventures trying to come back, and ended up settling in London, where he started this book business, and he acquired it in a large bulk sale of books that belonged to a bunch of Jesuits in Rome, a Jesuit sect that had the book presumably from the person who it was sent to attempt to translate it.
Right.
This guy in the 16th century who translated hieroglyphs. But to the best of our knowledge, he never actually attempted to translate it, because there's no correspondence to indicate that he did.
He did, yeah.
And presumably he died without ever looking at it. So that...
and all the modern efforts to...
Most of the modern efforts have come up bust. There are a lot of theories
right,
about it, which are interesting in a whole I mean, you could almost do a whole podcast just about the different theories. A lot of people believe that Voynich made it up as a fraud to try and create, because he was so a roguish kind of person. A lot of people accused him of creating this forgery that's like, oh, it's made up in a made up language. And he tried to sell it for the ridiculous price of like $100,000, which was unheard of in that market and that time, that currency. But
it's one of those things where either way, it's still kind of crazy and impressive. Like if this,
even if
this was made up as a forgery, it's still an incredible book. That like the fact that somebody would go to that
the lengths
those lengths to create this kind of work. It's like
it's definitely, if it is a forgery, it's a forgery of its own era. Like it was something that somebody made up to, you know, and that's one of the theories, is that someone made it to impress the emperor and say, here, check out our you know, our holy book of wisdom in this unknown tongue. Some people believe that it's a form of Latin, the text. Some people believe that there's actually a theory that it's Polish without vowels somehow, but that doesn't seem to correspond to me.
Do any of them have to do with consuming copious amounts of drugs?
I'm sure there's plenty of theories.
Because that's what I think of when I see this, is like it definitely seems to correspond to like specifically the illustration. I don't know of anyone drug inspired creating their own languages, although I know people taking certain kinds of drugs do report seeing different kinds of lettering and things like that. But the illustrations in particular seem like they could be like the particular weirdness of the plants and that kind of thing. But they also are definitely like very era specific. So it's not like they're completely driven by, if they were, I don't know.
There's a theory that the book was a result of a kind of speaking in tongues phenomenon. So someone was under the influence of channeling a stream of consciousness or something of that nature. And trying to express that in writing.
The interesting thing about it is, as ridiculous and illegible as the lettering is, it seems like a fairly consistent.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. That makes me think that it's not something like that or drugs.
Like
there's an order to it.
Yeah, there was
it's definitely ordered in sections.
Amount, like if it was drug inspired, it wasn't like somebody took a drug one time and was like, oh, I have this idea, and then just started scribbling some stuff out. It was like, even if it was drug inspired or somebody was schizophrenic or something, they still obviously like put a significant amount of effort into creating the system of language.
And there would have to be at least two people
illustrating these things. And then, as you said, multiple people. So it was someone who obviously either multiple people working together or somebody who could articulate their ideas well enough to convince the other person to help them work on it or whatever.
There's a lot of people who believe that it's a form of shorthand. There's various celebrity, if you can call them that, medieval celebrity claims of authorship or ownership. Roger Bacon is believed to be associated with it in some way. At one point, John Dee, a philosopher, was believed to have owned it at one point. A lot of scholars don't believe that either of them had anything to do with it. Again, people thought that it was a forgery to try and sell to the emperor, just to say, here's a thing. There's people who've created charts and graphs and ciphers and codes to try and figure out what they might correspond to, but there's so far it's come up with nothing that's definitive. Some people believe it's connected to cult or religion, possibly Asian language, like an attempt to write in an Asian language.
It doesn't seem particularly
Some people believe that the whole book is about women's health. because there's a pretty hefty section about women based on the illustrations.
The health and the whole, like, it's a health book or a book about herbs or like a recipe book, I wouldn't have picked that up looking at it. Like, I wouldn't have come up with that idea.
Right.
Maybe I don't know what those types of books would have looked like at the time.
Right.
But to me, it seems much more like somebody had some quack theory, like, was like, oh, this astrology stuff is kind of interesting, but I have a new theory that's going to blow the lid on this whole thing. It's all connected to plants and women and stars, and they decided to detail that theory in a new invented language that I guess only a few people ever knew, and then it fell out of existence.
Yeah. I mean, some people believe that it was connected to Hebrew in some way, because Hebrew is a language that doesn't always use vowels.
Right.
So maybe it's anagrams
Yeah.
or something of that nature, but obviously it's not Hebrew. So yeah, it's a mysterious thing. It's an unsolved mystery. There's been a symphony orchestra that tried to compose a symphony based on it. I think it would be interesting to make a short film or something.
Right, yeah.
Based on some of the characters that appear. It would have to be something abstract in its way.
You could do a very interesting animated film.
Yeah, sort of a Yellow Submarine kind of look. The psychedelic era. Syd Barrett kind of stuff. There's Voynich in all his glory. But yeah, that's the Voynich manuscript.
Wow.
If you want to check it out, look in those show notes and see
definitely
some of the cool
check out
stuff that's out there. And see if you have a theory to put forth as to what it might be about, but the pigments in the pages are all period.
Wow. Amazing. All right.
So we've come to the portion of the program where we hit the magic random button on Wikipedia and see what comes up.
Oh, we don't hit the random magic button?
No, we dispense. This is season 2.
Oh.
Magic was in season 1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
Last season, we would hit a button that would randomly produce some sort of magic.
Right.
But this season, we're producing a button that magically produces some sort of random article on Wikipedia.
Producing a button.
That's quite amazing.
Visual image.
I hit it. I just hit it. Oh my goodness. All right. So what we got here.
Whoa.
This is interesting.
This is actually interesting, yeah.
So we got a the best part of this is a pretty short article, but I think the best part, the key ingredient here is the name.
Right. Definitely.
Beebe Healthcare.
Would you say Beebe or Beeb?
Beebe? B-E-E-B-E. Beebe.
B-E.
Beebe.
E-B.
Beebe? Beebe. Bib.
I feel like that last
Beebe.
E is
I think
silent.
it's Beebe. Beebe. Beebe Healthcare is a healthcare system serving Sussex County in southern Delaware in the United States. The Beebe Medical Center is its primary facility and a hospital located in Lewes.
Lewes. 155 beds. Adult level 3 trauma center.
Has a birthing room, heart surgery, and cancer services.
Some of our listeners may have been born there.
24-hour emergency department.
Founded in 1916 by James Beebe and Richard Beebe.
There you go.
The Beebs.
The Beebs. Not to be confused with Jay Beebs, the singer.
The article is called Beebe Healthcare, which makes me think that it's a whole approach to healthcare.
Right, yeah, that's sort
but
of...
But it's actually about the Beebe Medical Center more than it is the Beebe Healthcare system.
Right. I guess Beebe Healthcare is maybe the name of the overarching entity of the system that runs the center and the other medical services in the area. But it does make me wonder what Beeb healthcare, if it were a unified theory of healthcare, would look like.
Like if the Beebs were running healthcare in the United States, what would it look like?
What would they do?
WWBBD.
There's a lot of, it involves a system of soaking your feet in a series of salt baths.
Oh.
And
balneology?
Right. It's kind of like, you know how some chiropractors kind of think that they can cure everything with, it would be kind of like someone who does like Epsom salt baths for your feet with the same idea. Right. Like they just imagine that it's going to cure your headaches. It's going to cure your, your subluxation of your spine, all that.
All that stuff's going to
everything and more. Of course, that's not actually what the Beeb healthcare is about. That's just, I don't want to get hit with a, lawsuit because we're mischaracterizing Beeb healthcare. I'm sure Beeb healthcare is actually a fine healthcare institution.
I'm sure it is. This is just pointless speculation at this point. So who knows? Maybe the good people of the Beeb healthcare system will be listening to this, and it'll change their perspective on healthcare.
And they'll come up with a new wave of healthcare.
Their thinking will be inspired.
Yeah.
They'll expand their vision. And next thing you know, Obscurigami podcast changed the world.
Well, Ben, we've done it again.
It's enough world changing for one day, I think.
We've wasted another 20-ish, 30 minutes of somebody's life with some kind
poor
of
person's commute.
Pointless, I hope you were doing something productive during this, like washing the dishes, cleaning your room, driving to work. Like, please, whatever you do, don't just listen to this podcast. Don't just sit at a table with your hands folded, like listening to this podcast. Please mix it with something that's worth your time so that, you're at least getting something out of.
It's like a really bad vodka.
Right.
You don't want to drink it straight.
Yeah. You gotta mix it in there with something.
Cranberry juice or something.
And even then, if you are mixing it with another activity, there's probably some other program, audiobook, something you could be listening to. Music.
Right.
Silence. Give yourself a break from
the
nonstop deluge of entertainment media.
Yeah, take a break, do some meditation, and let us know how it goes. Send us an email, info@obscurigami.com.
Go to obscurigami.com and check out the show notes. Click on the links. Check out some of the illustrations of the book, of the Voynich manuscript. Thank you, Ben. Very interesting topic. And
thank you, Thomas,
for
being interested.
You're welcome.